The international hockey match between Team Canada and the Soviet Union is declared open.
Miss Olga Baranova, a star from the Moscow Ice Ballet, and Miss Baranova is going through the traditional Russian gesture of hospitality to guests of the Soviet Union. A presentation of a loaf of bread with salt on top, followed by a presentation of flowers, which we see here by some 44 figure skaters of children of the Soviet Union, ranging in ages from about 6 through 15. They'll each present each member of both teams with a small bouquet of flowers, again as a traditional emblem of hospitality of the Soviet Union. And we hear Midnight in Moscow.
Представляем команду Канады. Первый номер Эд Джонсон. Второй номер Гарри Бергман. Третий Пат Кейпсон. Пятый номер Брэд Парк. Шестой Рон Эллис. Седьмой номер Фил Эспозито.
Well, let's hope that's not the story of our trip to Moscow.
Восьмой номер Род Жильбер. 12-й номер Ивон Курнае. 16-й номер Род Силинг. 17-й Билл Уайт. 18 номер Жан Ротел. 19 Пауль Хендерсон. 20 номер Пит Махавлич. 22 Жан-Пауль Паризе. 25 номер Фрэнк Махавлич. 28 номер Бобби Кларк. 33 Жильбер Перро. 35 номер Тони Эспозито. Капитан команды Жан Ротел. Номер 18 тренеры команды Гарри Хинтон и Джон Фергюсон.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished friends and comrades, we are pleased to welcome here tonight a Canadian government delegation headed by Honorable Senator, Minister of Veteran Affairs, Mr. Arthur Lang.
Представляем сборную команду Советского Союза. 20 номер Владислав Третьяк. 2 номер Александр Гусев. 3 номер Владимир Лученко. 4 Виктор Кузькин. 5 номер Александр Рагулин. 7 номер Геннадий Цыганков. 9 Юрий Блинов. 10 номер Александр Мальцев. 12 номер Евгений Мишаков. 13 Борис Михайлов. 15 Александр Якушев. 16 номер Владимир Петров. 17 Валерий Харламов. 18 номер Владимир Викулов. 19 Владимир Шадрин. 22 Вячеслав Анисин. 29 номер Александр Мартынюк. 25 Юрий Ляпкин. 27 Александр Сидельников. Капитан команды Виктор Кузькин. Тренеры команды Всеволод Михайлович Бобров и Борис Павлович Кулагин. Уважаемые зрители,
this is Game 5 of the Canada-Soviet series from Moscow.
Dear friends, we are happy to welcome at tonight's game the President of the International Ice Hockey Federation, Mr. John Ahern.
Уве Тальберг, Швеция, и Рудольф Батта, Чехословакия.
The referees of tonight's game are Uwe Dahlberg, Sweden, and Rudolf Bata, Czechoslovakia.
Tony Esposito is out there going to start in goal. We're awaiting the lineups. They haven't made their minds up to the last moment, so they're just skating around now, and it's expected that Tretiak will play in goal for the Soviets. Una Dahlberg of Sweden is one of the referees, and Rudolf Bata is the other from Czechoslovakia. The Soviets are going into their huddle as usual at the blue line, and the Canadian team are just skating around in their own end.
Foster, as embarrassing as that might have been for Phil Esposito there when he fell, it was amazing how much the tension just cracked, because both the Soviet team and Team Canada just relaxed a little bit, and what we might see early in this game is some good wide-open hockey as a result of both teams getting that initial tension out of their system.
The Canadian team are going to start with the Clark line, which is the only line that's been kept intact right from the beginning of the training period for the Canadian team. Clark is at center ice, Henderson on the one wing, and Ellis on the other. Bill White and Stapleton will be the defense. Tony Esposito will be in goal. The Soviets are using their top line. Their Maltsev is going to center ice, number 10, and Harlamov, 17, is the puck that's into play. It slides around. There's a quick pass on the left side. Harlamov goes in. He's knocked sideways as Stapleton took him out of the play. Clark over onto the right side. Ellis couldn't grab the pass, and it goes down the ice and called for icing right off the bat. So the face-off will be to the right of the Canadian goal with Tony Esposito there.
One thing Canadian viewers should keep in mind is that although the rink is very close in length, it is 12 to 15 feet wider.
Pass back to Raglan near the blue line. A pass into the corner. It goes loose back again to Raglan. The shot right in front off the stick. Ellis played it over to Henderson at center ice. A long shot wide of Petyak. Zakhantsov couldn't get that puck out. They jam into him on that side where the Canadian rooters are. On the far wing, Maltsev gets it over to Harlamov. It's called on the offside on that far wing at the Canadian blue line. And the Soviets elect to make a change. Blinov is going out there now with Petrov, number 16, and Mihailov, 13. The Canadian team come right back with Frank Mahovlich, Cornwallier, and Rattel is centering this line. The former New York Ranger line has been completely shattered. So Rattel is the only one out there. The puck goes into the corner. Stapleton into the corner. Tried to clear it out. It's blocked. A roller is blocked by Bill White, who shoots it ahead to Mahovlich. It goes down, and it's called for icing again, as they're playing a very cagey game from the beginning. And now the Soviets decide to send out another line just as quickly. Only a matter of seconds that other line was performed. And the only new player in the game for the Soviets is Mark Nuke. And he's out there on this line with Yakashev and Shadron. Esposito goes to center ice for Canada. They're holding up the game while they take Blinov off, number 9. Rather 19, it was Shadron. And the puck goes in back of the goal. Bergman for Canada, clearing on the right side. Gilbert cleared the center ice. Mark couldn't get away. Here's a break for Petrov coming right in on goal. It's got right front of the net, and the pass was missed. That was a close call for Canada. Down the far wing, over the line, closing right, and the shot went wide. As Esposito let one go, but it was called on the offside, and the referee seemed to be calling them very closely. But there were two chances there, one at either end. Now Mihailov comes out, number 13 on that right wing. Blinov on the left side, as they're changing frequently in the early moments of this game. Played just about a minute and a half of the first period. Is Blinov trying to come in on the side, ridden off by Park. Into the corner. They're trying to block the pass. The shot went wide there as Mihailov took the pass right in front of the net. It's cleared up to center ice. Petrov broke it up to Mihailov. He overskates the puck as he watched Bergman, who came over to check him. Canadians try to get out of their own end. Shoot it to center ice. And Tuskin cleared it back into the corner. Park recovering for Canada, playing it on the boards. They're trying to get that puck out. Parisi cleared a rink-wide pass. Up to center for Esposito. A long shot wide of the net. Tuskin played it from the side. Mihailov shot it out, was run at by Bergman, and the puck comes right back at center ice. Canada in possession. Here's Cornwallis trying to come in on that right side. It was offside, and it's called as they went over the line. Another change of players. With the score, Canada nothing and the Soviets nothing. This is Game 5 from Moscow. From the face-off, the puck goes to center ice, over the line. Canada coming in with a backhand. Kretschak just stopped that one from Bertel. And it's off on the side. Mahovlich couldn't get the puck. The Soviets break fast at center, over to Yakushev. The drive went off a skate. Goes in back of the net. Yakushev centered it out. And the puck dribbled right across the goal line. That was a very close call as the Soviets were right in there. And that was the new player, Martinuk, that made the play.
That's an example of why a lot of goaltenders don't necessarily like to wear a face mask. That puck got down on Tony Esposito's feet there, and he had trouble seeing it.
Shadron got the draw. Yakushev, 15, coming in fast, back of the net, trying to get an opening, goes back into the corner, centered it out. Shadron was stopped. Canada recovers. Cornwallis missed the pass. It was too far from Frank Mahovlich. And the Soviets recover at center. A pass to Yakushev going in on the left wing. He steered off on the play by Sealing, and the puck is in over on that wing. Mahovlich stopped, getting another try. Drove it wide. Cornwallis played it off the boards. It's at the blue line. Intercepted and shot out to center ice to Yakushev, who was ridden off on the boards, and the Soviets are making a quick change on the leading call.
On this wide rink, which is 12 feet wider than a normal Canadian rink, puck control is not only very important, but it can be a lot easier to bring about. If you keep to the outside, it is very difficult for the defender to either chase you all the way to the boards or into the corners, and Frank Mahovlich just demonstrated that. Good puck control in the Soviet end will be important.
3:33 played in this first period. No score in the game. And there's a trip there as Maltsev was upset. There'll be a Canadian penalty call, went on a delay. The goalkeeper skated off the ice. Canada recovered the puck, but it's called, and the penalty will be given for tripping. Maltsev was dumped on that play, and that's the first penalty of the game, and Ron Ellis is going to be the player that is penalized. Ellis of Canada off for tripping.
Ron Ellis, number 6 of Team Canada, penalized 2 minutes for tripping.
3:59. 3:49 rather is the time of the penalty. Now Canada will play a man short, and it's Vikolov coming up with Harlamov. They go in the corner, back to the blue line. It's kept in there by Sagankov, who cuts back, played it over on the far wing, lots of room. Sagankov takes a shot, and went wide of the net. Esposito didn't even see it. It's back of them for Harlamov, coming from the side, back to the blue line. Another shot, deflected off the stick. Canada in possession. Peter Mahovlich drags the puck, lost it, and the Soviets recover with Harlamov, 17, down the left wing, in on the defense. Nikolov going ahead of him. The puck is loose. Maltsev going in back of the net, centered it in front, and it was knocked off to the wing, but the Soviets still have it. Intercepted now by Mahovlich, who goes down on the wing, taking his time, dumps the pass to Clark, who's out there with him. Clark back to the net, is shunted into the side. He and Maltsev and Luzhniki both together. And the Soviets come racing back. They have the odd man. Harlamov down the left wing, going on into the corner. Bill White steered him off. Gansov on the far side, dumped it back into the corner. They're trying that crisscrossing pass, a long shot, wide of the net. The Gansov takes it on the rim of the circle, passes to the corner. It's intercepted by Esposito on a change of players, and it's cleared out on the offside.
all important to watch on this power play that Team Canada keeps the defensive blocks fairly compact, but not too close together. There's a lot of ice out there. The corners are quite deep. The rink's 12 feet wider, and the Soviets will try to gain puck control around the outside and hopefully be able to move into the middle to get a good scoring chance.
They've played 5 minutes and 24 seconds of the first period. No score in the game. 5:24 played, and the Canadian team shoot the puck down the ice with the Soviets. Gusev going into the corner. Number 2, Kuskin is number 4. Pass is on the left wing to Mihailov. A rink-wide pass right into the Canadian zone. Bergman goes back to touch it, and it was called for icing. The Soviets are trying that long forward pass, but it isn't clicking.
Puck control can be a little deceiving on a power play because with the ice being so much bigger, you can control the puck, but the net doesn't move, and you still have to get into a good position to score.
Ellis is still off, as now Leadoff comes up over the line. A pass to Petrov, stopped when it hit Park's skate. It's a quick break down the right side. Ellis is on now, going up over the line, and he overskated the puck. Then Leadoff was knocked over as the two of them collided. Esposito cutting back at his own blue line, played it back to Bergman, whose pass was knocked down by Petrov, 16, turning at center ice. Hooked by Phil Esposito, forced to the side. Park got a piece of him, and Esposito has the puck. Clearing over on that left wing. It's up to center ice. A clearing pass went astray as Parisi couldn't get it in the right direction. Pass going into Petrov, who was given the bounce and knocked over, but it was offside anyway, and a change of player.
With the extra ice surface, it spreads your defense out a little further, and you have to watch the man breaking up the middle. We saw Petrov right there. He had a good chance. He tried to make it through the middle, and he was dragged down.
Face-off is going to be at the Soviet blue line. The defense have it, and they're starting back. Lyapkin turning back in his own zone. The teams are at full strength, and Canada weathered the first penalty to Ellis. It's up to center ice. A cleared pass, knocked down. Cornwallier got it back to Rattel, but Rattel couldn't control it. Gakashev shooting it ahead at center, and the pass goes astray. Now Mahovlich goes after a loose puck, and Lyapkin was able to clear it to center ice. Gakashev passes back to the blue line. It's recovered by Canada. They lose it again. Canada recovers. Sealing is upset on the board, and the play is stopped with Mark Nuke standing by, number 29. He's the new addition to the Soviet squad.
A pacing Harry Sinden. He has to be pleased so far with the way things are going. I think Team Canada is playing exceptionally well. They're coming back with their wingers. They're in good position, and they appear to be moving the puck up the ice with fair ease.
7:20 played in the first period. No score in the game, and a number of good scoring chances missed by the two teams. Maltsev is taking the face-off for the Soviets. Comes right back to Gankov, who had his shot. It's down for Henderson, going in on that left wing. Ellis is in front of the net. They're trying to dig that puck back to him. It's still loose. Finally, the Soviets recover, come back with Harlamov to center ice, stop at the blue line. And the pass goes right on the net, right in front of the net. Oh, they waited too long. And by their passing play, they missed a great chance there by trying to get an extra pass in there and failed to take a shot. Canada come closing into the Soviet zone and scramble right in front of the net. And Frederiak was down to cover. Gankov was nearly knocked over. The score, Canada nothing and the Soviets nothing. This is Game 5 from Moscow. Ready for the face-off in the Soviet zone. A loose puck is recovered by the Soviets, shot to center ice, and it goes loose right back to Kuskin, over to Gusev. And Gusev played it over to Mihailov down the left side, number 13. He's trying to pass in front. It rolls right in front of the net. It was fed on by Esposito, but it was shot down the ice. Tretiak having to stop it with Gusev on that far side, being blocked there on his first try. Petrov, 16 for the Soviet at center, over to Blinov, number 9. Blinov across the line is covered on the play by Ellis. They get it again. Blinov centered it back. They carry in back of the goal, and Canada recovers, but they're not clearing too well out of their own zone. Finally, they bring it out to center ice. Stopped at center. A two-man break. It's back to 3. Mihailov going in. He shoots. And his drive grazed the arm of the goalkeeper. They shoot it down the ice. Cornwallis went racing in, and the Canadian team are blanked in trying to clear that passing play out of their own zone.
Foster, Ivan Cornwallis had a good chance there. The puck got away from him, got all the way up the ice. But it's a good tactic for Team Canada to be using, because if the Soviets think you're going to try the breakaway, they can't have their defensemen come up quite as far, and it gives you a little easier time getting out of your own end.
Esposito now at center ice as they battle for that puck. It goes in back of the Canadian goal. Drop back to Stapleton. Stapleton played it over out of that left wing to Gilbert. Back to Stapleton at the blue line at center. Off Gilbert's skate. And it's a quick pass over onto the right wing. The Soviets crowding a bit. Yakushev getting it back to Lyapkin. Over on the side to Lukashenko. To the other side and goes right across the goal mouth. And Canada recovers with Phil Esposito alone. Going in on the defense. Went right through, but not with the puck. And then it went flying over the board into the open section on this side.
Esposito is playing magnificent hockey so far in this series. I've never seen Esposito do so many things. He's always been a great scorer, but with Boston, he's had men working in the corners for him. Here, he's done it all.
They're getting ready for the face-off to the left of the Soviet goal. Bill White playing up, gets the pass, takes a shot. Esposito took a whack at it, and Tretiak was right there with Parisi standing by.
One of the big concerns when Team Canada, of course, came to Europe was how would they cover. We'll see here a scoring chance by Canada. Good scramble around the net. Phil Esposito fighting for control of the puck, and the play is killed.
Clark is now going to center ice on a player change. Henderson will be on one wing. Ellis is on the other. Bill White and Stapleton will be the defense playing up. Stapleton is 3. Bill White is 17. Clark gets the draw against the boards. He couldn't control it. Maltsev played it over on the right side to Vikolov. Vikolov took his shot. It's high and wide, and Vikolov ended up on the ice after making the shot. A long pass on the left wing. Henderson in the clear, right in the goal, and he was unable to get his shot away as he was off balance. Another pass to Ellis, and the drive went wide. Maltsev, 10, is covered on the wing by Henderson. Soviet trying to get out. They're not having too much leeway. Maltsev will stop, but Harlamov goes down that far wing into the corner. Gets it back. Sagankov couldn't control it. It rolls to center ice. The Soviet recover again. They still have it. It's hard to get from them, but that Harlamov hangs on to it pretty well. Here's Harlamov coming up again. 17. The shot right on. And a beautiful save there by Tony Esposito.
Harlamov has to be the best player out on the ice for the Soviets. There's no question about it. He can do everything. And the one thing he can do so well is when he handles the puck in stick handles, he always has the defensive man guessing. There he made a good move, and Tony Esposito had to come up with a great save.
They've played 10:47 of the first period. No score in the game, and some great chances. The puck is knocked to the corner in the Canadian zone. Patel is trying to get away. Cornwallis is skating ahead of him. Mahavlich on the far side. And the pass is intercepted and shot to Bergman, who couldn't. Blinov knocked his man over. Here's Petrov after that trip, but it was accidental, but it was a trip all right. Blinov getting that pass back to the blue line. It's Mahavlich intercepts and breaks away. Going right in on goal. He shoots. And Tretiak made a sensational save on Frank Mahavlich, who went right in on top of him. With the score, Canada nothing and the Soviets nothing. This is Game 5 from Moscow. Already for the face-off in the Soviet zone after Mahavlich had a great scoring chance there. Going right in on Tretiak. A pass by Esposito was intercepted. It's a great race there for the puck. Martineau going in, left a drop pass. Shadron failed to center it out. And it's called close in the corner there on a high stick.
On that play that Frank Mahavlich made, he had the whole time as he went down the ice, he had to keep his eye to the right because there was tremendous pursuit coming up the middle of the ice, although it appeared that he was free.
From the face-off, the Soviet gets a draw. It goes to the side. Shadron shot it in back of the goal. Slid right front. Left wide. That was a close call there as Shadron had his shot. And Esposito, who was falling, was able to cover.
The goalpost is the goalie's best friend. This is a perfect example. Shadron gets a good shot. It hits the goalpost. Esposito keeps track of the rebound.
All set now for the face-off to the left of the Canadian goal. And they're very close here in this play. The Soviets having more chances. A long pass down for Esposito. But it was offside. And Park shows his displeasure by speaking to the referee when he didn't agree with him. 12 minutes and 1 second left in the first period. No score in the game, but many great scoring chances and great plays.
Foster, it has been a great game. The excitement over here is just incredible. And there's a tremendous contrast up in the stands between the large core of Canadian supporters and then the Soviet supporters.
They've made the change of players. Maltsev is now at center for the Soviet. Harlamov and Vikolov the wing. The puck is taken out to center ice. Shot in on the Soviet zone. Ragulin going in ahead of the Canadian player who covered him, Henderson. And Ellis is in there to help too. And the crowd get a bit exasperated as Henderson seemed to grab the Soviet player. Ready for the face-off. It comes to the corner. Harlamov skates fast to center ice. Left a drop pass for Vikolov. There's a penalty coming up for slashing. Harlamov is going over to the penalty box. This is the first Soviet penalty. Harlamov will get it. So that evens the penalty.
Valery Varlamov, number 17 of USSR, penalized 2 minutes for slashing.
Slashing penalty to Harlamov. Ellis of the Canadian team had the only penalty for Canada previous to that. So it's evened up on the penalties. Canada have their chance now. They have the odd man advantage, and Lapointe was unable to control the puck. Vikolov couldn't get very far. Esposito trying to move in on that left wing. With Mahavlich on that side. Cornwallier cuts around on the right side. It's back at the blue line. Lapointe shoots it in back of the goal. Mahavlich cleared to Cornwallier. Back to Mahavlich. Right in front. And Park has to go back to get it. Park, number 5 for Canada. Cleared a pass. Taken at center ice by Lapointe. Crossing the line, a drive. Tretiak stopped that. Esposito recovers in the corner. The Gansov is trying to cover him. It goes back to the net. Cornwallier missed it. It's in the opposite corner. Shot down the ice. which they're allowed to do when they have a man short. And the puck is back to the Canadian goal. The point, playing it on that left side. Mahavlich at center ice. Blue line. Into the corner. Tried to get it to Cournoyer. It slides over on the wing. A quick break. And Mihailov was stopped there by Park before he could get past center ice. The point again to the blue line. A pass right in front. Coming right in on goal. Bridgeck stopped that one. And it was cleared very quickly by Mishakov, who's trying to kill off the penalty with Mihailov. 12 and 13. Mihailov was bowled over on that play. A long shot from the left wing by Gusev as they change on the go. Back to center ice. A long dribbler goes to Trutjak, who covered it with his glove. With the score, Canada nothing and the Soviets nothing. This is Game 5 from Moscow. They're getting ready for the face-off, and Perreault is now at center ice for Canada as the puck goes into the corner. They're trying to weave and turn around that Soviet defense. Here's a shot right in front of that. Bill White was in on that side but couldn't reach the puck. Gusev gets it and starts back for the Soviets to the blue line. They're full strength. Puck goes to the Canadian zone and cleared out just as quickly, so that the Canadians were unable to take advantage of that last penalty to Harlamov. Mihailov is being watched there by Gilbert. He passes the lead off 9, going over the line, back to Mihailov, who didn't expect it, and Suskin has to recover. They make a long pass on the wing, bumped there by Gilbert, carried over the line by the Soviets. Leanoff got a shot there on a perfect pass. It's cleared into the corner, but not out. It lobs to Stapleton, who dumped it ahead, and it's lobbed across on the right side with Gilbert unable to get here. Perreault coming right in, passing back. A shot scores! Canada has opened the scoring with a quick shot there from the wing, and it was Parise.
An absolutely beautiful setup for Jean-Paul Parise, who just buried it right between Trutjak's legs. The beautiful play here, Foster, was that we saw Perreault come in. Gilbert kept him on side. He comes right up, and he puts the puck right between the defenseman's legs and walks in and scores.
Canada have opened the scoring. Now Yakashev getting it back on the line, and the shot goes high over the screen.
Номер 8 и Жильбера Перро, номер 33. Шайбу забросил Жан-Пауль Паризе, 22 номер.
Canadian goal scored by Jean-Paul Parise, number 22, assisted by Gilbert Perreault, number 33, and Rod Gilbert, number 8.
Gilbert and Perreault got assist on Parise's goal. A quick shot on the Canadian goal was a close call. The Soviets keeping the puck in there. Canada leading 1-0. It's finally knocked down the ice by Cournoyer. Out there with Frank Mahavlich and Rattel. Rattel is 18. The deflection goes to center ice and down the ice. Mahavlich going after it, takes it in back of the Canadian goal. Moving over onto the right wing, still in stride, going to center. Luzhniki took him against the board. And the Soviets recover with a pass to Yakashev. Down the left wing, 15. Cruising around, he makes the pass. Here's the man off, and right on the side there. You may have noticed Shadron going right uncovered in front of the Canadian goal. The pass didn't reach him, but slides right back into the Soviet zone. Yapkin on the defense zone for the Soviets. There it is to Luzhniki, the other defense player. Luzhniki to Harlamov. An easy slider is cleared by Bergman, who clears on the right wing. A quick pass to Clark, intercepted at center ice, dumped back to Lyapkin. Lyapkin gets it across on that far wing, a dump pass. Now Harlamov going in, weaving a bit, takes a shot, and a great save there. The puck is cleared over on the wing by Clark. Peter Mahavlich is forced back over onto the right wing. He's stopped by Maltsev. Maltsev trying to get that pass out, does. Michalov left it. And Harlamov is cruising at the blue line, going on the right side, getting his shot. And the drive went high. And this Harlamov, here's Maltsev mixing it up there as they start shoving around in front of the Canadian goal.
We saw a perfect tactic there that the Soviets used that is exactly a basketball maneuver. Harlamov comes from his left wing. The center, Maltsev, stood right in the middle. He brushed off Bobby Clark and walked right around and came in through the right-hand side. Got a good scoring chance, but it was deflected over.
Face-off is going to be to the left of Esposito. They played 17:29 of the first period. 2:31 left in the period as Canada leads 1-0. Henderson goes after a long pass. Ragelin knocked it to the side. Henderson is by Ellis. And a great save again by Tretiak as he was right in. Canada having a great scoring chance on that. They're playing hits-up hockey in this game. The pass is intercepted. Canada, Henderson down that left wing with Ellis on the right. Closing in right in the goal. And Tretiak happened to be down. He slid that way, and Henderson went flying over on top of the Soviet goalkeeper, but another close call for the Soviets.
What Canada's doing so well so far in this game is they're getting the puck up the ice quickly, and they're getting better scoring chances without the man right back on them, and Ronnie Ellis walks right in there, tries to tip it in, but of course, Tretiak is right there.
From the face-off, Canada recovers, shoot it into the corner. It's Esposito recovering back to the side, right in front of the net. And the shot didn't materialize. Gilbert unable to cover his man. Petrov clearing up to Blinov. Blinov back to Petrov. The lober shot comes in front. Here's another good shoot. And Esposito kicked that with his glove. Canada clear the puck out to center. Gusev getting it back at center. Petrov shot it to the far wing. Ricci drives it out. Ricci scored the goal with Perreault and Gilbert assisting at 15:30. And the Canadian team called for icing on that play with 1:24 left in the first period. Canada leading 1-0.
Coming up at our first period intermission, a very interesting tour of the city of Moscow.
Only 2 penalties in this hard-fought first period of play. Ellis for tripping at 3:49, and Harlamov for slashing at 12:25. Now they're getting set for the face-off in the Canadian zone to our left. Canada wearing the white sweaters with the Soviets wearing practically the all-red with the white trim. The loose puck goes in front of the goal. Stapleton moved in fast when there seemed to be a little indecision on it. The puck goes to center ice, and the Soviet regrouping. Mihailov, 13, comes up, weaving a bit, passes on that right wing. They're still using their passing play to perfection. It's a bumping duel there on the far side with Blinov bumping into 2 Canadian players. From the side, it goes back to the net. Canada covers. Bill White rushing into the corner. Failed to drive it out. They recover again. The pass is knocked down. And Parisi rushes over, shoots it down the ice. Barnoyer is now out there with Mahavlich as they cleared it down the ice with 39 seconds left.
Foster, the hitting down on that ice has got to be as heavy as I've ever seen. It's good, clean, hard hockey, and I know that both teams are feeling it a little as this period comes to a close, but it's been good, clean hockey so far. The sticks haven't come up. The referees so far have the game in good control, and as long as they're consistent, I don't think anybody can fault them so far.
They're changing very frequently. Sometimes they wait for a complete line, then they'll send out 1 and 2 men to move in there on an opportunity. Shadron is going to take the face-off for the Soviet. He got the draw. Canada intercept. A long pass over on that far side to Parisi on the left wing. Gilbert is standing in front. Esposito trying to dig it out. Esposito cutting back. Still has that puck, number 7 for Canada. Centered in front. Gilbert recovers, couldn't get a shot away, and it's Yakushev taking a forward pass, one man back. Yakushev going in, was ridden off, made the pass, rolls in front, and a great roller shot of the net is grabbed there with Bill White down by with the goalkeeper Esposito, and it was a great play there by that Yakushev.
That puck is lying about 2 inches from the goal line. When Bill Stapleton, or Pat Stapleton, picks up his pads, you'll see exactly where it is. I think what he's done is got his skate stuck in there. He can't get up yet, but that puck was right under his shin pad, and that's what a goaltender needs, a little help. He needs those defensemen coming right back to the goal if he has to.
Yes, he had Bill White and two right in the net there to cover up. Face off at the Canadian blue line. 3 seconds left as the puck goes in, and it's the Afghan goes back behind the goal, and the period ends. And the players getting a tremendous cheer from the crowd, particularly from the Canadian contingent, who are really hooping it up there, flags waving in all directions, and they're really having a ball. With the score, Canada won, and the Soviets no score. This is Game 5 from Moscow. The two teams are out on the ice now. They're just skating around, and in that first period, which is exceedingly well played, there were 2 penalties, one to Canada and one to the Soviet. Ellis for tripping for Canada at 3:49, and Harlamov at 12:25 for the Soviets for slashing. 1 goal scored, that by Canada. Parisi scoring from Perot and Gilbert at 15:30 of the first period. So Canada leads 1-0, but it's a tight hockey game, and it's extremely well played.
Foster, so far Canada's shown the great composure and the poise that these professionals can demonstrate, and which they are demonstrating here tonight. It's so important in a game like this, and Tony Esposito and those 2 goal posts have been enough to stop several good Soviet chances, and Canada has come out with a 1-0 lead, and I think we're in for some more great hockey.
Well, Brian, I think it's been very noticeable that the great success of the Soviet team in the series in Canada has been their pattern passing plays, and yet in this game so far, it's kind of boomeranged on them, and that they've had 3 or 4 great chances that have been more or less spoiled by that extra pass.
That combined with the fact that Team Canada and the forecheckers and the backcheckers are staying just a little bit closer than they were in the earlier games, and they're nullifying that 1 extra pass.
Now they're getting ready with Cournoyer going over on the right wing, Perot at center ice, and Peter Mahavlich on the left wing for Canada. Blinov, number 9, has the puck. Mihailov missed his pass. Peter Mahavlich starts over that line. Going in on the Soviet line, was stopped on the defense by Sagankov. Blinov goes racing up, was way offside on the play, but it was a rather delayed whistle. But it was called and brought back for a face-off outside Canada's blue line. He's instructing the other official that it's on the other blue line. And Harry Sinden was going to say something about it, but he didn't have to. A long shot at Tretiak. Soviets cleared that puck right on the Perot's stick. Perot comes right in, standing right in front of the net. Cournoyer goes into the corner after a loose puck. Cournoyer plays it over to Pat Stapleton as the Canadian defense play up. Stapleton is covered in the corner. They're shoving each other quite a bit. Kuskin lost it to Perot, who centered it, intercepted, a 2-man break for the Soviet, a pass on the left wing, closing in on that side, and a slider went wide of the net off the pass of Esposito. A return rush failed to materialize there, as the Canadian player Perot was weaving in there beautifully, but he lost control near the Soviet line.
We didn't see much of Perot in Canada, but there's no question that he's been a great addition to this club so far. in a game like this where there's a lot of skating room, he handles the puck well, he knows how to play the puck control, and that's all important on a big ice surface.
They keep changing lines here. Now they've made 2 changes all at once, so I guess they'll have this question of home ice again if they keep on changing. Esposito finally ends up at center ice for Canada. Parise on the left side, Gilbert on the right. Liapkin, the defense player, took a long shot at Esposito. Parise goes back to the net, 22. He's been the spark plug for the Canadian club, getting that first goal. It's now over the line with Gilbert being knocked over on the play by Luzhniki. Parise knocked it back to the net. Yakushev shot it right back into the corner. Liapkin, the defense player, had his pass blocked. Here's a shot. Tretiak stopped that one. He hardly saw it in time, and he hurt himself on the play. It seemed to hurt his shoulder. On that far wing, Liapkin was skated off. Canada take over, starting back with a long pass from Gilbert. Goes astray, and it's on the offside.
Even though that was an offside pass, what Canada's doing now is something that they couldn't do it in Canada because the rink is so much smaller, but they're using all of the ice that they have. And Jean-Paul Parise is a great example of a hockey player who knows how to play the wing exceptionally well. He's taking advantage of that extra 6 feet that he has on his side of the rink, and they're passing those rink-wide passes, and that means that there's a lot of skating involved in this game.
Tretiak is getting a patch on his chin, where apparently that puck bounced off his shoulder and came up and hit him on the chin and cut him a bit. You could tell at first he looked as if he was going to fall, but he held his ground and then waited for the offside call and then skated over to the bench where he's being patched up now. Tretiak was clipped there by that shot that bounced off his shoulder, and now he's skating back while the other players wait for him. Tretiak is skating right back to his goal. Face-off will be at the other end. Just inside the Canadian blue line, Maltsev will take the face-off. Now they're still waiting for Tretiak to get his gloves on. They're all set, and the puck is dropped. It slides to Bergman. Gary Bergman goes in back to his own goal, played it on the right wing, down the far side for Ellis, on the right side with Henderson trailing with Clark. They go into the corner, Maltsev squeezing his man out. It's shot around on the boards to Harlamov, who passes to the defense player, to Gankov, over onto that wing. Park was right on top of him, and they have lots of room on that ice. A quick pass at center ice. Henderson going in with a pass to Park. Park fanned on his shot, gets it off the board, centered it, the shot was on, and the play is called with Sagantov knocking Park over as he was right in front of the net.
Brad Park made a tremendous effort there, and he combined with Ronnie Ellis. They almost got themselves a goal. Tretiak caught the puck. Park came out from in front, knocked him. The puck fell down, and they almost had a goal.
2 minutes and 31 seconds played in the second period. 1-0 for Canada. And the pass to Clark, who spikes right in front. He goes! Clark just pulled his way right in. And Tretiak couldn't stop that shot from Clark.
A great individual effort by Bobby Clark. He drives for the net. He holds off the check. And at the last moment, he throws the puck right between Tretiak's legs. What we'll see here, as we saw in the first goal, this is something Tretiak didn't do in Canada, but he's getting himself well back in the goal crease, and as a result, he's leaving a lot of empty net, and Canada's taken advantage of it twice. We can see Clark drive right in here. Now look at him fend off the check right between Tretiak's legs. Great individual effort by Bobby Clark.
Canadian goal scored by Bobby Clark, number 28. Assist Paul Henderson, number 19.
2:36. Bobby Clark making it 2-0 for Canada. And it was a well-merited play by the center player who got that puck from the face-off, just bowled his way right out in front of the net and then fired in close. On the face-off, Canada coming again on the left wing, and the puck went over into the Canadian bench. Esposito is now at center ice.
Buster brings up a point here. I mentioned that Tretiak is getting caught back in the net. The one big difference over here for a goaltender is they work off a different goal crease. In Europe and in the Soviet Union, it's a circular goal crease, and in Canada, of course, it's rectangular.
Parisi and Gilbert are on the wings for Canada. Stealing on the defense with Lapointe as they shoot the puck into the Soviet zone. Luzhniki cleared it forward at center ice. Canada leading 2-0. Parisi going in on a cleared pass that's called for icing. They have 2 minutes and 57 seconds played of the second period, with the Canadian team playing heads-up hockey and sticking right to their checks almost at every move, so that they have the Soviets off balance on most of their chances. The face-off will be to the right of the Soviet goal. Petrov is now going to face off with Rattel, Cornwallis on the right wing, Frank Mahovlich on the left. Here's Mahovlich, what's behind him? A quick break, a 3-man break to center ice. A roller goes off a stick, and Canada clears out to center. Kuska, number 4 for the Soviet, turns at center ice, took a long shot off the board. It's cleared by Sealing. Sealing to the right wing, up over the line. A long pass goes bouncing in on the defense. Gusev stopping it, and it's rolled on the offside.
Because of the big ice surface, Foster, so far the Soviets have not been able to send 2 forecheckers in. Of course, if they continue to stay behind in this game, I would think that by the latter part of this period, and as we go into the third period, that the Soviets will begin to send 2 men into forecheck to get puck control. But on a big ice surface, you can't afford to get 2 men trapped because there's just too much ice for the other team to come back up the ice.
Esposito now at center ice with Gilbert on the right wing, Parisi on the left. Sealing is on the far defense, Lapointe on the left side. Canada in white. Ready for the face-off outside the Soviet zone. Esposito knocked the puck to the side. It rolls right back into the Soviet zone. Tretiak cleared it to the corner. 2-0 for Canada in this second period. Early Park, Yakushev down the right side. It rolls right to Esposito, cleared to the corner. Puck is covered against the boards, recovered by Shadron, and it's knocked right back in the corner. Martinuk is out there, the new player for the Soviet, and Lapointe takes it back in the net, lobs it on the right side. They skate to center ice, and the puck is intercepted again by the Soviet. It's Martinuk coming in, pass back, and it's intercepted, cleared out over the line. Canadian player was knocked down on the play. The Soviets come racing back. Here's Martinuk on this side, and he couldn't get it off the board. Luzhniki played it to the far wing, gets it returned to him at the Soviet blue line. Over on the right side to Martinuk. He's blocked on the board. Shadron trying to come in. A slider knocked back to Esposito. Esposito skates out to his own blue line. 4 Canadians up at center. They drive it into the corner. Luzhniki recovers back of the net for the Soviets. Pass on the wing. They're coming up at center ice. And it's offside as Lyapkin, the defense player, went in with a teammate ahead of him. With the score, Canada 2 and the Soviets no score. This is Game 5 from Moscow. From the face-off, the puck goes back to Stapleton, cleared over to Bill White. He shoots it out over his own line. It's brought right back in by Wolfshev, who gets the shot, and it's stopped. And Harlamov goes into the corner. He's been watched very closely. nicely. Back at the blue line, another rolling right to the side. Bill White goes into the corner. They're crowding the Canadian team at this stage. They're trying to put the pressure on, keeping them in their own zone.
One thing that Team Canada has done here again that they didn't do in Canada, and it's all important in this type of hockey. They're making the hit, but they're not getting tied up in the corners.
Montsev facing off, knocked the puck to Bill White, who shot it out to center ice. Henderson couldn't get away on that wing. Clark and Ellis are out on the wings with him. It's in on that side for Harlamoff. Back to the blue line, and it's intercepted by Canada. Three-man break. Henderson going up with Clark, and they were stopped as he got to the line. Here's a mix-up being called with Ellis and Harlamoff, and it looks as if the two of them are going to go off for slashing. So it's a double penalty. Ellis of Canada, and that's two penalties for Ellis in this game. And Harlamoff, and that's his second penalty of the game.
The one thing about Ellis, he's got the biggest job in the rink, and that's to hold Valerie Harlamoff off the scoreboard, and he's doing a terrific job so far, even though he has had to take two penalties in order to do that job. But Ellis has his hands full, Foster, out there trying to keep him intact.
5:38 is the time of the penalty. They're playing five-a-side now as Stapleton tried to feed it. Another cleared pass to Stapleton. Got out to center ice. They're five-a-side, 2-0 for Canada. Gusev lets Mihailov go in back of his own goal, 13. He's stopped right in front of the goal by Cornwallis, who went right in there close and had a shot, but he didn't seem to get that drive away solidly. Another pass from Cornwallis. Back to Cornwallis again, and he works right in, combining with Rattel, who's out there trying to kill off the penalty. Petrov goes in 16 for the Soviets. Bill White stopped him. It's Rattel shooting it into the corner, held against the boards by Petrov. The puck is out to Stapleton. Stapleton over to Rattel at center ice, and Stapleton couldn't get the return pass. Cornwallis for Canada playing it over to Bill White. Bill White now with Perreault ahead of him, number 33. They shoot it over the line. Stapleton couldn't get away. Now a break down the right side for Mihailov. He passes it to Petrov, and a great save there by Tony Esposito when he went down to block the real drive. Now a break for Canada. Up to center ice. Cornwallis going up with a pass to Perreault. It's right in front, and the pass went astray, and they missed their chance. Another drive not well out. Cornwallis was all in when he returned to the bench after that effort. Peter Mahovlich gets the pass back to Perreault, who tried to drive one. Down Perreault right in front of the net, and the shot was stopped by Trutchak. The team hurt full strength. Another pass in front, as Canada presses now. Ellis shooting it in back of the net. Perreault centered in front, and it goes to the far wing. They're still trying to get it to position. There's a hook on that play. Peter Mahovlich keeps that puck in, laid it into the corner, and the Canadian team are passing that puck very nicely. Harlamoff now comes down the right side for the Soviets. He was checked, and now they're watching him. Bergman got a piece of him, and Bergman is going to get a penalty. Likely for a cross check. Bergman with the score, Canada 2 and the Soviets no score. This is game 5 from Moscow. From the face-off, the puck comes back to the Canadian blue line. It rolls off a skate, And it's knocked out to center ice. 2-0 for Canada. And Canada a man short. Park trying to cover his man. It comes bouncing off the boards on a shot that's way wide. Maltsev is covered on the boards. Sakankov couldn't keep it in. And it's back to center ice. Maltsev, number 10. A drop pass for Vikolov. Vikolov clear over to the line. On the far corner, then back to the blue line to Luzhniki. Into the corner, they weaving passing plays right in front of the net. Goes to the side, Petrov with Vikolov. Now another bouncer and shot down the ice by the Canadian team. Bergman is still on. Now the Hovland steps on the ice. Esposito out there with them. As the Soviets send 3 men over the line, pass back to the blue line, a drop pass. Here's their shot from the side, it buzzed on the wing. And the Canadian team cover Esposito. Down with Mahavlich ahead of him. Mahavlich races into the corners, overskated the puck. Soviets tried a long pass. The puck rolls back to Sakankov, and Mikhailov is waiting for his pass. Mikhailov for the Soviet is stopped. Here's Sagankov to center ice for the Soviet. Over the line, a drop pass. He hangs on to it. Petrov lost it, got it again. Petrov over to Luzhniki. Luzhniki into the corner, back to the blue line. Here's a shot, deflected. It's wide of the net. Mikhailov recovers again. Back to Luzhniki. A shot and another save. Rolling in front of the net. Canada recovers. Mahavlich shoots it down the ice. Bergman is still off and gets back on the ice. So Canada weathered that storm, leading 2-0 with 9:39 left in the period. Puck is at center ice. Harlamov stepped down the ice to take part, and it was offside with Mikhailov going in ahead of him.
Offside.
10:29 left. Played in the second period with Canada leading 2-0. Goals by Parisi in the first period and by Clark in the second.
Canada killed that penalty very, very well, Foster. The Soviets were putting tremendous pressure on the 2 defensemen by standing right on the corner of the goal crease. Tony Esposito helped his defenseman by helping push the Soviet players out of the way, and our forwards came back and picked up the puck and cleared it down the ice on several occasions. A good penalty-killing effort.
All ready for the face-off at the Canadian blue line. The puck goes to center ice, and the Soviets in possession. Skate over the line. Here's a shot right on, and it's grabbed by Tony Esposito on a nice hard drive, in that case, by Martinuk. Number 29, the new addition to the Soviet team. He didn't make the trip to Canada.
Tony Esposito comes right out, cuts down the angle, and makes a routine save.
All ready for the face-off. Soviets playing every man up. The team's at full strength. Canada leading 2-0. A pass grabbed off by Gilbert, coming up with Peter Mahavlich. He's given a jolt by Luzhniki. Goes into the corner. Martinuk was given a bump back on the net. And the Soviets start back at center. Yakushev got his pass across. And the pass went astray as Shadrin failed to cover up. Into the corner. They're jamming there. Shadrin tried to pass back of the goal. Canada recovers. A shot against the boards. Perreault couldn't get out. The Soviet get it again, and the pass is recovered by Canada. Perreault played a long one over on that right wing to Gilbert, too far, and it's called for icing, and is being brought back into the Canadian zone to the right of Esposito, and another complete change of players. And they've played 11 minutes and 24 seconds of the second period. 2-0 for Canada. Parisi and Clark being the marksman. The face-off, that was a close one. as Mikulov let that shot go from the face-off. Soviets keep that puck in, only to have it knocked out at center. Harlamov turning back at his own blue line, fed it to center ice, intercepted by Stealing. A long shot, a bouncer. Tretiak cleared into the corner. Henderson, Ellis, and Clark out there with Ragulin, the defense player, number 5, covering on the play. With the score, Canada 2, and the Soviets don't score. This is Game 5 from Moscow. Henderson scored for Canada to make it 3-0 at 11:58 on a close-in play around the net. So Canada now leads 3-0. Henderson being in on that goal, getting it in from close in around the net. Now the Soviets coming back. They're down 3-0, and they're almost dismayed by this power of the Canadian team. Frank Mahovlich lobbed the pass and got back at center ice. Stealing clipped it up over the line, and Gusev goes in back of the Soviet goal, played it out in front of the net. Mahovlich left it there for Rattel right in front of the goal. Oh, that was close. As Cornwallis was right in front of the net too, he left the shot go, but he was acting as a screen.
This is something that Canada is doing tonight so well. They are beating the Soviets in their own end. Bobby Clark, Paul Henderson, Ron Ellis, just before that goal, Clark went right in, trapped the puck along the boards, right off the face-off. Henderson parked himself in front of the net. Tretiak made a first good save, and then Henderson buried the puck to make it 3-0. Terrific forechecking by Team Canada.
Lapointe, I believe, got the assist on Henderson's scoring play at 11:58. The puck is right in the Soviet zone. Canada leading 3-0. Had a quick break down the far wing. Bergman is getting back to cover. Goes in back of the goal. Cleared it on the side. Parisi failed to get away. He dumped the Soviet player, Martinuk. But the play goes right on. Now Bergman going in back of the goal. Stands there. Cleared it on the far side. It shot over on the far wing. Cleared up to center ice. Esposito couldn't get past center. It's carried up over on the right wing. And it's knocked down and cleared out by Shadron. Canada again come again. And the pass is knocked down. Down this far side, Martinuk was shot. Had his shot, but it hit a leg. And the puck is carried back by Yakushev. Yakushev in on the right wing. He cut in on the boards, was upset on the play, and the referee called the play. And the face-off is going to be to the left of the Canadian goal.
Coming up at the second intermission, some highlights from Team Canada's games in Stockholm, Sweden.
Ready for the face-off on the rim of the circle outside the, just by the Canadian goal, inside the blue line. Canada leading 3-0. The last goal by Henderson from Lapointe at 11:58. It was from a scramble in front of the goal. Now then from the far side, they're in the corner. Soviet trying to get center out in front. They're forced in back of the net. Going in back there, Harlamov cleared to Maltsev, who had to go back for it. He shoots it into the corner. Harlamov hit the side of the net. It bounces in front, and the Canadian player caught it. Ricci threw it ahead, and it was called by the referee. Canada led 1-0 at the end of the first period, and have added 2 goals in this second period, and have 5:28 left in the second period. The face-off, Stapleton cleared to center ice. Raglan fed to center. And another Canadian rush coming in. Henderson on the left side, stopped. centered it. Clark was in too far. Bill White gets his shot, and it goes into the corner. Clark digging that puck back to the blue line. Bill White centered it to Henderson. Henderson's pass goes to the corner. Ellis waits in front, and a shot by Clark. Just went wide of the corner there as they stormed around that Soviet goal. Soviet to Gankov, over to Vikolov. Vikolov was skated off, and Henderson gets a break alone. They're all trying to get back. Henderson shoots, and he missed the net and went in heavily against the board and was hurt on the play. Play goes right on with Henderson lying on the ice. He went in head first on the boards and was well shaken up on the play.
If there was ever an advertisement for a helmet, Paul Henderson has to be one right there. If he hadn't had that helmet on, he would have been hurt seriously.
With the score, Canada 3 and the Soviets no score. This is Game 5 from Moscow.
Paul Henderson, as he comes in here on the goal, he gets turned around trying to make the shot. He slides into the boards, and he's completely helpless. He can't get turned around to protect himself. The two shoulder blades hit, snaps his head back, and without a helmet on, no matter how badly he might be hurt now, and we hope he isn't, certainly, but no matter how badly he might be hurt, without a helmet on, it would have been very serious, because his head snapped right back, and he had absolutely no protection. I doubt very much, Foster, whether there'll be a penalty on that. It was not really a dirty play or an intentional play. When Paul fell down, he had no means to protect himself as he slid into the boards. Now up on his feet, Dr. Jim Murray of Toronto out there helping him leave the ice. And he's being assisted by one of the trainers, Frank Mahovlich, and Rod Sealing.
This is the kind of a game, though, that the Canadian fans expected to see in Canada and were disappointed. It's unfortunate that the Canadian team finally started to click here because while they're still seeing it, they had a great chance there in Canada when the Canadian team just couldn't get rolling, but they certainly seem to be doing it now.
We might mention to the Canadian viewers that these games can be seen again, tape delayed in Canada tonight at 10 o'clock local time on these same stations.
4 minutes and 29 seconds left in the second period, and Paul Henderson has been taken to the dressing room, but he went out more or less under his own steam.
Paul Henderson will be very difficult to replace because he's been playing exceptional hockey for Team Canada. What Harry Sinder will be trying to do now is to get a player who can fill in for him as opposed to trying to replace him.
Rattel is now at center for Canada. Frank Mahovlich on the left wing, and Cornwallier on the right. Bill White clears the puck to one side of the Soviet goal. Kuskin is trying to get out. Kuskin comes down with a pass on the right wing that was missed, and the Soviets are a bit rattled by the play of the Canadian team. Their passing plays have not been clicking because they've been hit and have been skated off at times, and the Canadian team have really skated right with the Soviets all through. In fact, at times, they've had more speed. Back to center ice. The puck is still loose. Shot over the line. Bill White drives it back. Mahovlich's pass was deflected by Kuskin, and Kuskin got it to Mihailov. Mihailov now is up to center ice, keeps on going. Bill White comes over to cover him in the corner. The puck goes to Blinov, who passed in front. Petrov took his shot and it went high and missed the net. The Soviets pressing again. Mihailov comes in front of the net. He didn't get a pass as Blinov was too well covered. Rattel to Cornwallier. Cornwallier cleared into the corner. Mahovlich tapped it. It's on the side. Canada still in possession. Rattel was blocked against the boards. LaPointe came up to help. And the play is stopped with 3:08 left in the second period. 3-0 for Canada.
The Canadians have certainly made the adjustment to the big ice surface. They're actually taking advantage of the big ice surface better than the Soviets are so far in this game. Another thing that Canada's doing better than the Soviets tonight is they are getting away with sending two men into forecheck, and it's actually resulted in their goals.
Parisi to Esposito, shooting wide. Gilbert on the right. And a player change. Luzhniki working from the corner for the Soviets. Cleared it over to Anderson, who's out there for the first time. He's one of the kid line, which isn't in being tonight. Here's a pass in front of the goal, and the drive went wide as Luzhniki let it go. Down the far side for Esposito. Lyapkin turned him around. Luzhniki cleared it on the wing. Yakushev gets turned around himself. Luzhniki, number 3, played it out to the blue line. Shadron cleared it forward. Addison was stopped, and the puck is knocked at center with Bill Esposito being hooked on that play by Shadron, but the play goes right on. A roller. Bill Esposito missed it. A 3-man break for the Soviets. Anderson couldn't get the pass, but it was offside as Yakushev, 15, went over the line in advance of the play. 2:12 left in the second period. Canada leading 3-0. Goals by Parisi, Clark, and Henderson. And Henderson was injured on that play 2 or 3 minutes ago.
Foster, it's great to see this happen, really, because I think a lot of people in Canada got the wrong impression about the Soviets, that they were invincible when they played that team unit, because Canada's disrupted the team unity, and they now have good control of this game.
A pass by Bergman was blocked. Now they're trying it again. It's intercepted in the corner. Centered out in front. Maltsev shoots. Oh, and a great save. Another great save by Esposito. And he's breaking their hearts with his saves when they do get good chances. Another pass is blocked by Park to Clark. Over on the right side is center ice. Tipped back to Peter Mahavlich, who took the long shot at Fitjak. 1 minute and 34 seconds left. 3-0 for Canada in the second period. Clark over on the far wing. Ellis getting a drive wide. Now Peter Mahavlich went bang into a defense player, and they both bounced off each other. 1:18 remaining in the second period. 3-0 for Canada.
Have to comment on Tony Esposito's goaltending so far. It's absolutely imperative in a series like this, which could be the equivalent of the Stanley Cup playoffs, that you have hot goaltending, and Esposito is hot tonight.
Clark facing off with Petrov. Clark got the draw. Park took a long shot, and Gusev is trying to clear from the corner. He played it over out of the right wing. Quick pass on the side, and Bergman bumped Leanoff, knocked him over. Peter Mahavlich let a hard shot go that Fitjak stopped, and the Soviets are wavering a bit under this Canadian pressure. And they've walked into a fair number of lusty bumps.
It was interesting there. Gary Bergman gave Leanoff a tremendous body check, a good, clean, hard hip check. Leanoff fell down, and you'd think he was one of the Swedish players. He was rolling around on the ice looking for the referee. In fact, Dahlberg, a Swedish referee, stood right behind him and said, "Not this time, Mr. Leanoff."
Petrov, number 16, will face off for the Soviet with Rattel for Canada. They got the draw to center ice. It's loose, and Mahavlich, Frank Mahavlich to Cornwallis, overstated the puck. Mihailov going down that right wing, gets over the line, chased into the corner by Bill White, squeezed there. Rattel shot it on the boards out to center ice, and the Canadian team are clearing better too all the time. It's over on the right side, a long shot by Petrov, goes into the corner. Bill White plays it down the boards. It's going right down with 22 seconds left in the second period.
If Team Canada get out of this second period with this 3-0 lead, I certainly hope that Coach Harry Sinden has them continue on exactly the way they're playing. Don't go into a defensive shell, because if you give the Soviets 1 inch, they're liable to take a mile against you, and Canada to date has dominated this game. They've exerted good puck control, they've had tremendous goaltending, and they've been able to move the puck up the ice, something that they couldn't do all that well in Canada.
Petrov is facing off for the Soviet to the left of the Canadian goal. Stapleton, the defenseman, clears it off on the right side. It's carried up there at center ice by Ellis, who's weaving quite a bit, and then shoots it over the line. Ellis Clark and Frank Mahovlich are out there. So this is while Henderson is on the injured list. Up to center ice. The play is called. Bill White threatens his Blinoff, knocked him down, or rather just shoved him. Blinoff just went down very easily, and that was the first sign of any ructions in the game. With the score, Canada 3 and the Soviets no score. This is Game 5 from Moscow. All right, at the end of that second period, White and Blinoff had a mix-up along the boards, and at the 20-minute mark, they gave them a double penalty. So that now White is off for Canada, Blinoff is off for the Soviets. They start in this third and last period with Canada leading 3-0. And as you know, they play the first 10 minutes of the third period and then change ends. From the face-off, the puck goes back to the Soviet blue line. Soviets to the right, Canada to the left. They're playing 5 aside. A lob pass was knocked down by Cornwallier. Park coming back to the blue line. Petrov covering him. Bergman pulled away to center ice. It's a deflection into the crowd, into that Canadian section, and the face-off is called back to center ice.
The key to this game for Team Canada will be if they can continue to take the game to the Soviets. They've been doing it all night, and they've been winning while they've been doing it.
From the face-off, the draw recovered. Mihailov takes the pass, got it back again, but passed right outside into the center area. So there's typical of the passing plays of the Soviets that aren't just clicking like they did in Canada. Mihailov gets his shot away, and Esposito just covered the angle perfectly away outside the crease.
Terrific save by Esposito because that was a high-rising shot, and as you said, Foster, he came right out, cut down the angle. There was nothing to shoot at for the Russian forward except Tony Esposito, because Esposito was absolutely assured that all the men in front of the net were covered by his own men.
As you notice, the goal crease is circular here, and that was supposed to be a disadvantage to the Canadian goalkeepers, but you can't prove it by what you see here. Slider comes out to the blue line. Ragulin getting a chance. The shot is knocked down at the defense by Sealing, but not out. Harlamov coming in fast, walks right in, and again, Tony Esposito came to the rescue. The Soviets keep the pressure on. They're keeping it in there. 5 aside. Here's a shot. Zagankov shot it wide. Vikolov was checked. Now another try. Raglan getting it to Vikolov. He centered it. Intercepted by Clark. Given to Ellis. Cleared back to Sealing. Sealing lobbed it over onto the left boards to center ice. And it rolls to Zagankov. Zagankov down the far wing at center for the Soviet. Vikolov with him. Missed the pass. From the corner, Ellis failed to get out when Harlamov stopped him, but Ellis tapped the puck out on his chance. Zagankov goes in on that far wing. They're watching him. They just let him go. Harlamov takes the pass over to Ragulin. Ragulin shoots, and it's away wide of the target. It bounces right back to the blue line. Zagankov missed with his pass, and Canada recover. Pass on the left wing to the point. The point overskated the puck. Here's the break for Vikolov going in alone, right in on goal, and he waited too long. And they checked him before he got his drive on the net. The puck is up over the line, and the teams are now at full strength. 3-0 for Canada. They've played just on 3 minutes of this third period. Long shot, and Bill Esposito let one go that Tretiak had to be fast on. Canada still trying to dig that puck out from the corner. Intercepted by Anderson. Anderson going to center ice with Yakushev trailing. Yakushev follows through. And again, Tony Esposito stuck his leg out and covered that one. Canada trying to clear the puck out. Pass over on that far wing to Parisi. With Gilbert and Phil Esposito. They shoot it into the Soviet zone. Liapkin goes back to recover. the defense player. Now they're starting back again with Addison on that far side. Checks on the play, but the puck goes loose. Knocked back to the goal. Yakushev is trying to dig it out. It was blocked. Canadians still trying to get that out. Yakushev centered it back. Here's a shot by Luzhniki that was off the target. Long pass on the far wing. Frank Mahovlich couldn't get up, but it's covered there by Cournoyer. And the puck was way off the side on the play.
One thing that Team Canada cannot do in this period is go into a shell. The only way they're going to be able to nullify the extra pressure that the Soviets are going to put on them to try to get back into this game is by just turning right around and taking the game back up the ice to the Soviet end. If the Canadian defense starts to back in, if the forwards start to play too much defensively, they're going to get a lot of trouble in their own end.
From the face-off, the puck is shot out over the line. Cournoyer trying to get loose there. Luskin covered him, cleared it back to the net. Cournoyer centers one to Mahovlich, who tapped it as he moved right in front of the goal. And Frank Mahovlich missed another good chance there with the help of Cournoyer.
And that's where the game's going to be won, Foster, right in front of Mr. Tretiak. Frank Mahovlich steps out from behind the net. Tries to jam it through Tretiak's pads, but can't do it.
All ready for the face-off. Cournoyer moves out of position on the first move. It's recovered by Kuskin. Number 4 for the Soviet. A quick pass to center ice. One man back. Petrov getting it back to Klinov. Right in front of shot. He scores! Klinov. Corner after Esposito has had to make the move. And that will stir up the Soviets to a supreme effort.
Pat Stapleton had been beaten at the blue line. Tony Esposito gambles and lost. He tries to come out, wide out and make a poke check. Klinov very alertly hangs onto the puck, goes by, and slips the puck into the net. The Soviets are back in the game.
That makes the score 3-1 for Canada, and may revive the Soviet hope. The time of the goal was 3:34. And Klinov made a real move on it. Puck is knocked for the face-off over the Canadian line. Ellis was stopped on the first try. Then Mikulov recovers going into the corner. Puck goes back to the net. Maltsev dumps the pass back.
Assist Vladimir Petrov, number 16.
Here's a break down the ice for Clark. Clark going in with a backhand, and his shot was wide. Forced into the corner. A long pass comes up to center right. Mikulov. Back with Harlamov. Harlamov right through. And a great save on the play as Tony Esposito didn't make a move until the right time.
This was a combination of a terrific move by Harlamov to get in there. He kept the puck control. And Tony Esposito came right out and took a shot that he didn't know exactly where it was going to hit him. It came right up in his chest, but he kept track of it. No goal for the Soviets.
Ready for the face-off. 3-1 for Canada. Klinov just putting the first score in for the Soviet at 3:34 of this third period. Bergman is back of the goal. He's out there with Clark. Clark races after the puck. Henderson is back on the ice. And the Soviet player was knocked down by Bergman. It was Maltsev, and he's hurt. Gets up very slowly. A long pass on the right side. Ellis going into the corner. Paul Henderson has returned to the ice for the first time after his injury when he went in the board. A long clearing pass. The Soviets running down Petrov, trying to get away from Bergman, who covered him well. A long pass is knocked down, recovered by Canada. Clark makes a long pass to Henderson. He's in the clear, right into the goal. He just scores! Henderson from Clark. A beautiful setup play by Clark. And Henderson came back from his injury to score his second goal of the night.
Here's why it's so important to headman the puck. Henderson was breaking on his wing. He had a lot of ice. Bobby Clark puts a dump pass way up into the middle. Henderson skates on top of it and walks in all alone and drills another goal by Tretiak. You notice Tretiak backs up into the net a little bit, right between his legs. Now look at this pass. Henderson now cuts back in the middle, get a good angle, and he got Tretiak backing up into the net.
Friendly face-off. Canada now leading 4-1. Get that ball back very quickly. A return right with Dealing, shooting it wide of the goal, and it falls on the offside.
Foster on that goal, and it's about the third time out of the 4 goals that Canada scored against Tretiak. They're getting him backing into the goal too much. If Tretiak were to come out, hold his pads together, he could cut down the angle, but he's backing in, he's spreading his pads out a little bit, and he's leaving openings right between the middle, and we're taking advantage of them.
4:47 left in the first 10 minutes of play. Buck his shot out over the blue line. Now Phil Esposito going down fast. Drove one. Tretiak deflected it against the screen. With the score, Canada 4, the Soviets 1. This is Game 5 from Moscow. The puck is in the Canadian zone. It's cleared to the blue line. Then out. Down the right side. Esposito going in ahead. Here's a shot. And Tretiak had to be good on that. They keep it in with a driving shot in front of the net. Esposito had a chance there, but he couldn't get set. Soviets cleared out of center ice. Canada coming right back. Canada leading 4-1. And the Soviet with Luzhniki, number 3, clearing to center ice. Petrov missed it. And the Canadian team played it safe by clearing the puck right back to the Soviet line. Soviet coming again at center ice. That last goal by Henderson kind of put the Soviet fire out. Puck is back in the Soviet zone. And they're starting to move again with a long clearing pass on the right side. Blinov goes into the corner, centered in front. It's deflected right back to the blue line, but not out. White goes in with Lapointe, who covers. Cornwallier rushes into the corner, shoots it down the ice, and it'll be called for icing when Cornwallier played it safe and got rid of it.
Foster for Henderson. That was his second goal in a row to make it 4-1 for Canada. And that line of Clark, Henderson, and Ellis have accounted for 3 of the 4 goals so far. And it just goes to prove that if you stick with a line as a unit, they'll start to score for you.
Ready for the face-off in the Canadian zone. 4-1 for Canada. With Canada setting the pace right through. Cornwallier went rushing out there, but the pass went astray. Blinov, number 9, played it back to Petrov at 16. Over on that wing too far. And the Canadian team recover again. Frank Mahovlich goes over the line. Backhanded a pass that goes into the corner. It's cleared over on the left wing to Blinov, who's not in motion. Blinov shot it ahead at center, and he's ridden off Petrov by White. A long pass to Mahovlich was offside and brought back to the Canadian blue line. And Gusev and Frank Mahovlich did a little shoving on their own.
So far, this has been by far the best effort by Team Canada as a team. Everybody's playing well. They're all coming back. They're all forechecking. And Foster, I think this so far has been a considerably better game from a technical point of view than the 4-1 win that they had in Canada.
It just has about everything. 2:29 left in the first half of the third period. Canada leading 4-1. A pass at center ice is intercepted by Maltsev. Ahead to Harlamov. He stopped before he could get over the line. And it's the Canadian checking that is doing the damage to the Soviet club. Tretiak caught that long one on his tender shoulder, and he kind of whiffed when it went near his chin.
What Team Canada is doing at this stage of the game, which is so critical to their play, is that by forcing the Soviets, they're nullifying their offensive attack.
Clark, Henderson, and Ellis out there now as the line for Canada. Have 2 minutes and 3 seconds left in the first half of this third period. 4-1 for Canada, and the puck is recovered by Henderson. He lost it again. It goes down that far side. Stapleton batted it down baseball style. Zagankov is trying to center it. It rolls off to the side with Mikola. Here's Ragland getting his shot. It went off a skate. White goes into the corner. Took the Soviet player in, lost the puck. Maltsev back to the net. Maltsev coming in front. Here's he gets his shot. Drive was wide. A very clever play by Maltsev. Canadian team cleared out to Henderson at center ice. Going in on that left wing, the pass is blocked. He lost it. Mikola overskated and shot right up. And Henderson tried to deflect it, but deflected it wide. Puck slides out with the Soviets clear to center ice. Bill White getting back to cover. At center ice, Shadron shot it back into his own zone. Shadron gets it again at center ice. Stopped. Yakushev took a drive. It went wide. Yakushev again took it off the board. Centered it. A long shot.
This is why every coach should have his forwards practice a tip-in. Anderson parked what I thought would be out of position, puts the puck right back between his legs. Tony Esposito didn't have a chance on it. Good point shot from the point, and then a tip-in by Anderson. That was Anderson from Liapka. We see it here. They set up control. It goes back to the defenseman, and Anderson another scoring play is right in down the first front. Soviet team rushing it, and that was scored by Shadron, number 19, and it puts the Soviet right back in the game. Shadron came rushing in, got a perfect pass, and it was in the net almost before the Canadians could get set. And that makes it 4-3 for Canada. The Soviets have been known to score in bunches, and Canada might just be letting them off the hook right here. They have to come back fast. 13 seconds left in the first half of the third period. 4-3 now for the Canada. And the puck comes back. Luzhniki had it shot, and it hit a flag. Now Canada fight back at center ice. Two fast goals by the Soviets. Anderson and Shadron. Mihailov comes up over the line. Petrov right in. And the shot went wide. They jam against the board. Right in front again. And Dusek shot wide. And the Canadian team are a bit taken by that last play. The quick one up over the line. Up to center ice. Esposito couldn't get his shot. It's up in front again. Recovered by Klinov. And it's offside on the clearing pass. And the first half is over, and they change ends. With the score, Canada 4 and the Soviets 3. This is game 5 from Moscow. Now the play starts in. They're going up over the line. They've changed ends. The Soviets are now to our left, Canada to the right. The point fired one in front. Here's a shot by Clark that went wide. Soviets trying to get that puck out of their own zone. They're trailing by just one goal now. And here's a mix-up between Zagankov and they're rather incensed over this double penalty that's going to be handled out. The Soviets really came fast there. 9:05, Anderson from Liapkin. And then at 9:47, Shadron romped in to pick the corner. And the bat was in the fire. A double penalty on that play. 5 aside. What the Soviets will probably try to do in this last 10 minutes now that they've come back within one goal is try to use their superb conditioning. They'll be tough along the boards. They'll do a lot of body work, figuring that they'll wear the Canadians down, and they don't care if they have to go almost to the last whistle to either tie it up or win it. So Team Canada has to carry the play to them.
From the face-off, it's the 5 aside now. Luzhniki is skating over onto the left side. Gets to center ice. Sealing blocked him. But the puck goes on into the corner. Shot around back of the net. Soviet player. And they fucked it, kept in there by Peter Mahovlich, who backhanded one. Petriak covered. Now, Perot had a shot. It rolls out back, Sealing covers up, keeping it at center ice. Played it over on the left side to LaPointe. Point is on the defense with Sealing. A cleared pass to Peter Mahovlich. He's trying to go in on Liavkin, who covered him. Liavkin made it over onto the far wing to center ice. Yakuchev coming in with a pass. Jab was stopped. Shot was stopped. And the face-off is going to be called after Sealing had gone down to cover up on that driving shot. 8:32 left in the game.
With the Soviets coming back like this, it just shows how important it is to be mentally prepared to play 60 minutes of hockey. Canada, when they scored that fourth goal, might have just had a little mental lapse there, and in a couple of minutes, right off the bat, they're in a lot of trouble. 3,000 Canadian supporters sound like 16,000. Foster, they're getting a lot of cheering from them.
Larkin stands off private side. The Soviets keeping the pressure on here. Harlamov getting it out to the blue line. There's a long shot. They score! They find the score. Luzhniki shot from the blue line. I don't know whether it was deflected or not. It was Luzhniki fired the shot. Blue line is another Harlamov. I don't know.
I think somebody touched this puck. We might see it on the replay. Gustav let a high rising shot go, and it was deflected up into the top corner on the short side on Tony Esposito. He really didn't have any chance at all on that goal.
Of the second overtime period, of the second half, rather, of the third period. And it's a 4-4 tie. The Soviets showing a tremendous comeback. Now they're coming in again on the wing. Here's right in front of Mihailov, shoots! And his drive was wide. And these three scoring plays by the Soviets have really fired them up. Long pass on the left wing. Mahovlich dropped the pass. It's recovered down the right side for Mihailov. His pass goes to the blue line and out. Puck goes loose. Frank Mahovlich is after it. Lobbed a pass here to Grittel going right in. Oh, and his shot was blocked. And now the teams are at full strength as they bang there in the corner.
Foster, Jean Rattel he's just beside himself. He walked in. Tretiak got a part of it, but it hit the goalpost and went out in behind Tretiak off into the corner. Jean Rattel can't believe that he just missed scoring there. He was in all alone. He let a good shot go. He went by Tretiak, hit the post, and bounced out.
7:27 left of regulation time. 4-4 tie. And Rattel had the chance of a lifetime to break the tie. Now they're coming up again with Yakushev going up over the line. Anderson is on the right side. Goes out in front of the net. Here's the pass. It rolls off to the wing as the Canadians are under pressure. Berkman played it over on the right wing. A long pass on the left side. Parisi took his shot. Luzhniki had to hit his stick. Phil Esposito recovered, centered in front. And the pass was missed. It's out in front again. And it slides right down to the Canadian blue line where Park logged one that hit a skate. Phil Esposito handed it right back and accidentally on the play, but the Canadian team covered and shoot it back. Liavkin for the Soviets. As they change players on the goal, the Soviets are changing. Harlamov is out there again, and a high stick, and they call the play.
We just saw an example there of how the Soviets now are sending two men into forecheck. And any stray pass that is just dumped off is going to be intercepted by them. And then right after that, Mihailov did the same thing, and one of the Canadians came back. But you cannot leave any stray passes because there's going to be someone there to jump on it every time.
6 minutes and 25 seconds remaining in the game. Canada and the USSR are tied 4-4. And at one stage in the game, Canada had a 4-1 lead. It's been a tremendous contest, but the Soviets coming very strongly in the third period. A long pass goes in back of the Canadian goal. It's cleared into the corner. Soviet recover, pass in front, knocked down, and it's brought out by Sealing ahead to Henderson, who's rushing in with Gansov. Sealing went to move up, and then he ends the point, moves back again as the offside is in the Canadian zone. With the score, Canada 4 and the Soviets 4. This is Game 5 from Moscow.
Tony Esposito just saved the game right there for Canada. It looked like a sure goal, trapped completely out of the net. He got the stick back down right on the corner of the post as the Soviet player tried to come around the net and tuck it in the corner.
4-4 tie with 5:41 left in the game, and the Soviets get a draw. There's Gansov shot wide. It's drilled up on the left side. Henderson couldn't get past center. Harlamov played it back to his defense. Tearing over on the left side, and the Soviet passing is good. The drive is wide of the net. Recovered by Clark. Clark is off. Got it back in his own goal. The Soviet recovered. Got right on the goal. It scores! On Sealing. Error there. Lost the puck. And the Soviet have taken the lead by stealing the puck there. And scoring on the like Mikulov that got it.
Number 18, Mikulov, made a good play. They're not going to make any mistakes if you give them the puck. He walked right in, brought the puck to the outside. He caught Tony Esposito trying to do the switch to cover it, and he put it between his legs. Esposito really had no chance on it. The man walked right in on him alone. And now Canada has to dig awfully deep to get back in this game.
5:14 left in the game. Now the Soviet lead for the first time, 5-4. First time. Here's the Soviet coming again. Lenov tried his shot and it was blocked. Cleared out on the left side with Canada's Rattel. Feeding a pass to center to Bill White to Mahovlich. They dump it over the line. Lenov went in back of the net. Here's another chance for Canada. Front away, shoot! They shoot! They're piling all around the net. There's a lot of jamming there.
Absolutely critical play here. There's no way that the referee will allow a goal, but Tretiak was back right up into the back of the crease, and it's hard to know for sure whether the puck wasn't in the net, and the goal judge sitting behind, if it hadn't been under Tretiak, would not know for sure whether it was a goal, and as a result, he would never put the light on. Then the pushing and shoving begins.
Mikulov got that last goal for the Soviets, giving them the lead, 5-4. Puck is up the center line, down the Bill White going after it, didn't get it. Anderson beat him to it, centered it out, and it was knocked off to the wing. Stapleton bringing it back, had a pass at center that goes right down the ice, and it's called for icing.
The Soviets have done this to so many teams over the last 10 years in international hockey. If they get behind, and a lot of people say they aren't good when they're losing, they're darn good when they're losing. They can come back at any time, and they'll just wear you out over 60 minutes, and they don't care if they have to wait till the last 5 to do it. But they just break you down over 60 minutes, and then they put a lot of goals past you. And Canada right now has their backs against the wall.
Adrin rolled the puck near the goal. Bergman is trying to bring it out, passing on the wing. There's going to be a penalty on that far side as the Canadian player was hauled down by hooking by Yakushev. Yakushev, number 15. So Canada will have the odd man advantage.
There haven't been too many power play advantages tonight because there's been a couple of twin penalties. And right now, Canada has to get their power play into action. They've got to use puck control until they get that good scoring chance, and then they have to make sure. As the Soviets will be trying to control the puck on this big ice surface as much as they can. But Canada has to make fairly sure that they get a good scoring chance before they take the chance of losing that puck and turning it back over to the Soviet team.
Yakushev is off for hooking at 15:48. 4:12 left in the game. Soviets leading 5-4. After Canada had led all the way until well on in the third period. The puck is given to Parisi. Cleared across on the far wing to Park. Park going over. They have the odd man. Park's pass is knocked down. He's covered up. Cleared over on the left side. Parisi took a long shot, and it goes to the corner. Parisi into the corner. Going back to the Soviet goal, being watched by Luzhniki. Gates over on the far wing is turned right around. And the Soviets shoot it down the ice. Bergman going back to get it. Bergman to one side of his own net. Played it over on the right wing. Four of them go back with Phil Esposito at center. Over the line, still going. Pass back, and Parisi missed it. And it goes all the way back to center. Cleared pass to his defenseman, Park. Cleared on the right side. Over the line to Esposito, right in. And his shot was stopped by Kutchak on a backhand. Park recovers again. Cleared to the corner. Esposito's in front of the net, waiting for the pass. And Bergman takes it and shot wide. Parisi knocked it to the side, and Kutchak grabs it and covered up. Yakushev in the penalty box, not showing much expression. Soviet is still a man short. 2:50 left in the game. Soviets leading 5-4. By the turn of events this last period. Harlamov got the tying goal, and Nikolov got the goal that put them one up. So the Soviet have scored 4 goals in succession. Anderson, Shadron, Harlamov. After Gusev had fired the shot, it looked as if he touched it, and Vikolov scored the last one. So the Soviets showed their power, getting 4 in a row. Out back at the blue line. Over on the left side, Mahovlich had his pass blocked. It's out to center where Stapleton recovers. Stapleton played it over on that far wing, and Cournoyer was offside.
Foster, as Team Canada begins to press here, they know they have to get a goal. Time is running out for them. This is when the offsides tend to creep in. Everybody's just a little over anxious. They're trying to get that one good scoring chance.
The puck is back in the Canadian zone. A cleared pass comes out to center. And the Soviets just play it safe. The Gankov shot it back, but trapped 2 of his teammates. 2:16 left in the game. The Soviets leading 5-4, showing a tremendous comeback in this last period. Getting 2 goals, seconds apart. Petrov goes over to the Soviet bench, or rather to the penalty box, speaks to Yakushev, and then comes back to center ice. Rattel is at center for Canada. Mahovlich and Cournoyer. Cournoyer starting out with him, takes a shot, going in on that side, took a drive. Kutchak fell on his face to cover up, with Mahovlich being close in. Bill White and Stapleton are the defense playing up, trying to take advantage, but they've missed their chance.
Tretiak is playing this just like a pro right now because he's giving them one shot at the goal, and if his men aren't in a good position to get that puck out of there, he's just trapping the play.
They're getting ready for the face-off. The Soviets are back at full strength. Soviet. Here's what a chance there. Right off the bat, Ellis was off balance. Yakushev goes down the left side, was checked, and Bergman played it back at center ice. Ellis couldn't get past center. Another rolling pass at center over to Anderson, coming in front of the defense. It goes to Yakushev off the leg, but he couldn't control the pass for a shot. They keep it in. Yakushev again into the corner. Played it to one side of the net to Anderson. And the pass goes right down the ice. 1:29 left in the game. 5-4 for the Soviets. And it's an offside. It's called. And Tony Esposito is coming over to the bench to get advice from Sinden when to come out of the goal. 5-4. Soviet leading. Esposito is going back into the net. Still Esposito is going to take center ice. Now then Clark comes out. Clark, Ellis, Henderson. Still Esposito, fourth forward out there with Park. Park comes over the line on the left side to Henderson, and it's called on the offside with 1:16 left.
Вниз.
5-4 for the CCCP. And it's been a stunning surprise this last period. Tretiak had to take a long shot there from Ellis, who let go right from that right wing. 1:10 left in the game. The crowd very tense all the way through. And of course the Soviet followers have had a joyful time in this last period, when they made their tremendous rally to finally take the lead. A slider goes to Tretiak, but it was an easy one when Clark dribbled one towards the net. The Canadian team had much the best of the first two periods. All set to go. Soviet have taken command in this last period. Another change. On the face-off, the puck goes wide. Back of the net, dumped to the corner. Leanoff shoots it down the ice. And it's called for icing with 58 seconds. 58 seconds left in the game. Soviets leading 5-4. Esposito played it off the skate. Luzhniki shoots it out over the line. Is forced to the side, covered by Esposito. And Cournoyer goes back to the net to Henderson. Henderson down the left wing. Got as far as the Soviet line. Harlamov left it. Cournoyer, who just tested Tretiak with a hot one there that just about did the trick. Soviets send three men back. Here's Petrov coming in. Takes a shot. And then it was blocked by Tony Esposito away out in front of his goal screen.
Harry Sinden is just beside himself. Ivan Cournoyer walked right in. He let a blistering shot go. Tretiak, although he got some of his glove on it, didn't catch it cleanly, and it just dribbled off the far post. This is a point, Fawcett. It's not an alibi by any means, but there's no question that at this stage of the game, conditioning has to be a factor, and the Soviets have to have the edge.
From the face-off, the puck is right at the center circle. It's grabbed off by Mikhailov. Cleared back and missed Harlamov, who was just to one side. An offside at the far wing with 10 seconds left in the game, and the Soviets leading 5-4 after a tremendous comeback. Petrov will face off outside the Canadian line. goes over onto that far wing. Cornwallis was checked by Harlamov, who rags the puck, holding it against the board. And they only have 3 seconds left in the game, and that's just about it. Cornwallis comes over to get a new stick. So 3 seconds to go, and the face-off at center ice. Tony Esposito stayed in the net regardless. Getting ready to go. The face-off, the puck rolls back to Tony Esposito, and the game is over. And the Soviets made a tremendous comeback in that last period to finally eke out a win over Canada to the tune of 5-4. The two teams are shaking hands at center ice. It was a tremendous effort all the way through, and it's almost unbelievable how it ended up after Canada had so much of the play in the first 2 periods. The players are still shaking hands. Hello, Canada. I'm Foster Hewitt. I'll be doing the play-by-play of tonight's key game. With the Soviets moving into a commanding lead in this series, having won 3, tied 1, and lost 1, this 6th game is a must for Canada if they're to win or tie the 8-game series. Ryan Conacher is again beside me and will do the color commentary. Ryan, it's do or die tonight.
Well, Foster, if Team Canada is to win tonight or at all in Moscow, they must, through puck control, slow down the tempo of the play. The Soviets are at their physical peak, while Team Canada is still 2 steps from it, and Canadian puck control is the only way I see Team Canada being able to slow down the play and stick with the Soviets for the full 60 minutes. And Foster, there's no way that Team Canada isn't getting support like they've never had before, even across Canada. 3,000 Canadian people over here are making more noise than 20,000 back home.
Really, this is really a thrill again tonight, because I thought the first game here, the crowd was tremendous, but the Canadian contingent really outdid themselves on this occasion. They really almost had the lights popped.
International hockey match between Team Canada and the Soviet Union is declared open.
30,000 Canadians sing that national anthem. It's really an emotional experience.
I've never felt anything like it. This is the introduction.
I see. I see Phil Esposito, when he took his bow, had to use the boards for some assistance.
Safety first. Sid is a bit worried.
We are pleased to welcome here tonight a Canadian government delegation headed by Honorable Senator, Minister of Veteran Affairs, Mr. Arthur Lang. Президент команду Советского Союза. 20 номер Владислав Ильяс. 26 Александр Пашков. Третий номер Владимир Лузhniki. Пятый Александр Рагулин. Седьмой номер Валерий Васильев. Седьмой 17 Рогов. 10 номер Александр Мальцев. 12 Борис Михайлов. 14 номер Юрий Наталов. 15 Александр Яковлев. 16 Владимир Петров. 17 номер Валерий Наталов. 18 Владимир Якулов. 19 номер Владимир Кадрин. 22 Вячеслав Анисин. 23 Юрий Лебедев. 24 Александр Подумов. 25 номер Юрий Яшин. 30 Александр Волчков. Капитан команды Александр Рагулин, тренеры Всеволод Михайлович Лавров и Борис Павлович Булавин.
And for the sixth time, the traditional changing of the pins and crest.
This is Game 6 of the Canada-Soviet Series from Moscow. The teams getting ready for the face-off. A number of changes by both teams.
Canada has changed 4 players. They've dropped Frank Mahovlich, Gilbert Perrault, who was dropped and then went home, Tony Esposito, and Rod Sealing. They'll be replaced by Ken Dryden in goal, Hull, Savard, and Berenson.
The line of Maltsev, Harlamov, and Mikulov will start for the Soviets. Clark, Henderson, and Ellis for Canada. The Soviets get the draw. Mikulov went in too slowly there and allowed his teammate to cross and make it offside.
Pass to the Soviets. They've added 5 players. A new line of Vodunov, Anderson, and Lebedev. Volskov as a right winger and Shatilov as a defenseman.
From the face-off, Savard shot it out to make sure it goes right down the ice, goes into the corner, but it hit a Soviet player. It's over on that far side at center. Maltsev pass back to Mikulov. Here he comes in front of the goal, lost it, when checked on the play. A pass at center ice is carried over the line. And the Soviet Harlamov was boarded on that play. And the play was stopped as the puck went over the board into the crowd.
Paul Henderson gave a very effective check to the Soviet right winger there. As opposed to trying to run him right out of the rink, he pinned him against the board, took him out of the play, and then went after the puck. And this will be all important, Foster, over 60 minutes. They definitely don't want to tire themselves out trying to run at the Soviet players. They have to make the clean check and then get back into the play.
Bill Esposito is now going to center ice for Canada. Barnoyer is on the right wing as Park and Bergman take over on the defense. Parisi is on the left wing. Dryden in goal for Canada. They're in the early moments of the first period. No score in the game as the Canadians take it in back to their own goal. Playing a little safely here. A long pass by Park. Goes to center ice and is grabbed off and knocked right back to center ice as Volskov, the new player for the Soviets, had a chance. Now Luzhniki moves up, driving it in and back of the goal. One of the few times they've got rid of the puck. A roller off the board as Barnoyer failing to get away. It took a long shot and Dryden was caught on that one. Down that far wing. Canada attacking in on goal. Park trying to fight his way through. The Afghan is jumped by Park when he went after him. It looks as if this is going to be a rough game. Again, the Soviet player went down. Yakushev is starting out on the left wing. He's one of their stars. He's carried in on the board. Shadron is bumped against the board. This is going to be a different game. The Canadians are coming out really hitting. And the fans are starting to whistle. The Afghan, the defense player, had to Yakushev. He lost it. Bergman bringing it back at center for Canada. Couldn't get over there. Bumped into Vasiliev and knocked him flying. How they're really hitting. The Canadian team has come out right off the bat. A long forward pass. Bill White broke it up. Slides back to Bergman. Bergman lobs it, but not out. When it was stopped by Bodnov. That's their kid line out there, but they're changing again. Shatilov on the defense with Vasiliev. Vasiliev played it to the blue line. Kid line move up at center. But the puck went loose and is up to the blue line, but not out. And the Canadian team didn't clear out of that play. Now Bill White cleared that pass, overskated the puck, shot it to the left wing. Lebedev couldn't stop his man, but they knocked that puck over the line. Bill White going in for it, playing it back into the opposite corner. Shot on the side and out to center ice. Lebedev trying to go in, was stopped as they made a run at him. Now Bodnov gets that puck back to the blue line where Rattel broke it up. Gilbert was on the right wing. As they clear it, Dennis Hull is on that left side, number 10. Dennis Hull is given a jolt on the board, clearing it over on this side. Gilbert trying to clear, goes to the passes to the corner. He's covered by Maltsev. It comes out in front, and Dennis Hull was bumped so he didn't get his shot. Third pass to Bill White, who got into the Soviet zone. It hit the Canadian player, and the Soviets are trying to get that puck out. Shatilov one of the new defense players, ahead to Mikulov. Mikulov with Harlamov trailing, goes into the corner. He's bumped by Berkman. Henderson rushing back, again drops comes on the ice. They go over the line, offside. But they didn't call it, though. They whistle in the crowd. Ellis tried to center it out. It's knocked down by Mikulov over to Maltsev. Maltsev closing in. Right in front, here's a shot. Right, makes a save. A beautiful save on that hard shot that was ankle high. Back comes Canada with Ellis passing wide. He's into the corner. Henderson is roaming out in front. Goes over to help. A long shot at Kutchak. And the Soviet player, Raglan, was knocked over. It went over the top of the Soviet goal. Here's Henderson coming in. Back to Savard. A shot goes wide. It's over on the far wing. Henderson still trying to get it out as the Canadian team put the pressure on. A long shot right in front of the goal. Ellis fired wide. Went left uncovered in front of the net. Harlamov got it out to center ice to Mikulov. Mikulov took his shot. Right. Playing a hot hand. Grabbed that one and cleared it to the side. Canadian team go right in front of their own goal. Knock it on the boards. It's shot out to the Soviet zone. And it's called for icing. No score in the game. And they played about 5 minutes and 30 seconds. This is Game 6 of the Canada-Soviet series from Moscow. From the face-off, the puck is held against the boards in that corner, goes loose. Canada trying to get that puck out. It's cleared into the corner again. Benoit waiting for a pass that didn't come. And now Bergman on that far side flipped it out to center ice. Bill Esposito couldn't reach his check. Liapkin played it over on that far side. It's the rush down that Volkov. Failed to get anywhere, and Canada come up. There's the bump there. Volkov was knocked down by a hard check. Yakushev tried to get away. Is stopped at center ice. Canadians come over the line. Bill Esposito shot. And Kutchak stopped it, but it bounced wide in the corner of the net.
Foster, I just have to mention, a little pushing and shoving goes on there. Bill Esposito stepped right into one of the Soviet players there. Foster, I have to mention that in that first 5 minutes, there wasn't a whistle. It went almost 5 minutes without a whistle, and that is amazing. The hockey here is wide open, tremendous effort to stay on side, and so far we have seen a superb hockey game by both teams.
Patel is going to face off for Canada, but they're bringing back the face-off outside the Soviet blue line. The Soviets are to our right, Canada to the left. Don't score in the game, and plenty of hard hitting. Most of it handed out by the Canadians. Patel over to Gilbert, who shoots it into the corner. Dennis Hull on that left wing. The Soviets knock it to the corner. Rattel recovering. Rattel center right front. Oh, that was close. As Dennis Hull took a swipe at it and missed. Gilbert cleared on the side, right in front for Gilbert. And his shot was blocked. He broke up the rush again. Soviets finally break up the kid line. Anderson going up, takes the shot, and the drive was high. It hit the screen. Back to the blue line. Another shot. It hit a leg. It goes wide. Two of them go down. They're going down like 9 pins as they hit each other regularly. Slider to Gilbert is stopped. Shadalov got it back to Anderson, intercepted by Park. Got over to Dennis Hall, can't get in there fast enough, and he's jammed on the board by Vasiliev as they don't prepare the horses with their check.
Foster, both teams have opened up full steam right off the bat here. We've gone just about 7.5 minutes, and we've seen wide open hockey from the opening period. I must comment on both the goaltenders. Kenny Dryden looks like tonight could be the night. He's sharp. He's made a couple of big saves early, and Kretjak stopped a couple of whistling shots, won by Phil Esposito.
Soviets playing every man up for this faceoff. Don't score in the game. 7 minutes and 14 seconds played in the first period. Maltsev, number 10. Harlamov on the left of him. As the puck goes into the corner, Stapleton knocked it on the boards. Clark with Henderson and Ellis out there for Canada. The Soviets get that puck. Here's a shot wide as they seem to come up with that puck on frequent turns going into that corner. A forward pass. Clark lobbed it onto Henderson, who's going in. He couldn't get a shot. Clark follows, took a shot, knocked it wide. It's held on the side, goes loose to Raglan. Raglan played it on the right side, doesn't pass to Harlamov. Harlamov goes in with a high shot. Bill White steering that drive high into the crowd.
We saw Bobby Clark do there something that was so important in the game on Friday night when they did manage to get a couple of goals. That line is Bobby Clark's getting that puck right up the ice as quickly as he can. Paul Henderson, there isn't a player out on this ice surface that can skate any faster than Paul Henderson, and he's getting in behind, and right there they caused the Soviets some problems.
Stapleton is over by the Canadian bench getting some information from Harry Sinden. Stapleton, number 3. Clark is at center ice, facing off with Maltsev 10. Harlamov 17 was right there, and Bill White goes in back to the goal for Canada to Henderson. Henderson on the left side, cleared to Clark. Over to Bill White, a long shot wide. The Gansov goes into the corner, is bumped by Henderson, and then lost the puck to Clark to Henderson, and the drive went across the open goal. Down the left side for Maltsev. Over the line, closing in as they back in on a right, but the shot didn't occur. Now Raglan, number 5, passed it back to the net, out in front to the blue line. Here's the shot, and again tried and grabbed that one and held it for a face-off. There's nearly a mix-up right in front of the Canadian goal.
Dryden did the smart thing there, Foster. The Canadian team was running around just a little bit in their end. They were getting a little scrambly. I think he anticipated this. He just said, the best thing for me to do is trap the puck, kill the play.
With the score, Canada nothing and the Soviets nothing. This is Game 6 from Moscow. A shot goes wide, is still in the Canadian zone. Canada get that puck out. Hardwire waiting for a long pass, is offside. Rag, Joseph Sampala, and Frank Bader are the two West German officials.
Foster, that play, even though it was offside, was a terrific move by Phil Esposito, because if the Soviet defense are worried about someone with Ivan Cournoyer's speed sneaking in behind them, they will then have to play more defensively, and it'll give Canada a better chance to get out of their end.
From the face-off, the Soviets get the draw, as they're often have to do. And Yakovlev going down into the corner, 15, played it behind him. They jammed for the puck. Shadron lost it, brought back by Phil Esposito. Cournoyer on the right, tipped it to the corner, centered it, and it's knocked down by Lyapkin. He clears ahead to Shadron, and the pass was missed by Volskov. Canadians shoot it in the Soviet zone. Lyapkin had the puck bounce behind him. It's shot down the ice. It's going right down over the line, and will be called for icing, and the Soviets will take advantage to make a change of players, and they send their kid line out there with Anderson, Lebedev, and Bodnov.
Soviets have to be very confident going into this game because they've dropped two of their most experienced defensemen, number 2 Gusev and number 4 Kuskin, who is one of the real team leaders of the Soviet squad, and they've come back with a lot of their younger players, Shadalov, Bodnev, Anderson, and Lebedev. They're all 21 years old.
Red Berenson is now at center ice for Canada, and Peter Mahovlich on the left wing, Gilbert on the right. Park is back there with Bergman. Dryden in goal as the puck goes to the side. From the corners, Gilbert shot it to center to Red Berenson. Berenson is skated off by Anderson, 22, who recovered the puck, tried to clear it out. Gilbert shoots it right back. Red Berenson missed it. into the corner for Vasiliev. Mahovlich covered him, but didn't stop him. A pass to center ice. Vodnov cleared on the right side. The puck is loose. Anderson waiting for a pass, and it didn't arrive. And there's going to be a penalty against Canada on that play for tripping. And Bergman is going to get the call. With the score, Canada nothing and the Soviets nothing. This is Game 6 from Moscow. Bergman gets the first penalty of the game for tripping at 10:21. The Soviets will have the odd man advantage as Canada with Peter Mahovlich dragged the puck at the Soviet line. Partially stopped, cleared it back to Stapleton, over to Park. Park then shoots it down the ice. Red Berenson out there as Peter Mahovlich is replaced by Ellis. Now Harlamov on the left wing, 17, gets away, passes in front, and Maltsev's shot was dead on. Wright making a great save. The Soviets trying to keep it up. Break for Canada to center ice. Ellis took a high shot after recovering the puck. Harlamov played four-man rush for the Soviets. The pass moves over on the left side. Luzhniki, number 3, passes to the other defense, Gantov. Into the corner. A shot over on this wing to Maltsev, who missed it. Maltsev now has it again. Takes a shot. It hit Park. Here he passed right in front of his own net. He passed instead of shooting. And Canada recovers. There's a break down the far side. Stapleton went racing after a pass from Red Berenson, but was called on the outside. And Bergman nearly jumped over the boards, waving a towel there at that decision. Bergman is really red hot, as you noticed.
Foster, I think those referees might have realized that if you go back in international hockey, you're allowed to ice the puck.
With the score, Canada nothing and the Soviets nothing. This is Game 6 from Moscow. From the face-off, the puck comes back to Lyapkin, and it's called immediately on the drop of the puck.
As I was saying, Foster, in international hockey, I think what the mistake was there is that you are allowed to ice the puck on a penalty. In international hockey, you are not allowed to ice the puck, and I think the referee just made a mistake because he thought Bergman maybe was coming back on the ice and it should have been icing.
Canadians are still a man short. No score in the game. 8:05 left in the first period as the puck goes in back to the Soviet zone. They're trying to regroup. Led by Luzhniki with a long pass over on that right wing. It's back to Volskov, who gets it to Lyapkin. A shot is right in front of the goal. A scramble. And Volskov had a chance. Now out in front again to Lyapkin. And Bill White stopped that one. A break down the far side. This time for Esposito. Goes right in on goal and falls and knocks the net sideways as the two of them, Luzhniki and Bill Esposito, fell into the net.
This is something you'll see a lot in European and international hockey. They do not set their goals on top of about 4 or 6 inch pins. They have them just with a spike on the bottom of them. So whenever you do slide into the goal, it's going to come off its mounting. This is to prevent players from getting injured. It's a good safety factor, but it causes a lot of disruption in the play because they come off the pins very easily.
7:32 left in the first period. No score in the game. And it's possibly the most exciting game of the series so far. A long shot. The puck goes rolling off to the side. Hardwine trying to make the move. Is covered on the boards. Esposito fell down. But the Soviet player trying to cover, and it's back at center ice. Soviets still trying. Now the teams are full strength. Here's Anderson trying with the backhand. It went wide. It's back to the goal. Cleared over on the left wing. A rush to center ice. Bill Esposito fired that one. Trunchak caught it. And it's Catalog given a jolt by Bill Esposito. Bill Esposito then cross-check Shadloff there with his stick. Esposito's going to get the gate. And Esposito's certainly all head up over that one. Esposito gets a second penalty for Canada. Esposito going over to the penalty box. .11 is the time of the second Canadian penalty. Mahovlich and Savard are over there getting the last word on the penalty. Whether there was a misconduct or not, it was hard to say. It looks like some of the fans may be ejected over there for some of the strenuous efforts that are going on. I note the police over there, over by the penalty box. There's Bill Esposito. In the meantime,
Bill Esposito, number 7, Team Canada, penalized 2 minutes for charging twice.
a double charging penalty, two-minute penalties, I assume. They said twice anyway. So I suppose they mean 2 and 2 for charging. The last one appeared to be a cross-check. Puck goes in back of the Soviet goal as the Soviets have the odd man advantage. Red Berenson out there with Mahovlich to try and kill off the penalty. That's Peter Mahovlich. Maltsev going into the corner, back of the Canadian. That's centered in front. Harlamov had a shot that was blocked. He's trying it again. Harlamov trying to draw his check. It bounced off the skate and is shot down the ice. Kutchiak went out to get it. Luzhniki turns in the corner. Pass to Maltsev. It hit him. Recovered at the blue line. Vasiliev made a rink-wide pass on the right boards. It was offside as that right winger was over the blue line ahead of the pass.
Coming up in the first period intermission, Foster, we're going to see how our picture and sound gets from Moscow back to you Canadian people. Johnny Esau will talk with one of the hockey wives, and Howie Meeker, of course, will be along to analyze the play.
From the face-off, the puck comes back to Harlamov, back to his defenseman, who cleared to Luzhniki, 3, then back to Vikolov in front of his own net. Berenson watching him, coming up with a pass that goes to the Canadian defense, and they tap it out at center ice. Another try. Vasiliev, then Maltsev passes on that left wing to Vikolov to Harlamov. A rink-wide pass to the other side. It's Vikolov coming from the wing. Pass to one side of the net. He was checked. Maltsev goes back to the goal. Harlamov back with his pass. Was blocked by Savard. Savard lobbed it. It's not out. Luzhniki stopping it. Mahovlich finally dug it out to center ice. And the Soviets come right back, only to have Lapointe pick it up, clearing on the left side, with Berenson unable to get through. On that far wing, the puck is left there in the Soviet zone. Soviets on the move, clearing a pass to Luzhniki, stopped by Clark, who digs it back to his defense. Savard and Lapointe are ragging that puck. Savard goes in front of his own net, cut back again, breaks out at center ice, hanging on to that puck. Shadron finally scooped it over to that open side. Vasiliev went after it. A forward pass to Shadron. Shadron gets it over to Lyapkin. Back again to Volkov, closing in with a backhand that hit the Canadian player Lapointe. Back to the blue line. Here's the pass. Lyapkin shoots, and it's knocked down, and he broke his stick, and part of it went right into the crowd. It's shot over on the far side. 4:02 left in the period. No score in the game, and Canada have had 2 penalties.
Foster, one of the key things I see out here, and I'm glad to see him playing so well, Serge Savard. There was some talk back in Canada he might not be able to play over here because of some problems he had with one of his feet, but he is back in the game, and he's absolutely critical to Canada. Type of play they'll have to play tonight because he can control the puck. And when you can control the puck, you can control the play, and you can slow it down or speed it up, whichever is necessary.
The Soviets still have the odd man advantage. Still Esposito, still in the penalty box. Bergman now shoots it down. Fretchiak had to stop it. Mark is out there with them. The puck is given to Yakushev. Yakushev cleared on the right side. Volskov is taken right down on that play, and Bergman drives it down the ice. And Volskov can certainly skate. He's one of the new ones for the Soviets. A pass over on that far side is cleared right back on this wing. It's Ziapkin dropping a pass with Lebedev getting it over on the far side. Back to Luzhniki. Here's the shot. It hit the defense player Park and is cleared down by Mahovlich, Peter Mahovlich, and Anderson steps on the ice. 22 for the Soviets. Bertel is out there for Canada with Mahovlich. The Soviet have the puck in the Canadian zone, clearing it into the corner. It's back of the net. A pass to Yakushev is intercepted. Peter Mahovlich breaks out at center with Bertel going over the line, closing right in. He shoots, and a great save there by Fretchiak. 2:42 left in the first period. Anderson got over the Canadian line. He tried to pass to Lebedev, who was squeezed out, and Bergman lobbed it out to center ice. Canada now at full strength. The quick rush. Vodnov going over the line. A cleared pass on the left side. A lob is wide. It's back of the net. They scoop it out in front. Dryden covers up. And players are down again, and it's always a Soviet underneath the Canadian player, this time Bergman.
Foster, the Soviets used their feet so exceptionally well. That puck came out there. The Soviet player knew he couldn't get his stick down. He tried to kick it in, and that's what the fuss was about. Kenny Dryden was right there, smothered the puck, and killed a possible scoring play.
This game reminds me of 1955 in Krefeld when the Penticton Bees hammered away at the Soviet team and won 5-0. It's that kind of a rough and tough tussle. A rolling puck goes in wide of the goal. Anderson is bumped and taken out of the play, but the Canadians are trying to clear that puck. Gilbert getting it back to Bill White. To Stapleton, cleared out over the line off a leg, and Canada take over with Bill White slipping it to the left wing. Dennis Hull, number 10, couldn't get it. Back to center, cleared over the line. Vodnov rushing in to get the puck. He's trying to center it. He's covered on the play and given a heavy jolt at the same time. A forward to Bill White. Dennis Hull on the left. Here's his shot. Watch it. And the drive was wide. Bounces off the boards to center ice. Bertel to Bill White. Bill White to center to Bertel. Over the line, away offside. As Dennis Hull was going in, Vasiliev mixing it up with the Canadian player Gilbert, number 8. Dennis Hull was right there too. 1 minute and 22 seconds left in the first period. No score in the game. And the goalkeepers are certainly having a busy time. Both Ken Dryden and Fretchiak. Ellis all ready to go. Keeps moving around in circles. It's Clark, Henderson, and Ellis out there now for Canada with Bill White and Stapleton. Maltsev, Harlamov, and Bikola up there for the Soviets. At center ice, the puck is knocked over the line. Henderson trying it again. Cleared it with the help of Clark into the Soviet zone. The puck is knocked out by Bill White as they tried to clear, but he couldn't control it. Maltsev is stopped and shoved around a bit. Zagankov lost it. Raglan clears it. And Harlamov goes in on that wing. Past it. Here's right back. Right front of the net. And Dryden lying on his side. And it made a sensational save with Stapleton right beside him.
Canada just about gave away a goal right there. A careless play, a drop pass that Harry Sinden talked about before the game. You just can't do it against the Soviets. Vikulov comes right in, and if it wasn't for a little bit of luck and Ken Dryden being right on the ball, we might have been losing 1-0.
46 seconds left in the first period. No score in the game. A slider to Dryden. And Dryden just played it very carefully. All set now with the Soviet playing every man up. Puck is taken by Savard on the right wing. Gets it to Ellis to Henderson. Henderson tried to go in. The puck went right to Tretiak, and Henderson didn't give up one moment. And Clark was shoved almost into the side of the net.
This line is working exceptionally well. It has all throughout the series, but I noticed the second that Clark got the puck, Henderson was yelling. And the puck came right up to him. Of course, he got a good chance there.
Savard and Lapointe are the defense playing up for Canada. No score in the game. The puck goes to Harlamov, 17. Over the line, Vikulov missed his pass. Maltsev was trailing. A bouncer, Tretiak had it cleared by Raglan, but not out. Henderson couldn't get a shot. The Soviets sent 4 men up at center ice. Henderson broke it up, went into his own zone, lost the puck, and nearly handed them a great scoring chance on that play. Lack of clearing and getting rid of that puck. It's into the corner, jamming there, and the siren goes to end the first period. And what a first period it was. With the score, Canada nothing and the Soviets nothing. This is Game 6 from Moscow. All set now with the teams warming up very quickly for the start of the second period. And it'll be questionable whether the Canadian team will carry on the heavy hitting or decide to try and do a little finesse going in on that Soviet defense.
Foster, the key to this game, to me, I still have to believe, is puck control. And although Team Canada played an excellent first period, the heavy hitting might tell over 60 minutes. I hope not, but it could happen that way. So Team Canada, the body's been very effective so far. I just hope it doesn't take its toll as the game progresses.
But the Canadian team have suffered as a result of those heavy checks. They've had actually 3 penalties, 2 to Esposito on the same call, and Bergman, who was put off for tripping, and Esposito, a double minor for charging. And there was no doubt that Esposito had defeated the Soviet player rather roughly, but it seemed more of a question of a cross-check rather than charging. And he's charging first. There's no doubt about that.
There's a look at one of the young players who was inserted into the lineup for tonight's game, number 30, Volskov. The Soviets certainly haven't, Foster, been hesitant to use any and all the players they have on their 35-man roster. They've changed them all around. They've gone with young players, old players, and then they've mixed up lines even.
Well, the Soviets are going to start off with Yakushev, Shadrin, and Volskov. He's the new addition to this line. He's number 30, and he's quite a speedster. Canadian team have Parisi on the left wing, and Phil Esposito is at center ice for Canada, and the puck goes rolling into the Canadian zone, and it was offside. So the face-off will be at the Canadian blue line. Phil Esposito will take it with Shadrin. Barnoyer is over there on the right wing, getting in motion. He pulled out to center ice too fast and has to get back into the position. From the face-off, the puck goes in on that right side. Savard on that wing with Lapointe on the defense. Puck rolls towards the Canadian goal. It's knocked into the corner. Shot over on the wing. Here's Luzhniki getting a chance, and the drive was high and wide. Cornwallis for Canada made a rink-wide pass. Parisi is rushing in to get in and didn't get up there in time.
The one thing you might have noticed on that play is that at the back of the boards here around the end zone of the rink, it is not glass, it is a netting. And so when the puck hits it, it has a great tendency to almost catapult back, and very often it comes back faster than it hits the netting, and sometimes the rebounds are very hard to control.
Face-off will be to the left of Dryden. No score in the game. Early moments of the second period. And LaPointe goes back to the Canadian goal. Shot it on the boards, but not out. Shadron pass to the corner. They're working in back to the goal. Blocked by Phil Esposito, but not cleared out. Liapkin shoots it into the corner. It's LaPointe recovering for Canada. Passing ahead on the left wing. Parisi comes down the left side. Left the puck. Here's Cornwallis' shot. It hit a leg. A three-man break for the Soviets. 2-on-1. Yakushev coming in on the defense, and his shot went wide as he tried to pick the left corner. Yakushev knocked Cornwallis over. Another drive from the blue line. They score! From the blue line, a long shot. I don't think it was deflected. It may have been. We'll have to wait to see what happened on that play.
A little scrambly. Canada gets running around a little bit. Dryden really had no chance on this puck. It was very low right along the ice. I don't believe it was deflected. And it caught Dryden back in the net a little bit. He couldn't get his eye on it. The Soviets take a 1-0 lead on a long shot from the point by number 25, Liapkin.
Shot was made from the blue line. Score. Soviets 1, Canada no score. This is game 6 from Moscow. The goal was scored by Liapkin, the defense player who fired it from the blue line. Yakushev got credit for the assist as he played it back to him. It was a long shot that eluded Dryden and gives the Soviet Union a 1-0 lead. Now then the Canadian team come closing in. Krejciak stopped that one, and then the puck was hit with a high stick by the Canadian player, and it was called as a result.
That type of goal on a goaltender is a real nightmare, Foster, because what a goaltender hopes will happen on a situation like that is he's quite ready to handle the shot from the point, but he wants the traffic cleared out from in front of him so he can get his eyes on it, and I don't believe Dryden never had a chance on that.
It was a long shot, about 50 feet, and from the left side, and no one really deflected it. It just went right into the corner. Yakushev got credit for the assist and really made the play possible. It was a long shot. The Canadian player was covered in the corner there. There's going to be a penalty call on that one. Here's a high sticking duel here with Clark getting ready. But nothing developed. Gankov was in on that with him. 17:51 left in the second period. 1-0 for the Soviets. With the score, the Soviets won, and Canada no score. This is game 6 from Moscow. Penalty to the Soviets on that play. Ragulin gets an interference penalty. Ragulin off for the Soviets, and that's the first Soviet penalty of the game. We have 2:09 played of the second period. A minor penalty, 2 minutes to Ragulin, the defense player for the Soviets. Already the Canadians have had 3 penalties there, 2 to Esposito and 1 to Bergman. Ragulin was in the wrong penalty box. He was in the one more or less reserved for the Canadians. So he had to get out and move back. Now Canada will have the odd man as Bergman waits for a pass with Park. Park has the puck. Into the side. A pass to Phil Esposito was knocked down. Gilbert couldn't, Ellis couldn't get it over. He and Henderson are out there trying to take advantage of this penalty. Nicholas centered out in front. It's intercepted by Marlamov. And back to Mikolov, who's going to get a try. Pass to the left wing. They shoot it to the side. And the Soviets immediately take up an attacking stance every chance they get when they're a man short. Canada attacking Park. Passed over to Phil Esposito. Going into the corner. Luzhniki deflected it back to the net. They squeeze Sagankov out. Canada recovers. Henderson centers out. Oh, and Esposito had a direct shot on the net. And Tretiak made the save of the night for the Soviets. Petrov is coming out for the first time with Mihailov for the Soviets. But
Phil Esposito was parked in his favorite spot, 15, 20 feet out, right in the slot area. He let a good shot go. He got good wood on it, and Tretiak was there to beat him once again. We see Ragulin in the penalty box, and of course, that is the Russian script over the picture.
Ready for the face-off. Back to the blue line. Park pass to the boards on that far wing. Ellis trying to get that puck out from the corner. Esposito waiting for the pass. He tried to deflect it. It went wide. From the corner, they couldn't shoot it away. Canada with Henderson getting it over to Park on the far side. Park coming in with a pass, lost it. Mihailov is out there, got racing down the ice as the puck goes to the corner. Lapointe was able to knock it away. Lapointe shot it back to the goal to Park. Soviets still a man short. Mihailov is out there for the first time with Petrov. Puck is shot right in back to the Soviet goal. Cleared out on the right side. A race for it. Dryden comes out of his net. Goes back to the goal. Park is chased into the corner. Petrov stopped him. And the Canadian team failed to get past center ice. Esposito let that puck go loose. It's into the corner for Lapointe. Back over on the corner. As Canada starts moving slowly up to the blue line. Some real good forechecking by the Soviets. Dennis Hull, number 10 for Canada. Nearly lost it there. He did. It goes loose and Dryden shot it against the boards. The Canadian team break out. A pass to Dennis Hull on the left wing. Phil Esposito couldn't get a try as it's intercepted. Shot over on the wing, and Park failed to block his man. He blocked the man, but had to go back after the puck. Park shot it out and down the ice. Lyapkin goes into the corner to shoot it out. Yakovlev pass. Here's Shadron passing back, and he stopped. Down for Gilbert at center. Over the line. The shot hit the defenseman. Another chance for Gilbert. A shot right on. Another one. The score! Canada has tied it up. Patel was in on that. Canada tying the score from a scramble, and Phil Esposito was right in on top of the goalkeeper. I believe it's Dennis Hall who gets the goal here, and he picks the rebound right out of the air, throws it right up on the top of the net. A beautiful goal by Dennis Hall, who stood right in the right position. He anticipated the rebound and came out to it. He picked it out of the air and batted it into the top of the net. Canada's right back into the game. We can see this developing out of the end zone. Rod Gilbert, good puck control up the right-hand side. His shot is blocked. Now, Hull comes out of nowhere, throws it up top. Good goal for Canada. They're underway again at center ice. Soviet at full strength. A 1-all tie. As they jam against the boards, Dennis Hull getting credit for the goal. Phil Esposito was lying on the goalkeeper. Now a break at center ice. Marquaye goes tearing after it. Goes into the corner. Pass right in front. And the Canadian player fell as he tried to get the pass. Down for Lebedev. Over on the left side, a shot and Dryden knocked that down. Marquaye playing it over on the wing to Red Berenson. His pass is intercepted. Pat Stapleton shoots it up at center ice. And it's recovered by Lebedev, who's stopped by Red Berenson. Barricade to Red Berenson. Going back to the net. Lebedev was knocked over. Here's a chance. A shot from the blue line was blocked by, here's Stapleton getting it away. It's back to the net. Barrett is in the score! Cornwallis got it in from Red Barriston. Cornwallis for Canada from Barriston to give the Canadian team a 2-1 lead. Watch the puck bounce off the back net here. Again, it comes out with a good scramble, and Cornwallis anticipates it, walks right in on top of the goaltender and shoves it right back between his legs. Now watch this high shot. It comes up from the point right in table, but hits the backboard right out in front. It was a Cornwallis, and he fired it right between Tretiak's legs. Canada now leads 2-1. Two fairly fast goals, Dennis Hull and then Cornwallis and Berenson. And two of the three have been added starters. Now then Canada coming up. It's shooting. Oh, Henderson! Let's go with a long drive. And Canada takes the 2-goal lead. 2-1. 2-1. A very fast goal. Paul Henderson beats Tretiak with a shot he never saw. He never got a chance to move on this. He wasn't set. He never anticipated. Paul Henderson beat him plainly on the right-hand corner with a low shot that Tretiak never expected. A 2-goal lead, 3-1 for Canada. Here the Canadians come roaring in again. Henderson was right in there, couldn't get a shot on goal. By the turn of events, and the Canadian bench standing up, really worked up. Tegasov was offside, going in over the line. So the scoring was Dennis Hull, Cornwallis from Berenson, and then Henderson on a long shot after the Soviets had taken the lead. So Canada's come back with 3 goals in about a minute and a half.
It's interesting, Foster, in the first few minutes there when Canada had the power play advantage, they didn't seem to be able to keep the puck. Their passes were off, and then the game opened wide open, and Canada's now banged in 3 quick goals.
3-1 for Canada, 2-goal lead after the Soviets had opened the scoring. 12:48 now remaining in the second period. Chadron takes a long drive at the Canadian goal and grabs it off the board. And the Soviet fans are a bit dumbfounded after that turn of events, and a very quick one at that, similar to the Soviets' effort in the last period against Canada in the first game here. The face-off, the puck comes all the way back to center ice. Cleared pass on the right wing over the line. Chadron is watched by Patel. The slider comes to the blue line. Here's a long shot, wide, on the swing. Chadron again recovers the puck. That zigzag passing play has the Canadians in trouble. The Afghan pass on the wing. It rolls off to the side. It's a race for the puck, and it is knocked out to center ice. Dennis Hull out there with Gilbert and Rattel. A long drive wide of the Canadian goal. Puck goes back to the net. Point lost, and it comes right in front. Here's a chance. And the shot hit a leg and went to the corner. They bump into the corner. Canada recovers. Luzhniki bumps Dennis Hull. And Liapkin goes back to get the puck, 25. The center ice on a change for the Soviets. The defense player was stopped on that move. And they start shoving. Vasiliev is doing some shoving in the corner there. The referee gets in between the two. And that nearly started something. Likely there'll be penalty. With the score, Canada 3 and the Soviets 1. This is Game 6 from Moscow. They're getting ready for the face-off of penalty to each team. Vasiliev is in the box down.
Team report, number 25, Team Canada, 2 minutes for Lumley. Number 6, USSR.
LaPointe and Vasiliev off together, and they'll play 5 aside. 3-1 for Canada. in this second period. 11-17 left in the period. The puck is into the corner. Sagankov shoots it back of the goal, goes after it. Number 7 played it up to the blue line. To center ice. Anderson tried to go in, lost it. Bill Esposito comes right back with a long pass. It's a backhand to Cournoyer, and it's called on the offside. And the crowd are getting a bit frantic on some of these calls, but they're fairly close.
We might mention here that when the Soviets don't like something over in Europe here, all over Europe and the Soviet Union, they whistle, and it can get sometimes so shrill you can hardly hear yourself think.
It's certainly very penetrating, and it makes a terrific droning noise. There's Bergman, number 2 for Canada. And Clark is going out there with Henderson to try and kill off this penalty, along with there's 5 aside. Soviets recover the face-off, try to go in on the defense. Bergman tapped it out. Henderson lost it. Harlamov was knocked down by Bergman, and Bergman wasn't particular how he handled him. Cleared pass to Clark, who turns at the blue line. Clark is picking his way out at center ice. Lob one into the corner. Sagankov shoots it back to the net. Raglan is waiting for a pass, but it comes up to the blue line to center, and is shot right back into the Soviet zone. Raglan going after it, but Canada called for icing as a result of that cleared pass. 10:22 left in the second period, 3-1. And there's the penalty box. Canadian bench, rather. Harry Sinden standing back of it. The referee is speaking to the 2 players facing off, and the puck is knocked down. Sagankov knocks it ahead with his glove. The whistle blows, but it's awfully hard to hear it with the crowd noise as well as the whistling. 5:13 was the time of the Dennis Hull goal. 6:21 was the time of the Cournoyer goal from Berenson. And 6:36 was the Henderson goal. Dennis Hull's goal was unassisted, as was Henderson's, which was a fairly long shot. The Apton scored from Yakushev for the Soviets, the first score of the game, and at 2:12, all the scoring in the second period. 3-1 for Canada as the puck goes back to Raglan, number 5. They're 5 aside, both teams a man short. Soviets move to the attack at center ice. Harlamov passes back. Here's a roller in front, a shot knocked down by Bergman, who fell in front of it. And there's going to be a penalty, I believe, on this one. Here's a mix-up as the Soviet player shoved a bit. Now Bergman goes over to the Soviet player, threatens him a bit. That's Harlamov and Bergman. Well, that nearly started something. And as they don't understand English, it doesn't really mean whatever they're saying. But they're cooling them out. But there'll be penalties as a result of that. We'll see whether it's just Bergman or a player from each team. Fever, this game is reaching a fever pitch, and they're really hitting each other hard. Tempers are flaring at every opportunity. Harlamov comes over to the Soviet bench and seems to be rather exhausted from whatever check he took. They're standing around as if they're waiting for something to happen, but it's finally Clark that is going over. Bergman did all the shoving after, but only as a result of what happened, apparently, to Clark. So Clark gets the gate. There's no Soviet penalty. So Clark is off, and Canada will play 4 men to 5. Vasiliev, Lapointe, and Clark are in the penalty box. So Bergman didn't even get a penalty for doing the shoving that he did. But that was all as a result of Clark's mix-up. Canada playing 4 men to 5. Now the referee is going over to the penalty box. Apparently there's a fair amount of confusion as to what it's all about. Harry Sindon's asking Phil Esposito to try and clear it up. Sure you don't understand that.
Number 28, Team Canada, 2 minutes penalty for driving, 10 minutes misconduct penalty.
A misconduct penalty was given, as well as the minor penalty to Clark for slashing.
We know one thing, Foster, that the referee obviously can speak English.
So it's a 10-minute misconduct to Clark, as well as the minor. And he's a valuable man to have off for that period of time. And the Canadian team will have their troubles while they're playing 2 men short. The Soviets won. As a result, Cournoyer is going over there to come back on when Clark's 2-minute slashing penalty is over. From the face-off, Phil Esposito carries in back of his own goal. The puck is back of the net to Pat Stapleton, who drives it off the boards and down the ice. The Gansov, number 7, going back to get it. Out there with Luzhniki. Petrov is on one side. Here's the puck up in center. The Soviets are at full strength. The puck goes to Maltsev. Off to the side. They jam into the corner. The Soviets blocked it. Luzhniko's drive went way up into the crowd. Now they're claiming that the Soviet player came on before he should have. The time isn't up. He has seconds left. And that's the result of all this mix-up. They're trying to find out what's going on. And it's Phil Esposito over there at the penalty box, as Canada now 2 men short, the Soviet at full strength.
I can only say one thing, Foster, about all of this. From experience, you're wasting your time and a lot of anxiety by trying to argue with the referee. Canada would be better at this stage just to settle down, accept what has happened, and get back in this hockey game, because right now, the Soviets are trying to, this is working to their advantage more than it is to the Canadians, if the Canadians are getting upset about these penalties and so on. You can't do anything about it, just play hockey.
On the face-off, the puck is shot down the ice. Canada a man short, Soviet at full strength. The misconduct is being served now. Mikhailov coming in on the right wing. Petrov is in front. A pass back to the blue line. Gansov shot was stopped by Red Berenson, who breaks away up over the line. He's ahead near the shot. And Kutchak made a good save on Red Berenson, who made a real bid there for a scoring play. 3-1 for Canada. Canada a man short. The puck is carried in back of the goal. The puck rolls off to the side. The Soviet recover, only to have Peter Mahovlich shoot it out off his leg to center ice. Luzhniki cleared it over the line. Bill White took his man out. Stapleton bumped into Harlamov, knocked him down, and made sure he stayed down.
Team Canada certainly respects Harlamov because they're giving him a lot of attention tonight. Every time they get a chance, they're taking him for a rough ride along the boards. And there's no question that he's one of their outstanding players, and you have to pay close attention to him whenever he's on the ice.
Canada still a man short. Soviets at full strength. So they didn't play 2 men short for very long. Puck goes loose to one side. Pat Stapleton shot it around on the boards out to center ice. Gansov cleared it back to Mikhailov over on the left side. A slider goes to Mikhailov. He's knocked over. The pass comes to Gansov to Harlamov. Checked by Stapleton. Another try for Harlamov. Clearing it on the wing. Here's a shot by Luzhniki that hit his skate. Canada recover and break out to center ice. Pete Mahovlich was hooked on the play. Cleared over on the right wing. Stapleton breaks it up. Peter Mahovlich goes over on the far side. Got it out and was knocked down. 7:38 left in the second period. Canada leading 3-1 as Cornwallis tried to come down that right side, and the puck went hopping over the board into the crowd.
Foster, I've never seen checking as tough as what's going on out there right now. They're both giving and taking it. I saw Harlamov skate into the center. Peter Mahovitz decked him with an elbow that I've never seen. And then right after that, Harlamov came right back and knocked Mahovitz down. They're both giving it and taking it. And it's tough out on that ice.
You can hear the Canadian rooters really whooping it up. Puck goes to Luzhniki. Over on this right side to Volskov. He's at center ice. Weaving Yakushev goes over the line from the corner. Goes back to the net. Centered in front. It goes to the blue line. A long shot is wide. Soviets still putting the pressure on. Dennis Hall failed to cover his man. Finally cleared it on the side. Shoved around a bit. Lyapkin goes in to clear it back to the net. Yakushev is watched by Savard. Dragged on the board. Three Canadians break out at center ice. Rattel over to Dennis Hall, and it's called on the outside. And the Canadian bench goes wild on that call. But they're really upset. And but the players are going right ahead as if nothing happened.
Well, Foster, there's absolutely no way that could have been offside because Jean Rattel was 10 feet over the blue line before he made the pass, and it was after he made the pass that he called Dennis Hall offside.
The puck slides to center ice, knocked against the boards. Luzhniki failed to get very far. He had a hold of Rattel as he was stopped. Lyapkin at the Soviet blue line, pass to Yakushev. He's the dangerous player. Passing on the wing. Here's the shot right on, and Dryden covered up on Volskov. Hard drive that was low, and he went down on his knees to cover. More changes.
Keep an eye on the Soviet players when they do come in. Volskov had no idea where the puck was. He came up into his feet, but they are so adept with their feet that he brought the puck right up to his stick, and then got a good shot on Ken Dryden, who came up with a big save.
Canada leading 3-1. 6:25 left in the second period. They've shown no sign of weakening under the terrific pressure and hard hitting. Savard lobbed one back to the Soviet blue line. It's cleared right up the kid line out there. Anderson going in, weaving a bit, centered it, and it's deflected out to center ice. This is that Anderson-Lebedev-Bodnov line. Cleared pass over on the right side to Lebedev. Intercepted. Cornwallis pass to Phil Esposito, who missed it. It's cleared around back to the goal. Slides back to the net. Vasiliev cleared it out, and Bergman got back and hit the referee. Phil Esposito covered up, getting it over to Bergman. Bergman going slowly. Lobbed it to center ice. Now it's up over the line. Parisi passed behind him, and Cornwallis had to go back and get it. Cornwallis passed it over the line. It deflected. Recovered by the Soviets with a long pass by Shadilov. Knocked down. Shadilov hasn't seen a great deal of action. A pass to Parisi on this left wing. He fights for it, clearing it around into the corner. It's still in there. Parisi tried to pin his man against the boards. Phil Esposito made sure he did, and that ended the play. That was Esposito that put the finishing touches on that play. And the reserves keep coming out. There's 4:52 left in the second period. Canada leading 3-1. Scoring 3 fast goals in about a minute and 15 seconds approximately. That came after the Soviets had opened the scoring at 2:12. Lyapkin from Yakushev. Dennis Hull, Cornwallis, and Henderson scoring for Canada in this second period. Puck is out to the Soviet blue line and center ice. Pat Stapleton cleared it back. Zagankov shot it, and Bill White blocked it. Red Berenson, 15. Weaving, shot it over the line. Goes back to the net. Into the corner, and he was bumped into the boards. Red Berenson trying to get it to Henderson after Ellison bumped his man. The Soviets come down the right wing. Maltsev closing in, a shot, and it bounced off Dryden and went wide of the corner of the net. Zagankov fed it into the corner. They're trying to pass it over onto that far side. Ellison's there to tap it out to Red Berenson. One man's back, but Henderson, the shot is right on. Tretiak, way out of the net, covered that. Henderson failed to cover his man. Soviets break out to the blue line. Maltsev cleared on the right side. Harlamov trying to come in, was stopped, goes back to the blue line, a shot, and it dribbled off the leg wide. Bill White coming from the side, lobbed it over onto the right wing. Ragulin stopped it, and Mikulov is in possession, number 18. Mikulov took a high dive, and the referee didn't pay any attention. Pumped his shot into the corner. The Canadians and the Soviets start changing on the go. 3:20 left in the second period. 3-1 for Canada. Rattel out there with Dennis Hull, and a pass over on this right side. Volskov was partially stopped by Stapleton and dragged down. Zagankov is forced into the corner. The Canadians keep going. Here's a penalty for slashing, and Dennis Hull is going to get the call. Dennis Hull off for slashing, and the Canadians are still walking into penalties. Dennis Hull was slashing on that play, and it's 17:02. Rather, and 7:08, I believe it is. I'm trying to tell by this clock.
Dennis Hull, number 10, Team Canada, looking at penalty for slashing.
17:02, I think it is.
With Bobby Clarkoff now, Canada will have to, and Dennis Hull. Clark, of course, they're not a man short with Clarkoff, but there's 2 minutes and 58 seconds left to go in this period, Foster, and Team Canada now will be under a tremendous amount of pressure from the Soviets because they'll want to get back in this game before this period's over.
And they face off. Here's a shot deflected. Yakushev recovers. They're getting that pattern play right in front of the goal. They're getting scored! It fits right in there. Looks like Yakushev did the trick. Yakushev puts the Soviet within one goal of Canada by coming in front of the net and scoring on that play with the help of Shadron.
That's what happens when you get a penalty against them. They are great opportunists. They came right in off the face-off. They established quick control, and they got one good scoring chance, and they made sure. Partial deflection by Gary Bergman. It went up over his shoulder. Dryden didn't have much of a chance on it because he had already gone down, and it went up into the top of the net.
Goal scored by Alexander Yakushev, number 15. Assist by Jimmy Shadley, number 19.
Yeah, it's Yakushev from Shadron, making it 3-2 now for Canada. A pass on the left side was offside, and the Canadian bench nearly goes crazy on that call. They're certainly doing some funny work out there, these officials on the offside.
Foster, again, I can only emphasize that Team Canada has to relax. They have to stop worrying about it because I can assure them it's not going to change by talking to the referee, and all you're going to do is spend a lot of energy for nothing. Now, John Ferguson's down there. He's getting in the act with Mr. Kampala, and really, they're going to get themselves into more trouble by making a scene about it than they are if they just ignored it, go out there and play good hockey, because Team Canada, they've got the game well in control, and if they play their game, they're going to win it.
Canada leading 3-2. Pumped his shot into the corner. It's still loose. Tournoyer tried to kick it back to the goal. The Soviet trying to get out, failed when Phil Esposito stopped his man. Mihailov shoots it off and into the corner. Ragulin clears it. Now it looks like a bench penalty. Henderson was yelling at the referee, whatever it was. He obviously said something, and this game is building up. I hope there are no incidents in this game, but they're certainly threatening. It was Henderson, the assistant coach, that will likely result in a bench penalty.
Well, I can say there that as we saw Raglan is cut now under his right eye, there's John Ferguson, who stood up on many times, and he was mouthing off at the referee, and it's going to cost Canada with a bench penalty. But Raglan now, there might be a 5-minute penalty or a major penalty to Phil Esposito. He had Raglan all lined up in the end. Raglan saw the check coming at the last moment. He decked Esposito, but Esposito had his stick way up, and he's going to be gone, I'm sure, for 5 minutes on a major penalty for cutting Alexander Raglan. And there's a very disgusted Phil Esposito, but Esposito walked right into that penalty, Foster. He's got no one to blame but himself. And the very shrill whistles that just ring in this rink, they just about feel like someone's driving a nail into your head.
Raglan is being patched up on the bench, and about 5 of them are working on him as if he had really been given the work.
If Canada loses their composure right here, they could blow the whole game with 2 minutes and 14 seconds to go in the second period. They are winning 3-2, and if they lose their professional composure right here, they could get themselves in trouble they just might not be able to get out of. They have to play it cool. We start off, Foster, with a bench liner.
Canada, 2 minutes bench penalty. Phil Esposito, team Canada, number 7, 5-minute penalty for high sticking.
Esposito, 5 minutes for high sticking, and they also received a bench penalty for John Henderson's blast from the board. That came first, and then at the same time, the altercation with Phil Esposito and Raglan occurred on the other side. It was almost instantaneous.
There's no way you're going to win with the referee, and the best thing to do is just to stay away from them as much as you can, because they're not going to get a break if they try to intimidate the referee, as John Ferguson tried to do there. He was mouthing off at the referee, and he just turned around and gave Canada a 2-minute penalty, and all that's going to do is hurt Team Canada. They have to get out of this period with this goal lead, and they're going to have to collect their composure if they intend to do it.
Canada's leading 3-2. And these calls are really getting the go to the Canadian team. Dryden is going back into the net. So these will be hectic minutes, closing minutes. 2:14 left in the second period. Petrov and Mihailov, who haven't seen much action, are out there for the Soviets. They have a full team. Canada 2 men short. Peter Mahovly's got the draw back to Park. Park carries it to his own line. It's offside in there, but they finally called it. And the Canadian rooters set up a real howl there of jubilation when he called the offside.
The Canadians are certainly standing in behind the team because the Russians, there's many more of them here, and they're yelling, "Shai-boo, Shai-boo."
From the face-off, Peter Mahovlich recovered and shot it down the ice. Lyapkin is going back to get it for the Soviets. Mihailov turns with them. Lyapkin over to Mihailov on that left wing. Mihailov at center. Over the line, a 2-man advantage for the Soviet. A shot goes back to the net. Petrov, 16, working from the corner. Pass to the blue line to Luzhniki. Another pass over on the far wing. A pass in front is knocked to the side. Lyapkin has it. Cleared it over to Luzhniki. Luzhniki faked the shot. Passed it to the wing. End to the side. A shot. And it hit the side of the net. Shot had gone in the goal, but it hit the side. And that the Soviets are claiming it went in the net, but not much question. It hit the outside.
tremendous amount of pressure here from the Soviets. You see Harlamov parked right on Dryden's doorstep. Good puck control by the Soviets. Harlamov missed the goal on the short side. He had Dryden beaten, but he hits the side of the net with a shot. Foster, I can only say here that it is a tremendous feat by Canada if they can kill off this two-man penalty, because there is so much ice out there to cover, and the Soviets are putting tremendous pressure on through good puck control.
4-6 in manpower, with the Soviets having a two-man advantage. The puck comes back to Luzhniki. He lost it as he tried to pass it, and it came right back to center ice. That was an odd one. Puck slides at center. Canada playing 4-6. Petrov moving in on that left side into the corner. Petrov still has it, trying to draw his check and hit a skate. Mihailov, 13 in the corner. He's coming out in front of Luzhniki. Here's the shot, and the drive was high, bounced off the screen, cleared back to the blue line to Luzhniki, out to the far side, back to Luzhniki, the shot, and drive cleared that one off to the wing. The goalkeeper's lost his stick. He's finally got it, and Canada shoot it down the ice with Harlamov. Cleared it to the Canadian player, Bretel, who shot it down the ice. Soviet coming again. Petrov over the line. Into the corner, centers out to Mihailov. Back to the blue line, a fake shot. He fakes it again. Pass to Luzhniki. Luzhniki pulled away when Bergman gets a chance, and another Yakushev missed with his pass. Back to Luzhniki again. Here's a shot. Wide of the net. Canada have a man back on the ice. They're only one man short. And Dryden went down to cover, so that the Canadian team are only one man short.
Kenny Dryden was under unbelievable pressure there. He went to poke check one of the Soviet players, who pulled his stick out of his hand unintentionally. It went into the corner, and it was Bergman's alert play that got him his stick back, because Dryden was trying to defend that net with a stick in his hand.
5 seconds remaining in the second period. In a torrent struggle here, Canada leading 3-2, but being at the disadvantage many times in this game, playing men short. Petrov ready for the face-off, dropped it, and it's knocked away by Lapointe. The puck goes right down the ice, the siren sounds, and that's the end of a torrent second period of hockey that had just about everything in the book. With the score, Canada 3 and the Soviets 2. This is Game 6 from Moscow. The Soviets are on the ice, but the Canadian team hasn't appeared as yet. And there was no scoring in the first period. The Soviets outshot Canada 12-7, and there were 2 penalties to Canada. Bergman and Esposito got a double minor. In the second period, Lyapkin opened the scoring from Yakushev at 1:12 of the second period. 5:13, it was Dennis Hall who tied it up. At 6:21, Cornwallis put the Canadians 1 up. Berenson, I don't think, has officially an assist, but he certainly set the play up. And at 6:36, Henderson scored on a fairly long shot, and Canada led 3-1. Then penalties really crept into the act, and finally at 17:12, Yakushev brought the Soviets within 1 goal, getting an assist from Shadrin. It's a very interesting point that in the game so far, in the first 2 periods, Canada has had 29 minutes in penalties to only 4 to the Soviets. And the feeling is running extremely high. We hope there will be no incidents, but the way the 2 officials are performing, I'm afraid they're getting the fans and the players worked into a fever pitch. But it's been a matter of great handicap to the Canadian team, playing short-handed so many times.
We can see there's a look at the backup goalie for the Soviets, Pushkov, and this is his first chance even to sit on the bench in an international hockey game. He's one of their younger goalies, and he's probably seeing a lot of things tonight that he never believed took place in hockey. There's Alexander Yakushev, giving their goaltender to screen right, Kretjak, some practice. The Soviets are out on the ice, as are the referees, and they're just sort of skating around, waiting for Team Canada to make their appearance.
With the score, Canada 3 and the Soviets 2. This is Game 6 from Moscow.
The question, Foster, all through that second period intermission is, can Canada hold on to beat the Soviets? My attitude has to be, can Canada in this third period take the game to the Soviets? Go get a couple of more goals. Skate away from them. Don't try to hang on. Because if you hang on over the period of 20 minutes, the Soviets will get to you.
The Canadian team, rather late in coming out, are out on the ice now. And at the moment, Clark is speaking to the referee, who is German. So whether he can speak English or not, I don't know. But from indications, it looks as if he could. Certainly, one of them must have understood English when they heard John Henderson from the boards and handed out a bench penalty. So Canada have two men in the penalty box. Red Berenson is going to come out for the face-off. Canada's a man short. That's the misconduct, of course, Clark. And he's a valuable man to be out of the lineup for that length of time. For the face-off, Canada shoots the puck down the ice. The Soviets are to our right, Canada to the left. Now Harlamov cleared over on that right side to Vikolov. Vikolov going in, fell, went after the puck. Dryden played it into the corner. Harlamov centered it out, and Dryden grabbed it with Vikolov standing in front of the Canadian goal.
The first thing that Team Canada has to do at the start of this period, they're going to be short for another 2 minutes and 25 seconds due to that major penalty of 5 minutes to Phil Esposito. They have to get through the penalty first.
From the face-off, the puck is cleared to the side. It's John Ferguson, of course, I was referring to. I don't know how I said John Henderson, but it's John Ferguson, who was the assistant coach for the Canadian team, who was caught saying too much to the referee, and as a result, the bench penalty.
There's a look at a broadcast set up right down at ice level.
From the face-off, the puck is near the Canadian goal. Red Berenson, with the help of Peter Mahovlich, cleared it down the ice. Luzhniki going back to get it. Dropped a pass to Harlamov. Harlamov cleared it, and it's intercepted by Berenson. Here's a shot. Kretjak knocked that down with his glove. Vikolov is covered by Berenson, who sticks with him, played it back to the defense, and they shot it down the ice. Canada's still a man short as Luzhniki went in front of his net, playing it over to Vikolov. Vikolov at center, going over the line. Still has it, played it back to Luzhniki. Out in front with Gantov, and the drive went in back of the net. And Dryden deflected that one, and it was a hard shot.
That was a fantastic save by Ken Dryden, because Dagankov, probably the Soviets' most dangerous defenseman. When he gets the puck inside your blue line, he has a tremendous shot. He walks right into the key scoring area at the top of the slot and let a high-rising shot go. That Dryden got his glove on, it came back off the screen, and he stopped it on top of the net.
John Ferguson is now sitting down, and he's cooled out quite considerably since that last outburst. Puck is back at center, right back into the Soviet zone, and it's Luzhniki turning for the Soviets. Coming up now with Walshov. Harlamov goes in on the side, pass it back to the blue line. Here's a shot by Lyatkin, and it went wide. Lyatkin had his try. Canada in possession. The point. Brings it out over the line, taps it back to Savard. Savard rags the puck. Still has it. Savard now comes to center. Savard over the line. Made the pass to Henderson, and the pass went astray. He and Ellis are out trying to kill off the penalty. The Soviets send 4 men up at center ice. Mihailov goes in on the defense. Stopped. Recovered by Lapointe. with Savard. Savard turning. Savard turning at center ice. Lobs it over the line. Savard doing great defensive work there with the help of LaPointe. Another long pass on the right side on a change of players. Petrov was unable to get the pass. Coming in on the right side, Berenson will stop. Volchov weaving in on the Canadian defense. A high lob to Volchov goes wide. Behind the net, Petrov couldn't recover. Red Berenson shoots it down the ice. Yakushev is coming on for the Soviets. Here's a penalty is up for Canada, and Canada full strength. The puck is on the far side. Phil Esposito just getting on after serving a major. Soviet returning to center ice. Couldn't get past center. Yakushev was waiting for the pass that didn't come. Shadron over to Anderson, who's pinned against the board. He centered it and comes to this right wing. Dennis Hull down the right side. Made the pass to Raquel, and he was knocked over by Vasiliev. A three-man break for the Soviets. One man back. They're right in on goal. And the shot went wide, and he planned on it. Another shot went wide as the Soviets stormed to the attack. They jammed to the blue line. Over to the far wing to Lyapkin. A drive and stop that. Vasiliev fired it wide. It's behind the net. Canadian team settled down. Shot it out to center. Dennis Hull to Esposito. Down the right wing to Cournoyer. Centered out in front. No one is there. Pat Stable drives it right back in the Soviet zone. Clearing pass. The Soviets shoot it down the ice. And it's called for icing. They have 15:50 left in the third period. Of course, they have a 10-minute game to end after the first 10 minutes. The third period is divided into two 10-minute periods. And the Canadian fans are really whooping it up. Bill White is out there now with Pat Stapleton, Clark, Henderson, and Ellis for the Canadian team. Raglan goes in back to the goal. He's the one that got slipped by Phil Esposito. There doesn't seem to be much wrong with him as he comes up with Maltsev, and he stopped there. But the Canadian team really fighting in there. A long shot. Precyak deflected that one. And the face-off is going to be to the right on the Soviet goal. You hear that Canadian group really hoop it up.
I think this has to be our best offensive line with Bobby Clark at center and Paul Henderson and Ronnie Ellis on the wing.
From the face-off, the puck goes back to the goal. From the corner, a slider goes down the ice. And it's called for icing. As the Soviet team, being hard-pressed by close checking, are not quite as letter perfect with their passing play. There's Gansov, number 7, for the Soviet, one of the strong defense players. A long pass to Mikulov. He's going in on the defense, couldn't control the puck. Henderson tipped it off Clark to center ice. Raglan played it over to Harlamov. Harlamov cleared it back at center. 3-2 for Canada. 14:56 left in the last period as Harlamov was stopped on that far wing by Clark. Puck is to the Soviet line. The Gansov is covered, and he couldn't move an inch. Henderson comes in with Ellis right in a goal, and the shot went wide. Great try. Ellis fighting for that puck. Goes back to the net. Henderson waiting in front. Ellis is upset on the play. The forward to Mikulov, to Harlamov on the left wing. He passes out to Raglan. Raglan waits. Back to the blue line to Gansov. The shot is deflected high up into the crowd, and the reserves go pouring over the board. 14-14 left in the third period. 3-2
for Canada. There we see Frank Mahovitz behind the Team Canada bench cheering his teammates on in this all-important hockey game.
The face-off is going to be inside the Canadian line. Canada leading 3-2, having scored 3 goals in the second period in 1 minute and 23 seconds. At center ice, the Soviets carry it over the line, but it was a weak effort by Shatilov, who's used sparingly. A roller comes to center ice. Petrov kicked it away, and Savard got it over onto the far wing. They close into the corner, back to the net. It's intercepted by Esposito. Here's a shot, and that drive went wide as Parisi was in front of the net. The Soviets come right back. The pass rolls off the side. Still recovered. Petrov handing it right back to Parisi. He clears to Cournoyer. Over on that left side. A race for the puck, and it went over the line. It's called for icing.
I can't say enough about the work of Serge Savard out there. There is no way that Savard could be in top shape because he missed almost a week. He missed the portion of the trip in Sweden, and he comes out here, and the one thing that he can do so well, and it's so critical to Team Canada, is whenever he's on the ice, he controls the puck and he can slow the play down.
3 minutes and 26 seconds left in the first half of the third period. 3-2, Canada leading. The puck is over on the far side. Dennis Hull failed to clear it out. Luzhniko's pass is intercepted. Rattel cleared to Dennis Hull. It was bumped. Then passes to center ice. Gilbert cutting back. Gilbert laid it over at center. Liapkin intercept. They have 4 men up. A long shot. Dryden caught it. And Dryden has been very steady in this game. Bergman ahead to Gilbert. Over to Dennis Hull. Offside. And there wasn't any doubt about that one. Face-off is going to be at the Canadian blue line. 2:53 remaining of the first half. Dennis Hull, number 10. Canada leading 3-2. And they face off. The puck comes over to the side. It rolls out to center ice. The Soviet trying to put on pressure at every move. Shadron gets that puck over the line. Passes back to the blue line. Liapkin missed it. It's a result. Canada break out 3 strong with Park going in on the right side and missed on the short side. Lutsenko cleared to the corner. Canada get another chance. A drill shot was deflected to the other side. Yakushev is stopped before he can get out by Rattel. Into Gilbert. Gilbert is bumped against the boards. The Apton had him covered, and the play is stopped. And the face-off is going to be to the left of the Soviet goal. 3-2 for Canada. 2 minutes and 9 seconds remaining. And Gilbert 8. Lutsenko 3 for the Soviets.
Some hard work there by Jean Rattel, checking fiercely, staying on top of the puck. They finally trap it against the boards.
From the face-off, Clark out there now with Henderson and Ellis. Bill White and Stapleton. Clark fights for that puck. He's grabbed high on the play and falls. Raglan grabbed at him. Then Ellis goes after Raglan, and Bill White is right there too. Raglan just grabbed Clark and pulled him down. I can understand Bill White and, of course, the Team Canada players. They are so intense in this game. I can understand them being uptight, being very anxious, being upset about that. But Canada must stay on the ice. From the face-off, the puck goes into the corner. Raglan held his stick up as Henderson went in to check him. Here's Bill White getting a shot. It rolled right wide of the goal. There's a deflected by Vasiliev. Clark trying to dig it out, and it went into the crowd. And the face-off is to the right of Krutchak with Canada leading 3-2. Harry Sinden is pacing up and down. John Ferguson is still sitting on his chair by the bench at the other end. Ready for the face-off in the Soviet zone. A minute 38 seconds left in the first half of the third period. 11:38 in the total. The puck is kicked over on that far side to Mihailov, and the Canadians recovered by a cleared pass. Cornwallis letting us out as Petrov failed to follow through. Down the right side for Cornwallis. Phil Esposito going in on that far side is jammed against the board. Parisi's in there trying to help him out. Phil Esposito to Cornwallis. Cornwallis centers and intercepted. The Soviets come right back on the right wing. Bolshov got it to Petrov. Shot! It was knocked off to the wing as the defense are blocking beautifully. Cable had stopped that one. Now it's Cornwallis going in alone. Went back to the net, tried to bring it up from back of the goal, but was stopped by Shadloff. Another great effort by Cornwallis and Brave. Much to the delight of the fans, let down. Evan Cornwallis with a good burst of speed comes in, makes a good move. Notice how he gets the defenseman to close his legs, then he puts the skirt on, goes around him, tries to come right around the net and jam it in the far side. Tretiak gets back and traps it against the net. 47 seconds remaining before the first half of this third period. Canada still leading 3-1. There was no score in the first period. Soviets scored first in the second. Canada came back to 3. And then the Soviets got one back before the period ended. The Afghan plays that puck over to Shadron with Anderson, and they're pouring the speed in the Canadian team. It's called for icing. And the Canadian squad are giving it a real top-notch effort here tonight. They've given everything so far and have been the better team.
There's no question, Foster, the Team candidates to this point in the game have played an absolutely perfect hockey game. They've lost their composure at times, but they've collected it, and they're playing sound, solid hockey right now.
From the face-off, Rattel is now at center ice with Peter Mahavlich and Gilbert. At center ice, the Afghan makes a rink-wide pass. Luzhniki carries it over the line. Addison had a shot, and Dryden played it off to the wing. Back to the blue line again. That pattern play of the Soviets causing trouble as Savard goes in back of the goal. Is stopped, goes after it again. Played it on the wing. It's dumped out, but not out again. It waited straight here and shot. And it went wide, and the siren goes to end the first 10 minutes. The play goes right on because they can't really hear what's going on. With the score, Canada 3 and the Soviets 2. This is Game 6 from Moscow. A change of players. They're starting in on the last 10 minutes of the third period. They've changed in. Canada to the right, Soviets to the left. Canada leading 3-2. And the Soviets ready for the face-off in the Canadian zone. On the face-off, the puck rolls to the corner. Park out there with Bergman, failed to get out. Bergman now plays it on the board. Henderson couldn't reach it. Michalov comes from the side. He's taken out of the play. Bergman tapped it out to center ice. Gantzoff goes back to get it. Canada intercepts Ellis, playing it over to Clark, who couldn't recover. Again, the Soviet attack, and the pass is knocked down and played out to center ice. Raglan playing it back at center ice. Baltsev is dumped on the play. Harlamov playing it over on that far side. Put himself offside, but the play is knocked out at center, and two Soviets fell together. Michalov going in, failed to get a shot. Hart dumped it into the corner. Raglan covers his check, and they jam each other into the corner. Ronnie Ellis is
a tremendous checker. He stayed right on his man all the way, took him into the boards, pinned Rankin against the boards to stop the play. But Ronnie Ellis, there isn't a better checker in the National Hockey League, and I know that all the opposition teams and coaches and managers respect Ellis's ability in a defensive capacity.
They're changing lines out there. The Soviets pouring speed and fresh material at the Canadians. The Canadians are hanging in there just as strong as ever. 3-2 for Canada. Petrov got the puck against the board, and it's knocked out there very quickly to center ice. It's shot in again and is called for icing.
I might mention right now that this is the only game of the 4 games from Moscow that will not be shown again. This is the only time you'll get a chance to see this game. It will not be on tonight.
Parisi's on the left wing. Bill Esposito at center. Barnoyer on the right side. Bill White and Pat Stapleton playing up for the face-off at the Soviet zone. Petrov is facing off for the Soviet. Here's a chance. Here's Parisi's shot knocked down. He's trying it again. Goes in back of the net. Centered it. Intercepted. Mihailov starts down the left wing. At center over the line. Weaving a bit. Made the pass to Petrov. The shot. Right. Stop that. A quick pass on the left wing. Goes out to center ice. Mihailov, 13, turning at his own blue line. Stopped, gets turned around, didn't get out, and they go in there with a real battling performance there by Parisi. They jam into the corner. Parisi still fighting it out there. Has that puck, then tried to pass it, still hangs onto it, gets it back to Stapleton, who took the shot and hit a leg. They jam in back of the goal. Vasiliev passed right to the Canadian defenders there, and Parisi shot it in back to the net. Bill Esposito playing it back to the goal, into the corner. Barnoyer tried to center it, and he was stopped there, spearing there with Petrov and Dennis Hull. Here's Dennis Hull getting a chance. He shoots a hot one. And Petrov and Dennis Hull nearly mixing it up again as they spear at each other. This is really the hardest fought game I think I've seen in years.
Foster, I can't believe it. Down on that ice, it's just sheer war. These two teams are going at it. They're not sparing the lumber. They're not sparing the body. It is basically clean hockey, but is it tough down there on the ice? And Team Canada are giving by far, I feel, the best effort so far in this whole series.
7:14 left in the game. 3-2 for Canada. The puck goes to center ice. Savard is out there with a point. They shoot it back into the Soviet zone. Dennis Hull takes over and crossed the line, but they had a man away offside on the play. Gilbert. 7:01 left in the game. 3-2 for Canada. Puck goes back to the Soviet defense. Raglan shot it up the center. It's cleared over the line. Dennis Hull played it on the board, but not out. Riddell failed to get a shot. There's Dennis and Dryden went down low to cover that low drive. Riddell lost the puck. Dennis Hull on the board, just trying to clear it out. He did. The puck is at center ice. Luzhniki cleared over into the corner and back to the Canadian net. Dryden shot it over to Dennis Hull, who failed to clear it out. Luzhniki to Anderson. Anderson was stopped. Dennis Hull cleared it out. Gilbert over on the far side. And now it's Henderson out there for Canada on a change of players. Soviets trying to get moving with a pattern play. Stopped by Henderson. Henderson played it over on the right wing to Gilbert. Gilbert rags the puck, getting it over on this side. And it's shot ahead. Now to Clark, who's on the edge with Henderson right in. And he failed to get his shot. A long clearing pass. Savard goes over to try to cover. They're still in there. It's loose. Recovered. Shot over on the right side. Ellis tears down that right wing. Couldn't get a shot. Clark covers Luzhniki against the board. And Lyapkin has that puck for the Soviets. Only stopped by Clark to Henderson. Henderson gets ready. It's forced into the corner, centers it, and it went right across the goal mouth. Bergman flipped it into the corner. Maltsev is trying to bring it out, clearing it over the line. Luzhniki at center, got it over the line. A shot, Dryden shot that one from Mikulov, and the speed is terrific, and the checking is harder than ever. With the score, Canada 3 and the Soviets 2. This is game 6 from Moscow. Jack made a brilliant save on that and fell to the ice.
Well, Ellis has scored a lot of goals on that very shot. When Ronnie Ellis breaks out and he gets to the top of that circle, that's when he's starting to get set to shoot, and he almost fooled Tretiak, who only got his pad out there by a fraction.
Complete change of players.
A great effort, a great save.
Ready for the face-off. The puck up. Here's a shot, and just went wide of the net. From the corner, they jam in there. Puck is held there finally by Greasy. He's up there with Esposito and Cornwallis.
With 4 minutes and 52 seconds, puck control becomes all important in the late stages of this game. Canada has to hold on to that puck as much as they can because the Soviets are going to go completely offensive as soon as they take possession.
Already with Petrov and Esposito, a shot over the Canadian line. It goes into the corner. They fall. Petrov fires at the puck. Bergman playing it over on the left side. Greasy found an opening. Cornwallis back to Phil Esposito. Phil Esposito going up over the line. Dribbled it into the corner. Greasy went after it. Centered it in front. And is knocked back into the corner. 4:25 left in the game. 3-2 for Canada. Greasy fighting for it on that far side. It rolls off to the wing. Recovered. Carried over on this left side by Cornwallis. And it went into the crowd when it missed the netting. And the reserves keep pouring out here with 4 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. Canada 3, USSR 2. Now Purcell going out there with Peter Mohammed and Gilbert. Gilbert and Ellis have been alternating there often. Right back and forth there on that wing, getting frequent relief. Puck goes over the line. Rattel rolling in on the defensive right cover. Mahavlich, and he failed to lob it high. Anderson cleared over on the far side to Yakushev. Yakushev is stopped at center ice. Another try with Anderson at center ice. It's still at center. Over the line for Anderson. A speedster. He's stopped by Mahavlich. And Pat Stapleton cleared the puck back to the Soviet zone. Luzhniki, number 3, turning with Yakushev on that far wing. Anderson coming in on the right wing. Lost it with a bad drop pass. Mahavlich played it out. Cleared over on that far wing. Bill White goes up into the corner. Center right in front, and a deflected shot hits the side. The Soviets break out at center. Anderson was too far ahead on the pass. Canada bring it out to center ice. Rattel. Yakushev breaking it up. Yakushev got his pass over to Lyapkin. Over to Yakushev. Here's a two-man break in on the Canadian defense. And it's a good checking play there by Clark, who's out there now. Henderson on this wing. Henderson lobbed it over the line. Gilbert is still out there for Canada. He passes back to Stapleton. Stapleton takes his time, lobs it to center ice. Now Ellis replaces Gilbert. And Ellis bumped into Mikulov right off the bat. Bumps is at the Canadian blue line. Ellis upsets the Soviet player. And there's going to be a holding penalty against Ellis at a very crucial time in the game.
what happened there, Foster. Ellis comes onto the ice. He has to skate the width of the ice to get over onto his position. He hits Vikulov at center ice. He's a little over anxious to catch his winger, and he hangs onto him and he pulls him back, and he takes a penalty.
Ellis for holding at 17:39. And these will be desperate moments for Canada. Playing a man short. 4 is Canada 3. There's Ellis in the penalty box.
This could be the longest 2 minutes of Ronnie Ellis's life sitting there. He's just in purgatory sitting there, because it's got to be sheer hell to be sitting there watching your teammates out on the ice with 2 minutes and 21 seconds to go, knowing that you only have a 1-goal lead.
3-2 for Canada, and the Soviet having the odd man advantage. Petrov got it back to the blue line. They're getting their pattern play. Luzhniki played it over on the far side. Here's a shot. Wright made a dazzling save on that. Now then, Mahavik clears down the ice. Here's his shot. And it went wide of the post by inches. The Canadians recover at center ice. They're back to their defense. Peter Mahavik tapped it back to center ice. Luzhniki ahead of center ice. Vikulov carried it over the line. Dumped the pass. Maltsev going into the corner. Back to the net. Passed it back to the blue line. Then to the corner. And it's stopped by Savard, who shoots it down the ice. And it's called. Just why it's called, I don't know, because they have a man in the penalty box, but they hit him with his glove, apparently. 1:33 left in the game. 3-2 for Canada, and Ellis hardly able to contain himself in the penalty box.
Puck control, Foster, all important. I have to make a comment on that save that Dryden made. It was probably the best save of the night. He got that big pad out there and kicked out a shot that was labeled.
From the face-off, the Soviets get the draw. The shot is wide, and Canada recover off the board, lob it into the Soviet bench. Savard and Lapointe on the Canadian defense. Parisi and Phil Esposito trying to kill off this penalty. And John Ferguson up again now, really applauding. And Harry Sinden pacing back and forth behind the bench. The face-off, a slider comes to Luzhniki with a blue line. Here's a shot. Oh, by the Afghan, and Dryden got his glove on it. On the side, and it goes right down the ice. 1:13 left in the game. 3-2 for Canada. Luzhniki back of his own net. Played it up to the blue line. Every man up at center ice. Over the line for the Afghan. Playing it back. Now they're closing in with a pass that goes wide. The Afghan shoots it back to the net. Soviets right on the puck. Harlamov is stopped by Phil Esposito, who shoots it down the ice. 46 seconds left in the game. Luzhniki staring over on the side. Coming again, fast. Gets to the defense. Harlamov centered it. A roller went wide. They jam into the corners, and they shoot it down the ice. Ellis is getting ready to come back on again. The puck is on the far side. Soviet stop is centered by Park. Park goes after it. Keeps on going. Centered in front of Clark, and the Canadian team are full strength. 13 seconds left in the game. 3-2 for Canada. The Canadian fans are going wild as the puck is at the Canadian blue line. Peter Mahavik dragging the puck. 2 seconds, 1 second, and the game is over. And Canada have defeated the Soviets for the second time in the series and get right back into the competition. The Canadian players are in a frenzy, as well as the fans. They're grabbing each other, hugging each other, while the sold-out Soviets are standing by, and now they are going ahead and having the usual handshake.
Foster, Canada was 100 cents for the dollar tonight. They matched the Soviets all night, stride for stride, and for 1 minute and 23 seconds, they skated away from the Soviets as they got the 3 goals they needed to win. You can't leave this game without saying what a job that Ken Dryden did. Team played a magnificent game, and he made a save there in the last closing minute that just kept Canada and guaranteed them a win.
With the final score, Canada 3 and the Soviets 2. This is Game 6 from Moscow. Hello, Canada. I'm Luzhniki, and I'll be doing the play-by-play for tonight's 7th game in the series. Canada must win tonight and Thursday night's game to win the series. The Soviets have won 3, tied 1, and lost 2. Canada has won 2, tied 1, and lost 3. Regardless of the final standing, the Soviets have won a moral victory in that their team has shown unexpected power and class and seem to have a team comparable to our best. In any case, the Canadian team, after a slow start, has shown definite improvement on each game's performance. Brian Conacher will again do color and is here beside me. Brian, every game is a must from here in.
Well, Foster, with each game of this series, Team Canada has shown better conditioning and increasing strength. If, as they did on Sunday, control the puck and play sound defensive hockey again tonight, I'm confident that Team Canada can win this game and tie up the series.
Players are lining up now for the presentations and the national anthem.
The international hockey match between Team Canada and the Soviet Union is declared over.
Представляем команду Канады.
As Jean Rattel acting as the captain for Team Canada, and Victor Kuskin, number 4, acting as the captain for the Soviet Union. Of course, they not only change pins, but they also exchange.
This is Game 7 of the Canada-Soviet series from Moscow.
Team Canada has only made 2 changes for this game. They have dropped Kenny Dryden and replaced him with number 35, Tony Esposito. And they have dropped Red Berenson and replaced him with Bill Goldsworthy. The Soviets, however, have changed 5 players. They've dropped their star, number 17, Harlamov, who was injured on the ankle in the game number 6 here. They've dropped 2 of the younger players, number 23, Lebedev, and number 24, Bodnov. They're both 21 years old. Another 21-year-old, number 14, Shadalov, a defenseman, and their backup goalie, number 26, Poskov. Replacing them tonight, the number 2, Gusev, and number 4, Kuskin, 2 veteran defensemen, and the line of number 9, Blinov, is back in order with number 16, Petrov and Mihailov, and number 27 will be the backup goalie, Sidelnikov, and number 12, Mishakov, is replacing number 17, Harlamov.
We're waiting for the teams to get their starting lineups. They haven't indicated who they're going to start with yet, but the officials, Rudolf Bata, so there's a different combination tonight from the last game, and Uwe Dahlberg. Uwe Dahlberg is from Sweden, and Rudolf Bata is the Czechoslovakian. Bata is 15, and Dahlberg is 14. Just saw Dahlberg there, number 14. And the teams are now going into the Soviets are going into their usual huddle near their own blue line. Canadians are just skating around, warming up. They haven't indicated who's going to start, but Esposito is going to start in goal. Tony Esposito will be in goal. Tretiak, of course, will be in goal for the Soviets. Looks like the Clark-Henderson line is going to start. Clark, just wait now. They still got them out there. Esposito skating around. But it looks like Clark, Henderson, and Ellis, the way they're moving into position. Clark, 28, is at center. Tretiak is warming up there. He's quite an acrobat. Now Parisi comes out. They had their starting line out there, and apparently they're going to switch that in the last moment. The Clark line is coming off. Now it's going back again. So there's a little indecision right from the start.
There's a look at the scoreboard, Foster, and of course the script is in Russian,
which makes it easy to follow. From the face-off, Canada to the left, Soviets to the right, and it's Savard clearing it over on that far wing as Canada sends 4 men in. Tretiak let it bounce back of the net. Ellis is trying to clear it out. It's shot out in front. Gankov cleared ahead to Maltsev, coming down with Mikhailov on the left, and he was knocked over and failed to make the pass. Clark played it over on the far wing. Lapointe, the goal is knocked off its props there, the Canadian goal, and the play is stopped as a result of it. They knocked it right off the props.
Well, as I pointed out before, the goals here are not fixed on pins that are about 6 or 7 inches high. They just have a spike on the bottom of them, and of course, if anybody does bump into them, they come off their mountings very easily.
From the face-off, the puck goes to center ice. It's shot over to Ellis on the right side, who gave Raglan a bump, and then went offside on the play before it could be cleared over. They're starting off very slowly, and the Soviets immediately make a change. Kuskin and Kuskin is going to stay out there. They keep changing all the time. They start out and then come back. Gilbert on the right wing for Canada. Rattel is at center ice, and Dennis Hull is over on that left wing. The defense stands fast. Rattel cleared it back to Lapointe. The point going up with a pass to Dennisville down that left side. A shot right on. Fredjack way out in front of the goal tree. Stopped that one and held it off his chest.
So the chant that we can hear in the background is the Soviet chant, and it is Shaibu, Shaibu, which means the puck.
Ready for the face-off to the right of the Soviet goal. Pass moves back to the blue line. The point lost it, and this is great for the Soviets going down that side. The high loft with Leanoff in front. Shot bounced off the Canadian goalkeeper and went to the corner. It's off to one side. Rattel going back to his own net. Petrov after him. Shot out to center, going right on down off the Soviet player stick. Gusev going in behind to get it. Number 2 for the Soviet to Blinov, 9. Blinov gets to the blue line. Now Gusev helps him. Gusev going in on the right side with Blinov in the high loft. The pass comes to the side. Here's the pass in front, and it went wide, as it was more of a shot than a pass. Puck comes out to center ice. Gusev passing back to Blinov. And he back passed him a high loft, and Canada recover at center ice. Dennis Hull failed to clear a pass there, spatted back at center ice, lost to Petrov, and stopped there at the defense. A quick pass to center ice. There's a trip there. There's a high loft trip Dennis Hull, and that'll be the first penalty of the game to the Soviets. A high loft. This is Game 7 of the Canada-Soviet series from Moscow. Mihailov is off for tripping at the 2-minute mark. They've played 2 minutes of the first period, no score in the game. Now Park coming up with the Canadian team having the odd man, Esposito number 7. Renwaya on the right side takes the pass, is thrown off stride by Shadron. Now Parisi over on that far wing, 22, going into the corner, shooting it back to the net. Off to the corner again. Park knocking it on the boards to Parisi, who's in the corner, back to the blue line. Knocked to the side, intercepted, and the Soviets break out. Mishkov going down, and he was skated off on that play. Couldn't control the puck when he had a chance on a one-on-one break. Now the Canadians coming back at center. Esposito shot it over the line. Luzhniki cleared it out. And Mishkov came out to try and recover. Park playing it safe, and they're starting off in a very cagey way. No score in the game. Renwaya dumped his man, but knocked the puck into the corner. Mishkov couldn't recover. They shoot it down the ice. Lyapkin driving it down. As Canada goes back to recover, Pat Stapleton to Park, number 5. Park clearing it back to the net to Stapleton. Esposito's in goal for Canada. Stapleton skating up at center ice. Played it over on the wing. A very slow move, and it's offside on the play.
Foster, I might point out up until now in this series, the Soviets have had 25 power play advantages, and they've scored 4 times. Team Canada has had 15 power play advantages, and they've only managed to score 1 goal. And if Team Canada is going to win tonight or possibly in the last game, the power play becomes ever more important.
Ellis is taking over on the right wing with Henderson on the left. Esposito's at center ice. And the Soviet holding up the game while they get a new stick. They're still a man short, but they haven't been hard-pressed so far. Petrov, number 16, is coming out for the Soviet to help kill off the penalty. Mishkov had been out there. He stays out there with him. Now Esposito waited too long, didn't get a shot away, tried to drill one, and was hooked from behind. From in the corner, they jam there. Petrov covering his check, then bumped by Henderson. They shoot it out off the boards. Park is going back for Canada. Park coming up on the right side, cleared it over on the far wing to Henderson, to Esposito. A shot went wide, and the puck goes into the corner. They're trying to get into position there. Henderson into Ellis in the corner. A pass right in front to Esposito. Scores! Esposito. Now Ellis. And there's Canada drawing first blood. Esposito from Ellis.
A great play by Ronnie Ellis, getting the puck out to Phil Esposito. He's parked about 15 feet out in front of the net, and what a move he makes, turning around to get the shot back in the goal. He had Tretiak at his mercy, and he laid lays it right between his legs under the ice. Canada leads 1-0. Here it comes again. We can see Ellis charge into the corner. Good forechecking here. Canada setting up control. Gets the puck out to Esposito. He makes a big turn and fires it home.
Clark gives assist as well. And the time is 4:09 of the first period. 1-0 for Canada. Shot right from the side. Canada trying to keep the pressure on. Clark had a shot at Petchak. It was stopped. It's left there. Passed right in front of his own net. Maltsev cleared on the side. And it's missed by Mishakov. Now Maltsev trying it again. He's hit it off. To the left of the puck. Trying again on this left side. Mishakov shot it to the corner and back to the net. Off to the far wing. Clark failed to get away. Stapleton lets Clark try it again. A dump pass to Stapleton, who sidesteps his check, coming up slowly at center ice. Faked the shot, passed over to Mahovlich. The drive by Clark went wide of the net when he was right in front. Goldsworthy is in the corner trying to dig it out. Goldsworthy is back to the goal, trying to center it out. And there's going to be a penalty call here against two. Mahovlich talking to the Soviet player and shoving him around a bit. With the score, Canada 1 and the Soviets no score. This is Game 7 from Moscow. From the face-off, the teams are 5 aside. The Soviets break out on the left wing. Maltsev takes a drive that hits the screen. It bounces over on the side. The Soviets try to center it out. Rattel giving it to Bergman to center ice. Gilbert rushing in with Sagantov. Sagantov recovers the puck. He's checked, and again, Gilbert coming in, trying to pass, hit a skate when Mikulov stopped him. Rattel gets that puck back to Bergman. A shot. It's right in front of the net, a scramble. And the Soviets cover up with Raglan right in front of the net.
Canada set up good puck control on this play. And you'll see Rod Gilbert walks right into the goal crease, tries to screen the shot from Gary Bergman. Tretiak, he goes down. He keeps his pad spread well out along the ice.
Face-off is going to be to the right of the Soviet goal. Esposito from Ellison Park, the scoring play at 4:09 of the first period. Peter Mahovlich and Mishakov are serving a penalty for roughing. Puck is back to the goal. And Gusev is trying to come out on the right side. A clearing pass. Soviets send 2 men up. Petrov getting it over. A shot by Mihailov is handled by Tony Esposito in the Canadian goal. Canada starting back again with a forward pass. Quite a different game from the last one. Practically no real hitting so far. They're playing it very cautiously and fairly slowly. A quick pass in center. Bergman intercepted. Cornwallier now rushing up on that left side as the Canadians change. Esposito coming out with Cornwallier. Rattel given a rest. Long pass to Gusev goes astray. It ends up in the Canadian zone. Park recovering. Park played it back to the goal. Mihailov centered it. It rolls right back to center ice. Petrov coming back to get it. Petrov for the Soviet side. Step Cornwallier goes in alone. Off balance. Knocked over when he really went off stride. Down that far side for Phil Esposito all alone. Lost the puck. The Soviets playing it over on the left wing to Gusev. Gusev at center to Petrov. Back to Gusev. Here's the pass. Nobody was there. And that shows you the passes don't always work. A roller out at center ice. Here's Esposito getting in. He's unable to control the puck. They jam against the boards. And it's covered by Kuskin against the boards. And the face-off will be to the right of the Soviet goal. 1-0 for Canada. And the team's at full strength.
Foster, Coach Vsevolod Bobrov might have outsmarted himself in that game on Sunday night because he put a lot of his younger players in there, and now he's got the older ones back.
With the score, Canada 1 and the Soviets don't score. This is Game 7 from Moscow. The puck is in at the Canadian blue line. They're starting it again. The teams at full strength. Yakushev cleared over on the far side to Anderson. Anderson getting loose in front of the goal. Another shot going, bounced off a leg. Then Liapkin goes in back to the Canadian goal, centered in front. And the pass is knocked down. Phil Esposito taking it over onto the far boards. It's finally cleared out on a pass over on the right side to Cournoyer, who skates up with Phil Esposito going offside on the play. Another change of players. And Harry Sinden is moving as usually back and forth behind that Canadian bench. John Ferguson is sitting down this time. There's Bobrov, the coach of the Soviet team, cool and collected, at least he appears to be. And you can see John Ferguson there just past in the center. And Baltsev going down that far side with Mikulov. The puck goes into the corner. Baltsev trying to center it out. Henderson covered him. The puck goes behind the goal center right in front to Raglan. It goes over on the far side on a pass. He waited too long, and Canada break out at center ice with Clark lobbing it to the Soviet line. Raglan stopping it. Soviet attack again at center ice, and Mishikov failed to get anywhere. Clark passes on the wing, intercepted again. Clark goes after his man, chasing him back to the net. He shoots it down the ice. Mishikov let that one go right down the ice and fall back to the Soviet zone.
So far, this has probably been one of the tightest games in the whole series. Although they're not using the body a lot, as you say, Foster, they are staying very close to their checks. And, of course, this makes it very difficult to take a pass cleanly. And as a result, we are seeing quite a few icings and offsides so far in the game.
I noticed Bobrov has decided to take a walk, too, but he goes at 1 mile an hour to Harry Sinden's 20 miles an hour behind that bench. They're making a change. Clark coming off. He's a bit tired after that rush, followed by Ellis and then Henderson with the helmet. Out for the face-off. The puck down to Raglan. Leadoff started down the left side. Couldn't control the puck when knocked over. Petrov played it right on to Stapleton's stick. It's up to center ice. Gilbert made the pass. The puck goes into the corner to Rattel. He couldn't recover. Petrov shooting it out at center ice. Mihailov going up with Leadoff, and he was checked without getting a pass. Kuskin fell in trying to cover the play. Gusev goes into the corner. He's checked on the play. Kuskin goes in to help. It hit the referee's skate, giving Gilbert a chance. He shot it in front of the goal. Here's a drive in front of the net. Gusev was down. It hit the screen. And the Soviet break out to center ice. Leadoff is on the left. Petrov made the pass, and it was offside. And we're getting much better refereeing in this game so far with Dahlberg and Bata handling the game.
There's a look at assistant coach Kulagin. And between the two of them, Bobrov, and Kulagin, they map out the strategy and all the training for the Soviet team, and they share responsibility about equally.
They're making frequent changes in this game. 10-17 left in the first period. 1-0 for Canada. Goal by Esposito from Ellison Park at 4:09. Puck is shot into the Canadian zone. Park going in back to the net. Trying to come out on the right side. He couldn't. Yakushev stopped him. Anderson tried to center out. Shadrin is on that line with him, so Anderson is an extra forward. They carry into the corner. Anderson is the only remainder of the so-called kid line for the Soviet team. Bobrov seemed to outguess himself on that last game by putting the kids in.
Well, we see that Uni Dahlberg there from Sweden, he jumped right in when he thought there might be the sticks up or a stray elbow around. He blew that whistle right away, and the referees obviously have been instructed, don't let the game get out of hand. Call it closely, and as I say, as long as they're consistent throughout the game, the players don't mind.
Canada was about to make a change. The play goes right on. Yakushev coming down fast. Here's a for the Soviets.
Well, whoever said that the Soviets can't let the slap shot go. They've got to be wondering right now, Foster. Yakushev pulled away from the Canadian player, let a slap shot go that caught Tony Esposito. He had yet to get ready, and it went right between his legs. The Soviets have tied it up. Alexander Yakushev with a blistering slap shot.
Yakushev really let that one go. And Esposito beaten all the way. It was about a 35-foot shot.
Alexander Yakushev, number 15, assist Vladimir Shapik, 19.
Shadrin gets the assist. Yakushev the goal. 10-17 the time. And now it's a 1-1 tie. Puck rolls to center ice. Sagankov was stopped. Now Raglan played it on the left wing. A drop pass. Here's Maltsev coming in with Mikhailov. And Henderson got a stick on it. Couldn't get it out. It's knocked by Ellis to Henderson. Henderson over to Ellis. It was partially deflected. Puck goes into the corner and Clark couldn't get it. It's out to center. Maltsev recovering with Bergman backing up. And the shot went wide. That goal has perked up the Soviet attack. Here the Soviets coming in from back of the net. And he's bounced down. Mikhailov was knocked over. Park covers his man. It's going to be a penalty on the play. Park with the score 10-1, and the Soviets won. This is Game 7 from Moscow. Ready for the face-off. There was a penalty given out on that play, but no one has gone off. They went to start the play, and now they're going to apparently call the penalty. That's an odd one. They gave every indication the penalty was going to... Shadloff is going to get the call. Mishakov. Park was in on that last mix-up, but Mishakov is going into the penalty box. So the Soviet get the lone penalty. He pointed at Park first. So it looks like a change of judgment on that one. Park and Mishakov had mixed it up. So holding penalty to Mishakov. He's number 12 for the Soviet. And he generally kills all penalties. It's a 1-1 tie as the puck is shot out at center ice. Lapointe playing it over to Park. Ellis is out there with Henderson and Phil Esposito. As the puck is carried in front of the Soviet goal, Ellis partially broke it up, but Raglan shoots it down the ice. Park going back to get it with Petrov after him. Park fights for that puck, recovers back of the net. Park skating up slowly, pass to Henderson, offside, and it's called at the Canadian blue line on the far side. A 1-1 tie with 8:15 remaining in the first period, and 1:24 left in the Soviet penalty to Mishakov. Soviets have had 3 penalties. Canada's had 1, and that was a double penalty, along with Mishakov, who's had 2 penalties. The puck is back to the Canadian goal. Ellis tried to relay the pass to Lapointe. Park failed to get up there in time. Falls into the boards to cover up with Petrov, but the Canadians recover. And it's now Henderson coming back for Canada with Esposito on his left, Ellis on the right. The pass goes astray. Is shot back to the blue line. Park keeping it in. Esposito is covered. They jam into the corner with Ellis overskating it. Petrov tried to roll it out. Park keeps it in and couldn't get the shot. Sagankov drives it down the ice. Gilbert comes out. Here's a mix-up here. Over on that far side, Bill Esposito is saying plenty to the Soviet player who waved him away. It was Mihailov, and Phil Esposito is going to get a penalty as a result. Whatever Esposito said to him, Mihailov didn't seem to understand or didn't care anyway. 7:21 left in the first period. 12:39 is the time of the penalty. Canada's lost the advantage. Cross-checking penalty. Esposito for cross-checking. Mihailov. Now Yakushev, one of their better players, goes into the corner for the Soviet, into the far side. Goldsworthy, he's the extra man, is clearing back of the net. The 1-1 tie. And the puck is still in there. 5 aside. Shadron is trying to center it out. Yakushev is waiting there for the pass. He shoots it right back behind the net. The point recovers. The point goes back to the goal. The Soviet are full strength. Canada now a man short. A quick pass to center ice. The point going in on the defense, right in close. And Liapkin steered him off to the side. They jam there on the board. Another pass goes astray, and they're starting to warm up to the affray. Liapkin running back to his own blue line for the Soviet, turning again. Yakushev on the left, number 15, goes over the line, the long, lanky player. The puck goes to the corner. Stapleton failed to clear. Liapkin takes the shot. Got it over to Yakushev, right in front of the net. And it's cleared to the side, but not out. Here's another power play. Luzhniki took a drive. And Esposito deflected that with his skate. Yakushev set Luzhniki up again. Over into the corner to Shadron. He shoots it to the open corner. And the Canadians shoot it down the ice. Petriak having to stop that long drive. Canada still a man short at center ice. A long shot by Liapkin. And a hard drive that time. Esposito had to be very good on the stretch on that particular play. Puck is back in the Soviet zone. Luzhniki over on the right side to Yakushev. Here's Esposito stepping on the ice. And the teams are at full strength. 5:19 left in the first period. A 1-1 tie.
It's interesting to watch the Soviet power play. They set up what appears to be a double slot man. They've got their prime scoring man is about 15 to 20 feet out in front of the net, just at around the hash marks of the two circles. But then they move a defenseman in just inside the blue line, and they can get a shot from either of those two areas. Both are prime scoring areas.
Ready for the face-off. The puck comes right down to the Soviet blue line. Gusev, number 2, going back to get it in front of his net. Cleared to Mihailov, who missed it. Stapleton for Canada dumped it on the boards to Dennis Hull, who shot it over the line. Gilbert tried to come in on the right side. Blinov for the Soviet at his own line at center ice. Over on the left side to Mihailov. Skated off by Gilbert. Rattel helps him out back of the net. Cleared to Dennis Hull. And Rattel goes back to the goal. Checked on the play. Now Gilbert in the corner. Failed to get out when stopped by Blinov. Back to Gusev. Another pass. A shot in front of the net goes wide. Gilbert covered Blinov, who still is fighting for it. He finally got it back to Gusev. A shot is deflected, and the Soviet are getting that passing play. There's going to be a penalty call here as the referee has his hand up. And here's the call for hooking. And it looks as if the Canadian player, Bill White, is going to get the call. Bill White on the defense with Pat Stapleton gets the penalty for hooking. So now the Soviet will have the odd man again with 4:15 left in the first period. 15:45 played in the first period, a 1-1 tie. And there's Bill White in the penalty box for Canada.
Bill White, number 17, Team Canada, 2 minutes 24 interference.
They ruled it as interference. And they call is going to be, the face-off is going to be made on the rim of the circle in the Canadian zone. Bergman finally went sliding to the side there just to cover up on that play. Clark and Ellis are trying to kill off the penalty. Park and Bergman, the Canadian defense, in front of Esposito. Mihailov in front of the net as the puck is not dropped fairly. They called it immediately when Petrov made his move first and then juggled the puck right up to the referee's hand. Luzhniki is standing near the blue line, number 3, always a dangerous player. Puck goes wide of the Canadian goal. Bergman tried a forward pass and shot down the ice by Ellis. And Sagankov is going back of his own goal for the Soviets. A rink-wide pass to the far side. They're moving up at center as Mihailov tried to get Petrov's pass, and it goes right back into the Soviet zone. Luzhniki after it. Luzhniki in front of his own goal to Vikolov. Vikolov at center with Petrov. He gets that puck right in that goal right here. He shoots the score. Went right in to score, drawing the goalkeeper out. And it was a beautiful goal by Petrov.
Great puck control by Petrov. He almost has the puck poked away from him, but look at him fight for control. He gets the puck again and slips it right in behind Tony Esposito, who by now has slid way out of the net and is well out of position. A beautiful goal by Petrov to give the Soviets the lead.
16:27, time of Petrov's goal to give the Soviets the lead 2-1.
And here we see him coming up. Now Petrov, he almost loses it but hangs on and slips it by Tony Esposito.
Now the Soviets coming again. A long shot. Yakushev went racing in for the rebound. And it failed to click. So far, the Canadian team haven't had the zip that they had in that last game, and the Soviets seem to be playing right back to their top form. 2-1 is the score for the Soviets over Canada. 3:20 left in the first period.
Coming up in our first intermission, we'll get a look at the reception at the Canadian Embassy yesterday. We'll get some more fan reaction of the game and the series. And of course, Howie Meeker will be along with his analysis.
Ready for the face-off. 2-1 for the Soviets. Shadron is going to take the face-off. Rolled it near Esposito. The puck goes to the far side. It's not cleared out when Shadron breaks it up. Yakushev was checked promptly by Cornwallier and then is given the puck at his own blue line. That's him at number 15. Now Anderson, one of the kid line, failed to get anywhere. Canada bring it right back. Cornwallier to Esposito. It's rolled to Esposito. A shot right in front. They scramble. Here's right first. Oh, a pile up there with Parisi trying to lift that one over the goalkeeper, but he was able to cover it.
Parisi made this play all possible by getting that puck through to Phil Esposito. Esposito gets it across in front of the net, and Canada has several good scoring chances, but Tretiak keeps an eye on the puck and manages to stop the shot twice.
Ready for the face-off to the right of the Soviet goal. Back to the blue line. The shot is wide. The Soviets scored that goal to put them in front with Bill White in the penalty box. The penalty was at 15:45. The goal was at 16:27. Petrov making a beautiful play of it to draw Esposito out of position. Now they're trying the same spot. Savard is standing there practically at center at the blue line. It's cleared over on the far side. It's back to Savard. He fakes a shot, turns. There's going to be a penalty call here. Esposito shoots. He scores! Esposito fires that puck and it's all tied up again. Esposito let one go from about 30 feet out.
Again, his teammate gets Esposito the puck, and he's right in the key scoring area. Phil Esposito with that quick wrist shot Drills one by Tretiak. If you notice, Tretiak is well back in his net and doesn't have really a good chance on the shot. We see it come up here again. Savard makes a good move here, beating the defenseman, gets it back to Esposito, and the quick shot beats Tretiak on the low side in the corner.
Well, that scoring play will be Esposito from Savard at 17:34, making it a 2-all tie. And this is going to be a tough one all the way through. Now it's Savard clearing that pass on the far side to Peter Mahovlich, and it's offside. Apparently Parisi was also given an assist on that goal. Esposito from Savard and Parisi.
Savard made a terrific move on the Soviet defenseman. He gave him a little head fake. He spun around by him, and he hit Phil Esposito with a perfect pass. And Phil Esposito can get that puck away as fast as anybody in hockey. And he caught Tretiak trying to set up, moving back into the center.
There's a false start on that face-off. Goldsworthy is on the right wing now with Phil Esposito and Peter Mahovlich. So they're juggling their lines around a bit. And they're adding heavy checking every chance they get. Petrov is now at center for the Soviet. Blinov is on the left wing, number 9. Gusev and Kuskin on the defense. 4 is Kuskin. It's over the line, into the corner. They race for it. The puck is loose. Goldsworthy is trying to center it out with Petrov jamming him against the boards. He picked on a tough one to come around. Here's a drive wide of the net. Esposito was nearly in front. The Soviet breakout with Blinov making the pass right in front of Mihailov. The shot hit Esposito and hurt him. A rising shot caught Tony Esposito on the chest, and I think it hit him on the neck. And the game will be delayed. He's coming over, as you see, and holding his throat as he comes over the bench.
There's no question that Tony Esposito was hurt there. That was a high rising shot by Mihailov, who came in a good 6 to 10 feet offside, taking that pass from his teammate, and walks right in and let a high rising shot go. Esposito, even in jumping up, still caught the puck well up into his chest or up into his throat, and I'm sure that that really smarts. We see him skating back to the net, so he's all right. But he certainly felt that when you can see him rubbing his neck, and there's no question he didn't have much of a chance on that shot to get out of the way of it. It was going well over the net, but it just happened to hit him as he tried to go up.
He's gamely going to continue there. He got quite a nasty rap as it bounced off his chest and hit him on the throat. Face-off is at center ice, a 2-all tie, 1 minute and 38 seconds left in the first period. Savard shot it to the corner. It's out to Phil Esposito, who couldn't get a clearing pass going, and it went to the Soviet zone where Blinov ahead to Mihailov, 13 at center. Over on the left side to Petrov. Petrov centered in front and went wide of the goal. Back of the net, Phil Esposito. Cornwallis is way up here near the blue line, waiting for a pass that didn't arrive. It's carried in on the right wing by Parisi, offside. And the face-off is going to be made at the Soviet blue line. 1:06 left in the first period, a 2-all tie.
There's a look at some of the cameramen along the boards getting coverage for their local station.
From the face-off, the puck goes to the boards. Yakushev, 15, plays it to his defenseman. It's a pass that's knocked down. Another try by Luzhniki, who shoots it into the Canadian zone. Stapleton is trying to clear. Yakushev stopped it. Tried his pass that was intercepted. It's knocked over on the right side to Ellis. Ellis is written off by Luzhniki. He still has it, though, but he has it against the boards. And Clark was right there to help him out. Bill White and Stapleton are on the Canadian defense at the blue line.
A good play by Ronnie Ellis coming right up the ice there. He had to fight off that check all the way from the blue line in. He kept an eye on the puck the whole way. He fought off the check and eventually held it against the boards.
Clark, Henderson, and Ellis out there for the Canadian team as Anderson shot it out to center ice. Shadron was unable to do anything, and it went off Henderson's glove into the over the boards. I think he caught it and just dropped it there on the far wing. So the face-off, referee Dahlberg is facing off. The puck is dropped. Clark had it on his skate. Yakushev knocked it back to his defense. He received a real bump there from Henderson. It's over to Ellis on the right wing. Ellis 6 going into the corner. Liatka knocked him into the board. Henderson goes to help. Then Henderson took a shot. Kretschak stopped that one. And they shoot it out to center ice. Bill White going back to get it. Shadron touched the puck as the siren goes to end the first period with them ending it in a 2-all tie. It was a real battle all the way through. Esposito scored first. Yakushev followed by Petrov and Esposito. With the score, Canada 2 and the Soviets 2. This is Game 7 from Moscow. 2 minutes longer on that intermission there before they came out on the ice. Now they're getting ready, recapping that first period. 4:09, Esposito from Ellison Park for Canada. At 10:17, Yakushev from Shadron for the Soviets to tie the score. Then at 16:27, the Soviets took the lead. Petrov unassisted, while Bill White was in the penalty box. And at 17:34, Bill Esposito getting his second goal with Savard and Parisi assisting. It's a 2-all tie as they start now in the second period, and it's a tight hockey game, and so far it has been quite as exciting as the last one. It's a 2-all tie, Soviets to our left, Canada to the right. They're underway with Petrov's pass being blocked by Savard. Dennis Hull is out there on the forward line with Rattel and Gilbert. Rattel broke up a first rush, then Gilbert passed to Dennis Hull, to Rattel. Rattel to Dennis Hull, right in on goal! And he dragged that puck too much and missed the net on a good try. Again, Dennis Hull broke up the rush before they could get out. Gilbert goes in to try and do some forechecking as they bottle the Soviet up. Then the Soviet player took a dive there as Gilbert checked him. There'll be a penalty call on it. The play keeps on going. Houston is going in back of the Canadian goal. It's shot over on the side. It rolls right in front of the net. Canada shot it out, and it's called, and the penalty will be handed out. With the score, Canada 2 and the Soviets 2. This is Game 7 from Moscow. A hooking penalty to Gilbert puts the Canadian team a man short in 59 seconds played of this second period, a 2-all tie. The puck rolls out at center. The Soviets have the odd man advantage. Luzhniki, number 3 for the Soviet, to Vikolov. Vikolov played it to the blue line, tapped over on the side to Petrov, going in with Mikhailov. He's into the corner. Petrov has that puck back to the blue line to Luzhniki. The shot, it's bounced in front, and it was knocked there by Bill White to the corner, who covered his man and goes loose again. Mikhailov hooked Pat Stapleton. The play goes right on, and it's finally carried out over the line by Phil Esposito, who scored both Canadian goals. Phil Esposito dragging that puck with Peter Mahovlich. He finally knocked over, and then Petrov leaned on him as the puck slides into the Soviet zone. Mikhailov going back to the net. Mikhailov coming over on the right side. A long pass away outside to Vikolov. He didn't even make a move on that. And the Canadian team still a man short.
There's a good look at Ronnie Ellis as he skates out onto the ice. Take his turn, killing the second half of this Soviet power play. A good effort by Phil Esposito. Puck control is all important when you're a man short, and Phil Esposito managed to rag the puck for at least 15 or 20 seconds, and they're very critical.
The penalty has 1:06 remaining to Gilbert. Canada still a man short, as now the Soviets have made a change. Canada has Clark and Ellis out there trying to kill off the penalty with Bill White and Stapleton. Shadron was knocked down by Stapleton, who played well up the Apkin, 25. Goes in back of his own net as they try to regroup. Maltsev starts away up to the blue line at center ice, showing a burst of speed. Trying to go in on Bill White's side, was forced into the corner. Gets it back to the blue line. A long shot bounded off the leg, and Clark lobbed it down the ice. Petchiak just stopped it. The Apkin going into the corner. Playing it over on the left side. Gets to the blue line. Slowed down. Passed over on the right side to Yakushev. Yakushev is covered and taken in on the board. They jam there. The play is stopped. And Canada covered up on that play so that there's no loose puck.
Again, it was Ronnie Ellis. You can notice how Ronnie, when he's in the corners there's not a coach in hockey that won't tell you if you're not sure what to do with the puck, trap it along the boards, because you're never going to get yourself in trouble if the whistle blows. And Ronnie Ellis is playing a very sound defensive series over here.
Clark and Bergman now on the Canadian defense. It's Bergman failing to get that puck. The Soviet recover back to the blue line to Luzhniki. The shot, and Esposito went down to cover. Ellis to Clark. Clark lobbed it down the ice, and it's Luzhniki going after it, watched by Clark. Shoots it over to Liapkin on the far side. Ahead to the blue line, a three-man break at center ice. Coming up over the line, he cut back again. Shadron is forced back into his own zone by Clark. Shadron takes the pass from his defenseman, cleared it to Alamov. It's into the corner as the Canadian team are now at full strength. Gilbert is back on the ice. They shoot it around back to the Canadian goal. Bergman tried to golf it away. It's kept in there on the right side by Kuskin. Shadron is knocked sideways. Mihailov went after it, couldn't reach it. Canada clear it out with difficulty, and Shadron's pass is knocked down by Gilbert, who forces it back to the Soviet line. Soviet held in check. They're trying to change players on the go. Phil Esposito stepping out there now. Cornwallis rushing over on that far wing is Petrov, trying to get a long forward pass. Bergman goes in to cover him in the corner, and it's held there for a face-off. 15:55 left in the second period. A 2-all tie. Canada 2, the Soviets 2. Canada took the lead. Soviets tied it up. Then the Soviets took the lead, and Canada tied it up all in the first period. Ready for the face-off. You hear the Canadian rooters as Esposito got that pass over to Parisi. A long shot to Cornwallis was way offside on the play, and it's called back for a face-off practically at center ice.
The Team Canada rooters over here come up with a new cheer, Foster. It's called Da Da Canada, Yet Yet Soviet, and they've been chanting that throughout all the games.
From the face-off, the puck rolls over the Canadian line. It's knocked right back again by Phil Esposito to Savard. Savard's pass goes astray. The Soviets coming in. Mihailov into the corner. Passes back. A quick shot. And it's stopped there neatly by Esposito. Cornwallis tears down the right side with Esposito going in, and he hit the side of the net as he couldn't control the rolling puck. Cornwallis gets it from the corner. Center to Esposito. He stopped. It rolls back to Esposito, backhanded one wide. Kuskin for the Soviet into the corner. Onto the left wing to Zagankov to Petrov. Petrov over the line, closing in. Mihailov shoots. And that was a brilliant save there by Tony Esposito, who covered on the outside of the goal crease.
A beautiful drop pass set up Mihailov coming right in behind Foster. And this is a typical basketball move. Once again, the Soviets used quite a few basketball maneuvers out there. Mihailov walks right in. He gets a shot away that's not clean, and Esposito had anticipated a harder shot, and he almost had the puck go in underneath his pads.
Clark going out there now for Canada. Goldsworthy taking over on the right wing, replacing Ellis for the moment. A long shot goes over the line. Clark follows up with Goldsworthy, who took a shot, and it bounced off the leg. Henderson is on the right wing. Ellis giving a breather after killing off penalty. Henderson in that corner is covered by Sagantov. Clark was right there too. And the face-off will be to the left of the Soviet goal. Here's a change for Canada. Stapleton and Bill White replacing the point at Savard. There's Clark. No keys at all. Carrying on a conversation. That's Nikolov for the Soviets. Clark and Nikolov fenced there for a moment. Canada playing every man up. The pass comes out to center ice. Bill White lobbed it over to Stapleton. Stapleton took a long shot. Kutchak failed to clear. Another shot is wide of the net. Now Stapleton getting a chance. He took a shot and just bounced off a leg. Maltsev races after it. Bill White beat him to it. Goals where they knocked it back in the Canadian zone. And it's knocked ahead by a glove. And it's offside, and another change, this time by the Soviets. Parisi is coming out with Cornwallis and Esposito. And the Soviets have Anderson with Shadron and center ice. Anderson on the right wing. Raglan and Luzhniki are on the defense. A pass to Yakushev there on that left wing. And it's outside again.
Yakushev has a terrific reach, a big, lanky left winger, and he can really move that puck 6 to 8 feet every time he's stick handled.
The puck rolls back at center ice. It's a 2-all tie. 14:09 left in the second period. Soviets break up a Canadian rush at center ice. Anderson went in on the right side. He just went down there when checked by Parisi, who's going to get a penalty for tripping, and that looks like a real cheap one. With the score, Canada 2 and the Soviets 2. This is Game 7 from Moscow. Face-off. There's a check there right off the bat. Stapleton was hauled down, a hooking penalty to the Soviets after Parisi had gone off for slashing at 6:04. So Anderson gets the penalty for the Soviet and loses the advantage in manpower. That'll be hooking. 6:11 is the time of the penalty. Coming in with a shot, and it's a long drive by Yakushev, handled easily. Cornwallis trying to come down. They're 5 aside now. Cornwallis and Esposito failed to combine on that play, but Esposito grabbed that puck. They're 5 aside, stolen by the Soviets. Yakushev coming in on the wing and stopped by Bill White after Shadron had nearly put him in the clear. A long pass to center ice. Here's a shot by Esposito that went wide. Cornwallis couldn't get the rebound. It's down the far side, closing in over the line. The Soviet player was checked. Stapleton carries back at center, deflected over the line with the Soviet Luzhniki to Shadron on the right wing. Shadron at the blue line, ahead to Yakushev. He's the dangerous player. Yakushev over that left side. The shot was stopped by Bill White. And blocked. Here's another chance right in front of the goal. A shot. And Esposito stopped that one as Liapkin was able to worm his way in front of the Canadian goal after being stopped on the first try.
A good play here by Liapkin. He takes the puck through his skates, gets turned around, and gets the shot right back on Tony Esposito. Foster, what they do so well here when they have 4 men to 4 is they spread it right out. They spread out their attack, and they use all of that ice, and it's very difficult to cover this large ice surface with only 4 men.
Ready for the face-off in the Canadian zone. Maltsev carrying Sidon there just for a moment. The puck comes over on the left side. They're trying to get that puck out. The Gantov pass is knocked out by Gilbert. Rattel knocked the puck ahead just after Gilbert was stopped and knocked over. Here's Rattel getting a chance. He cuts back, lobbed a high one that Maltsev takes in back to the Soviet goal. Kutchak stands there guarding the net as Sagankov comes back at center ice, over to Maltsev, closing in, Maltsev shoots! Great save there by Esposito, got his stick and skate in the way. Puck is back to the Canadian goal. They're trying to get organized here. They're 5 aside, but now Canada at full strength. Soviets still a man short. Coming up over the line, onside. And Gilbert was moving in with Parisi there, but was called on the offside. Anderson just came on the ice too. So now the teams are at full strength. 11:49 left in the second period. A 2-all tie. Canada 2, the Soviets 2. 3 penalties in the second period. Gilbert, Parisi, both of Canada, and Emerson of the Soviets. Clark, Ellis, and Henderson out there now for Canada. Petrov got the draw. Shot it over on the wing. Too far for Blinov, who's beaten to the puck by Ellis, who lost it in the corner. Blinov centered it. It's intercepted. Henderson went racing after it, knocked it back in his own zone. The point, clearing to Ellis, who couldn't get past center. Gusev cleared at the blue line to center ice. Petrov got his man over. Petrov shoots, and it's about 3 feet wide. Ellis after it. Finds the pass on the wing. Clark helps him out to Henderson. Henderson shoots. Oh, that was close. As Kutchak was able to cover that. Down the right wing for Blinov, closing in. Didn't get a shot. Another try for Mihailov, who centered out in front. Cleared off to the left side. Henderson with Ellis. Ellis tried to reach for that one. It went too far and it goes down and is called for icing. And it'll be brought back into the Canadian zone.
What this line of Ellis, Clark, and Henderson does better than any of the lines for Team Canada is they move the puck up the ice quickly, and they use all the ice surface. You saw Ronnie Ellis there. Even though he missed the pass, he's right over in his wing, and they make the long passes. And, of course, as I said earlier, there's not a hockey player in the game that can skate faster than a pass.
10:52 left in the second period. A 2-all tie. Canada 2, the Soviets 2. And Canada must win this game to keep their hopes alive of winning the series. The jamming session on the far wing there. The puck comes down on a 3-man break from the Soviets. They carry it into the corner. Yakushev going back to the goal. Centers it to Luzhniki. The shot is knocked down. Esposito cleared out. Here's Parisi coming in with Barnwaye. He passed behind him when he had a great scoring chance himself. It's up to Liapkin at center. Liapkin over the line, got rid of it. And Canada recover the puck. Parisi playing it to Lapointe, who's covered on the left side. It rolls back to Luzhniki. Cleared to the wing. Here's Yakushev. The shot. Again, it was saved by Esposito. Canadian team shoot it down the ice. Luzhniki taking his time to go back for number 3.
I have to say something about the goaltending of Tony Esposito. He has been sensational so far. He's made several key saves, and I'm amazed at the tremendous reflex and anticipation that Tony Esposito has. He stopped many very, very dangerous shots that looked from up here at Foster like they were labeled, and he's got in front of them somehow.
Soviets playing every man up here. Mishakov is now at center ice. And they're throwing in the extra reserves. Vasiliev is on the right wing. He's a defense player normally. The puck is off to the side. Stapleton skates up with a long pass to Dennis Hull. It went off the stick. Vasiliev going back to get it. He's back to his own net. Soviet calling on the reserves. Up to center for Mikulov. Over on the left wing. The shot is wide. Back to the net. Mikulov trying to center it out. Bill White pins him to the boards. Canada clear out. Dennis Hull took the pass. Goes up. Vasiliev bodied him and stopped him. A return rush. Bishakov coming in on the right side with Maltsev. Slides to Tony Esposito. And it's carried to one side and back to the net. With Canada watching their moves here. Rattel failed to get away, and Bill White helps him out. Bill White shot one off the Soviet player. Ragulin got it back to his teammate, and it's called on the offside as the reserves come out again. 9:01 left in the second period. A 2-all tie, and you see Ragulin's patch from the last game. That's a receipt he received from Bill Esposito. Petrov is going to face off with Bill Esposito. Peter Mohammed taking over on the left wing, and Bill Goldsworthy on the right. 2-all tie, 8:52 remaining in the second period. And it's a tight hockey game. Hasn't got quite the dash of the others, but it's still got plenty to it. It's taken in the corner. Goldsworthy shot it on the boards, but not out. It's intercepted now, carried up on the wing by Goldsworthy, who's coming in on the right side. He shoots! And a great save there by Tritchak there, who came sliding out about 5 feet in front of the goal crease.
A great Canadian attack here, and Bill Goldsworthy gets the puck. He's in good position. He's driving now into a good scoring area, and he lets a terrific shot. But notice how Tretjak came out and cut down the angle.
From the face-off, Bill Goldsworthy from the corner center to Phil Esposito, who's trying to get a shot. Houston had him covered. Finally knocked out to center ice. Bill Goldsworthy playing it back to Bill White. To Pat Stapleton over on the far side to Goldsworthy. And he just shoots it into the Soviet zone. Houston cleared back to Gusev. Gusev clears the center ice. Bill White brought it in, but it was offside as Goldsworthy didn't have a chance to get out and be onside on the play.
The Soviets right there, Foster, with that long, long pass caroming off the boards. They were looking for the breakaway pass.
That's Berkman there as they get ready for the face-off. It's up to center ice. A 2-all tie, 8:06 left in the second period. Parisi passes back to Berkman. Berkman comes up to center ice. He's up there with Brad Park. A long, easy shot. Butchak stopped it. Kuskin goes back to the net. A quick pass on the left wing. Soviets sent 4 men back. Petrov going in on the defense. Here's the shot. Bounced off Berkman. Another chance here from the side. Gusev centered to Mihailov. Back to the blue line. A hit a skate. Berkman played it out on the left side. Reese coming down the left wing. Tried to center to Esposito, who was knocked in on the boards by Kuskin. Here's another chance for Berkman. Right in! And he missed the net by about 4 feet. Seemed to hook the puck. Esposito was mixing it up there a bit. And there'll be double penalties in front of that Soviet goal. With the score, Canada 2 and the Soviets 2. This is Game 7 from Moscow. Kuskin and Esposito off together for roughing at 12:44 of this second period. A 2-all tie. Bill Esposito and Kuskin, the defense player for the Soviet. A quick shot on Tritchak. He covers up, and another chance there. They failed to get a drive on the net. A 2-man break for the Soviet. Yakushev got a shot and was knocked over by Park, who's trying to lift him right up on his back. Henderson covered up in the corner for Canada. So they're playing 5-a-side, and the Soviets just seem to attack regardless of penalties. Face off to the right of Tony Esposito. All set to go. Puck goes against the boards. Here's a long shot. Hit the stick, and Canada in possession. Park tried to play it to Henderson, who couldn't control the puck, and it goes right down and is called for icing.
Coming up at our second period intermission, we have a feature on how the television crew brings you these games. Bill Good will talk to Canadian Amateur Hockey Association President Joe Kriska, and of course Howie Meeker will be along with his analysis.
All ready for the face-off. Berkman takes it into safety back of the net, having a hard time getting away from Shadron. He still has it. Goes into the corner, failed to shoot it away. It's centered out, and it goes down off the boards with Luzhniki being forced to really move fast. Eric Clark followed in, but was offside, obviously, on the play.
With 4 men each on the ice, of course, it's a big ice surface. You've got more room. The idea is to spread out the play so that when you do get the puck, you have a lot more room to make a move on it. Here's a look at some of the Canadian fans and getting a bit of a back rub there to get ready for some more cheering.
1:15 left in the penalties as the puck goes from the face-off into the Canadian zone. Savard over to LaPointe. Canadian team trying to get organized here to get that puck out. It's cleared over on that far wing. LaPointe goes up with a pass to Rattel to LaPointe. LaPointe centered it. No one was in close enough. Bill Goldsworthy cleared it back. Here's a shot by LaPointe that went away wide. Zagankov is covering Goldsworthy. The two of them scuffle on the boards. Nothing really happened, but you hear the reaction of the crowd, the real old-time whistle.
I see that Goldsworthy into all of this game, and he's playing very well up till now. Goldsworthy has gotten a lot cooler in this type of hockey. He's relaxed now. He's not quite as chippy as he was in those first few games that he appeared in.
2-all tie as Rattel gets ready for the face-off. He got the draw, goes into the corner. Zagankov covered him. Soviet bringing that puck out to center ice. Maltsev going up over the line, taking a shot. It's wide of the net. It's in the corner of the Soviets trying to get it back to the blue line. They do. Maltsev takes the pass, trying to cross in front, left it there on a pass, and Maltsev nearly got LaPointe's goat there, and he was going to go after him. Maltsev, back of the Soviet goal, lobbed one in front of the net. Vasiliev starting back with a pass before he could hardly move. Zagankov at center ice over the blue line. Here's a shot, and it bounced off Esposito's glove way up over the screen into the crowd, and now both teams likely make a change. Certainly the Soviets are, and it's a 2-all tie with 5:17 remaining in the second period.
I'm continually amazed, Foster, at how well the Soviet players slap the puck. 3 years ago, they didn't slap the puck nearly as often as they do now, but when they let one go, it's as hard as any shot in hockey, and that particular one there, Tony Esposito couldn't catch that puck cleanly. He was lucky he got his glove on it.
1 second left in the two penalties, and both players are standing at the penalty box. They have the gate open. Now the Soviet player sits down. That's Kuskin, and Phil Esposito still standing up. Face-off will be in the Canadian zone to the right. Clark facing off with Petrov, number 16. Mihailoff is 13. Klinov is 9. Over on the far side, Parisi, Phil Esposito is on. They're both on, and the teams are at full strength. Cornwallier replaces Clark. Back comes the Soviets, broken up by Cornwallier. A quick pass to Phil Esposito going in, he shoots! And his quick pass went high, a rising shot. He didn't get much chance to get that one away cleanly. Putjak cut that one with Phil Esposito, mixing it up again with Kuskin. Putjak is skating around there. 4:51 left in the second period. A 2-all tie. Canada 2, Soviet 2. Back to the blue line. Bill White took his shot. It hit a dart. Parisi is mixing it up. And Kuskin, who seems to be in a battling mood, dropped his stick finally. And now they're shoving each other at every opportunity. With the score, Canada 2 and the Soviets 2. This is Game 7 from Moscow. Parisi and Kuskin are put off together after that scuffle and quite an argument in front of the Soviet goal. The penalties are coming thick and fast. Gilbert got the first one of this period, then Parisi, followed by Anderson, Kuskin, and Esposito, and now Kuskin and Parisi. The Soviet coming down with Yakushev down the right wing, and he fails to get over the line. There's going to be another penalty call against Canada for hooking. Hutchak was headed for the bench. Pat Stapleton is getting the penalty. And for the first time of the game, Canada will have two men in the penalty box. Parisi and Stapleton. The referees are a little worried right now that this game is going to get out of control, so they're clamping down. And of course, Team Canada now is at a distinct disadvantage with two men off because the Soviets need a goal to go ahead, and they're going to really be pressing now with this advantage. An obvious hooking penalty. Face-off is going to be outside the Canadian line. 4 men to 5, and with Bergman going back to get it, trying to shoot it away. It's stopped by Luzhniki. A pass to Lyapkin. Back to Luzhniki. Luzhniki, number 3, over to Lyapkin. A shot hits the Canadian player. It's in that corner. The Soviets still keep that puck, passing it around. There's a shot by Luzhniki. Oh, what a save that was by Esposito. Yakushev into the corner. They still have that puck. Back to the blue line. Now to Luzhniki. The drive hits Bergman's stick, but they get it again. Shadron. Pass to the blue line. Back to Shadron. Shadron trying to make up his mind where he'll pass it. There's Luzhniko's shot. It hits Hart. He lost it and comes back to Shadron, who kept it in. They drive it near the goal. Yakushev centers it back. It's to the near the blue line, but they still jiggle that puck all over as if it's on a string. It's again a pass over on the far side to Luzhniki, who lost it. Still Esposito finally recovers. Goes down himself. Goes over the line. Knocks the defense player over, but couldn't get any farther. Return rush by the Soviet. Yakushev overskated it. Gets it again in the corner. Passes back to the blue line. Sagankov shoots. It's right there in front there as Esposito took the rebound, brings it back. He's trying to kill off this double penalty. It's knocked over the line. Bergman broke it up, and Bill Esposito really golfed that one, and Bergman knocked it the rest of the way. Petrov coming up. Now the team, now Canada, just a man short. As the puck comes over the right wing, 2:40 left as Parisi dumped a pass, and it's shot down the ice. Pat Stapleton is on. The teams are at full strength. So Canada weathered that siege, playing 4 men to 5. Parisi is in the corner for Canada, jammed on the boards, and they're really roughing it up every opportunity. Back in front of the Soviet goal, Sagankov made a long rink-wide pass to Blinov. Blinov is forced back, number 9, comes up at center. Henderson made a run at him, but Ellis fell and tried to avoid him. Blinov turns with Mihailov. Mihailov into the corner, number 13. The pass came right in front to Sagankov for the Soviet, ahead to the blue line. 3 men come up, Petrov at center. Over the line, a pass back to Blinov. Blinov getting in with a shot, and it's caught by Esposito, who grabbed that with his glove while on his knee, and it appeared to be just off the target, and the reserves coming out again.
Just a reminder to hockey fans at home viewing these games, you can participate in voting for the most valuable player on Team Canada by sending the name of your choice to Box 5050 in Toronto, Montreal, or Vancouver. The winner is selected by the fans who receive the Labatt Best on Ice Award. Ballots are available from any Labatt representative.
The Canadian team recovered from the face-off, carrying it down that far wing. Savard centered in front, but Henderson couldn't get in close enough to get a shot. There's a shot in front of the goal. Henderson trying to deflect it as here's a jamming session with Vasiliev getting a jolt from Ellis, with Henderson being knocked over by the Soviet player, and they nearly started a flare up there, and it wouldn't take very much to really cause a real Donnybrook in this game. They're getting chippier every minute. 1:19 left in the second period, a 2-all tie. Canada 2, the Soviets 2. Nikolov failed to get away. Gusev goes down the far side to Mikulov, who's checked at the Canadian blue line. Canada play that puck out, Clark, but he couldn't go any farther. Now they're hitting each other with everything. Another try for Maltsev, and he's off as he tried to barge through the Canadian defense. Carried down this left side, a heavy Joel Henderson right in. And Ellis tried to get the pass, but is too far in on the play. Soviets come right back alongside the Mikulov. He doesn't clear, right in the goal. Oh, that was a great chance there for Mikulov, and he shot it high over the Canadian goal. Back come the Canadian team on a wild rush that failed to get very far. Savard at center ice, twisting and turning, falls. The Soviets get a man loose. Here's Anderson running in, and it's called on the offside after Stapleton had stopped the shot. 22 seconds remaining in the second period. A 2-all tie. Canada 2, the Soviets 2.
In that last minute or so, the play opened up as wide as probably any that there's been. The plays back and forth, a lot of heavy hitting, as we can see.
Nothing but penalties in this second period. Gilbert for Canada first, then Parise for Canada, Anderson for the Soviets, Lushkin and Esposito together, then Lushkin and Parise, and finally Stapleton. On the face-off, Canada gets a draw. Couldn't get past Sutter. Parise tried to pass to Esposito, but he was offside on the play.
I think one of the reasons that Esposito and Parise have had so many run-ins with Kuskin is that they definitely respect Esposito's ability in front of that net. And, of course, Parise is the man who's trying to get him the puck, so they're giving extra attention to Phil Esposito and Jean-Paul Parise.
From the face-off, Yakushev finally grabbed the puck at his own blue line, lobbed it ahead. No one was there. Bill White tried to play it past the Soviet player, lost it, and then the Yakushev overskated the puck, and the siren went to end the period. All the scoring has been in the first period. At 4:09, Esposito from Ellison Park. At 10:17, Yakushev from Shadron. At 16:27, Petrov, while Bill White was serving a penalty. And at 17:34, Esposito getting his second goal from Savard and Parise. No scoring in the second period. With the score, Canada 2 and the Soviets 2. This is Game 7 from Moscow. Teams now are getting ready for the start of the third and last period. It's a 2-all tie, all the scoring in the first period. Esposito getting 2 goals for Canada. Yakushev and Petrov scoring for the Soviets. In the first period, Canada outshot the Soviets 9-6. There were 6 penalties, 3 apiece. In the second period, 8 penalties. Canada had 5 of them. Soviets had 3. And the Soviets outshot Canada 13-7, but there was no scoring. The shots, a total in the first 2 periods, the Soviets 19 and Canada 16. Now we're all set. The Soviets to our right, Canada to the left. Clark, Henderson, and Ellis starting for Canada. Mishkov is starting at center ice for the Soviets. And it's cleared over the line. Sagankov shot it out. Mikulov is watching his man. It's cleared over on this right side to Ellis, and he failed to go through. It's back at center ice again on a slap against the boards. Maltsev tried to go in. Clark blocked him. Here's Mishkov getting a shot, and it hits Savard, and it's up to center ice for Henderson. Ellis rushing in, back of the net. Vasiliev after him. Grabbed off by Henderson. Henderson coming in front. Here's a shot. And the drive went by. Savard is waiting at the blue line. Here's another chance. A shot. And it bounced off the body and went wide as Ellis let it go. Maltsev carried it right back. Number 10 for the Soviets. Stopped by Savard. Savard lobbed it ahead to Ellis. Now to Clark. Clark at center to Henderson. Henderson just couldn't reach that pass and was against the board. It bounces out to Maltsev. Cleared to center ice. And Mikulov cleared over. Here's Mikulov getting right in. And Tony Esposito held his ground on that tough one. The Puck is shot back into the Soviet zone. It'll be called for icing on a change of players. A 2-all tie. They played a minute and a half.
During that intermission, we heard a lot of opinions on how Team Canada should play this third period, so I might as well throw in mine. I firmly believe that Team Canada can win this game if they play sound defensive hockey for the third period and wait for their offensive chances out of good, solid defensive hockey. If they play 20 minutes holding the Russians in check, they might get the chance to win this game.
From the face-off, the puck went flying from the face-off to the corner off a leg. Still in there, though. Mihailov took a shot, covered by Esposito on the short side. Bill White going into the corner, watched by Blinoff. Dennis Hull cleared it up to center ice, and Petrov is now back into his own zone. Dropped the pass. The Soviet attack. Guskin cuts back again, number 4. Gusev is with them. Taps it over on the far side. They move again at center ice. Bill White broke that up. Rattel drives it into the Soviet zone. Dennis Hull tears in after it, and it's grabbed off by Gilbert right in front of the net. He passed instead of shooting, and Rattel couldn't get it. Now Gilbert again. Gilbert got that puck off the board, came right around his front, and was in the net.
A good play behind the net here by Team Canada. Rod Gilbert stepping out from the corner. Now watch Tretiak. He's well back in the net. He has to make a move. Rod Gilbert lets a good backhander go right between his legs. A good goal. The play starts to develop here. Team Canada dumps it in and chases it. All important. You have to chase the puck. Now Gilbert misses it. Gets it right across. So Gilbert's parked himself behind the net. It comes right out to him, and he buries the backhand right between Tretiak's legs.
Now they're underway with the puck at center ice. Canada leading 3-2, and they took a while to put that up on the board. Well, there's no question about Gilbert scoring, and Rattel likely would get one assist at least. But they have some odd ideas about assists in this game. Puck is at center, cleared over on the line. Yakushev couldn't get clear. Esposito takes it in back of the net, and Canada clear the puck out at center. Liapkin going back to get it. Liapkin is going all the way back, passing to Yakushev. Yakushev in back of the net, crosses over on the right side, pulled away from Parisi. Cornwallis shot it back, trapping his teammate in there, and it's called on the offside. Canada now leading 3-2 with 17 minutes and 3 seconds remaining.
Well, Foster, I was just informed that a lot of Canadians are going to be surprised when they walk outside the arena tonight. It is now snowing in Moscow, so they've gone from a record heat spell a week ago to snow tonight, and I think we've bypassed the fall.
From the face-off, Cornwallis got his stick on that puck. Now it's over the line, and the Soviets play it safe, going back to their own defense over to Yakushev, who couldn't control it. Park across to Bergman, over to Parisi, gets it back to Bergman, and the Canadian team passing that puck around quite a bit. Puck comes to center ice. Yakushev going in on that wing. Bergman grabbed him, and he seemed to haul him down on the play. Looks like a penalty coming up to Bergman for holding. But the score, Canada 3 and the Soviets 2. This is Game 7 from Moscow. Bergman is off for holding at 3:26, and they drop the puck, and then they have to do it all over again. Both Rattel and Dennis Hull were in on that scoring play by Gilbert at 2:23. Whether the two will get assists, it's hard to say, but they were the ones responsible, as Gilbert tucked it home coming in from back of the net. Now the Soviets have the odd man advantage, and it comes back to Liapkin at the blue line. He faked a shot, cleared it on the left wing to Yakushev, clearing to the side of the net, rolled off to the wing. Maltsev took a swing at the pass and shot wide. The Canadian team finally cleared down the ice. Pat Stapleton driving it down. Phil Esposito and Peter Mahovlich out there to kill the penalty. Soviets coming again. Yakushev down that right wing at center. Shadron is trailing with Maltsev, who's going in. As rolling in front of the net, it's close. Liapkin tried to drive it. It hit a body. The Soviets coming close. Make a shot. It hit the Canadian player. Shot out. On the right side with Phil Esposito from Park. A shot is deflected against the screen. And Canada had a few close calls around the net. There's still a man short with Bergman off. Yakushev is stopped. Phil Esposito grabbed that puck after Park took his man out. Phil Esposito's dragging that puck. Fell on the play when Lyapkin fell on top of him. Back come the Soviets. Shadron got to the line, was stopped. Esposito cleared it out. Lyapkin tapping it back to Luzhniki. Luzhniki over to Maltsev in the corner. Maltsev trying to center it back to Luzhniki. Takes a shot. Here's Lyapkin getting a shot, and it went just off Esposito's leg. They still keep it in. They're keeping that pressure on. Luzhniki makes a shot. Backs up to the blue line. Cleared it to the corner. They're still zigzagging around. Here's a shot. They score! Yakushev standing on the side of the crease. Knocks the puck into the net. And the Soviets have tied it up. Yakushev from Maltsev. The Soviets have good puck control on this power play. And they get Team Canada running around a little bit. Yakushev parks himself right to the far side of the net in the goal crease. The pass comes right across the goal mouth. Alexander Yakushev has his second goal of the night. You can see Yakushev. Now he moves over right in front of the goal crease and bingo, right up into the net. That goal, Yakushev, who's standing right off the edge of the goal crease from Maltsev, who dug it out to the corner, 5:15, and it's a 3-all tie. The puck is in the Canadian zone. That penalty cost Canada a goal. That's the second Soviet goal, while Canada's been a man short. So their power play is paid off for 2 goals in this game.
It's absolutely imperative that Team Canada stay on the ice for the rest of this game. There's no question that the Soviets definitely have an advantage when they've got that power play going for them. They've scored a lot of goals
Canada
in the series.
Savard going in on the right side is grabbed that time by Petrov. Turned around. Ellis trying to center. Did. Then a shot bounded off a Soviet body. Goes out to center ice. Cleared over the Canadian line. And Canada dumped it. Or tried to, and it hit Reese's stick, who's sitting on the Canadian bench. A 3-all tie. Yakushev from Maltsev at 5:15 of the third period with Bergman off. There's the one of the referees, Rudolph Batten. From the face-off, the puck comes to the blue line. Here's a pass right in front of the goal. And Mikulov was unable to get near it. He goes to the boards, lost it. The point tried to clear it out. The Soviets take over. The shot hit a leg. And the goal by the Soviets to tie the score seems to have the Canadian team a bit on the run. They haven't settled down yet. Mishikov is now at center ice, number 12 for the Soviet. Mikulov is on the right wing. And Maltsev is on the left. Ragulin and Vasiliev, the defense playing up. Puck rolls at the defense. Clark cleared it out at center ice. Vasiliev shot it right back onto Goldsworthy's stick. The pass hits Mikulov, who bears down with Mikulov going in ahead of him. Mikulov went back to the net, nearly went down. Tried to pass back to the blue line. Ragulin shot it into the crowd. Ragulin, number 5. The sturdy defense player for the Soviets. And again, the reserves come out. A 3-all tie. 13:24 left in the third period. But they'll change at the 10-minute mark. They'll change ends as they usually do in international hockey. They play 10 minutes each way. Shadron is now at center with Yakushev on the left wing. Yakushev has been a constant threat. Over to Dennis Hull, who's out there with Rattel and Gilbert. Down the wing for Hull. On that left side is Rattel. Fired a shot. Gilbert went after the rebound, couldn't get it. Hull's shot went right off Fretjak's leg, and the Canadians came close on that. Bill White kept the puck in there, but Gilbert is offside. didn't have a chance to get in to the center area.
This game appears to be opening up a lot more than it has in the first two periods, and Team Canada is going to have to stick a little closer to their checks. They can't afford to send two men into forecheck. On that last series, they got trapped in the Soviet end, and one man scrambled back just in time.
3-3 tie as a long shot goes to Tretiak, who just saw that in the last moment. Cleared on the board. Klinov playing it back to Kuskin. Kuskin 4 at center. Shoots it into the corner. Back of the net. Klinov rushes in, but is beaten to the puck. White lost it, and a save there on Mihailov out of Canadian error. Here's a jamming session, and Gilbert and Klinov seem to be mixing it up against the boards there. Gilbert's number 8. That means further penalties. There's Gilbert, who's in on that scuffle. Bobrov is getting the strategy starting to work. They've been able to capitalize on 2 Canadian penalties. Gilbert hasn't gone off yet, but he will. So that's the second Canadian penalty of the third period. Gilbert now going into the penalty box for Canada. And the Soviets will have the off-man advantage again, having scored 2 goals that way already.
That could be a very costly move by Rod Gilbert, because, of course, that check into Mihailov along the boards there behind the net was after the whistle.
They called it charging. Seemed more like roughing on the play. 7:25 was the time of the Canadian penalty. The face-off in the Canadian zone. Here's Gusev getting a chance, passes to the corner, and right in front of the net, went right across to the side. Peter Mahovlich failed to drive it away. It's still in there. Vasiliev clearing it back, and Klinov, who's lost his helmet, fires it into the corner. Petrov is trying to find an opening. Still goes back and forth. Number 16 faked the pass. It hit Bill White. It rolled to the Soviet player left there, and it's not cleared again. The Soviets recover. Back to Gusev. Here's the shot. It rolled in front. Another chance. Petrov centered in front. A scramble. They're all around the Canadian goal. Knocked off to the corner where Vasiliev shot it back to the net. Petrov knocked it to the other side. Still have the Canadians chasing after them there on these passing plays. There's a pass coming right back to Petrov. He faked the shot, nearly lost it. It went to the blue line and out. And the pressure is now off the Canadian team for the moment. 52 seconds left, or rather 58 seconds left in the penalty. Harry Sinden, let's see if he wants to get out there to play.
I think what Harry Sinden was upset about there is the fact that the Soviet player did go over the blue line, and he wanted the puck to go all the way down to the other end.
From the face-off, Canada still a man short. The puck is shot over the Canadian line. Waltsev going in back of his goal. Forced to the far side, getting it back to the blue line. Here's a shot, and it is trickled wide of the net on a deflection. It rolls to the side. Peter Mahovlich shot it out. Went off the Apkin stick. Yakushev cutting over on the right wing with Shadron now at center. Over to Maltsev on the left side. That passing play again. Here's a pass in front. Yakushev shot that one. Esposito tried to clear, finally shot to the side. The Apkin has it now on the board. Here they come in. Yakushev coming in front of the goal. Passes over the blue line. A shot. It went wide. And Esposito not getting too much protection as they scramble in front of him. Puck bounces back to the blue line. Now the Canadian team at full strength. There's a shot off to the side. They didn't get it out, though. Another drive, a great shot. And it seemed to bounce off the post. It was hard to say. Finally, Canada clears the center ice as the Soviets put terrific pressure on. Yakushev goes over the line. The teams are full strength. Luzhniki shooting it into the corner. Maltsev is stopped on the boards. Ricci shot it back to the goal. Clark goes after it. They're jamming in on the side, and the siren goes to end the first 10 minutes. So they change hands. With the score, Canada 3 and the Soviets 3. This is Game 7 from Moscow. From the face-off, the puck is shot in the Soviet zone. Clark going into the corner, trying to dig it out from the side. Henderson going to help him out. Ellis is in front, waiting for a pass. Mishakov fell. Maltsev falls against the holds it against the board, but not for long. And then gets jammed in against the boards, and the play is finally stopped, with Clark ending up on his knee. 9:32 remaining in the game. 3-3 is the tie score. Henderson skating by. Clark is now replaced by Peter Mahovlich at center ice. Pass back to Bergman, who shot it into the crowd. So Peter Mahovlich is centering this line of Ellis and Henderson. So there have been a number of changes during the game. Clark has been working his heart out there and apparently was a little tired and getting relief for the moment. Bergman and Park, the defense for Canada. And they're starting to move the defense fairly well up. Peter Mahovlich doing a little talking there. And he's facing off with Mishakov. Mishakov, a very sturdy performer. Now, Maltsev nearly went flying off Henderson's skates that time. Vasiliev going in back of the goal for the Soviet. Played it in front to Raglan. Raglan shot it up to the blue line. Here's a pass to Maltsev. He's coming in on the corner after Bergman had missed him. He's trying to center out. He does. Vasiliev plays it over on the wing. Raglan shot it. And Tony Esposito came up with that one with the puck in his right glove on a great save there. And Tony Esposito has been one of the outstanding players, no doubt, for Canada.
A good glove save here by Tony Esposito. He picks it right out of the air. Shadrin parked again, right at the top of the goal crease. Very dangerous area. Esposito makes a fine save.
Ready for the face-off to the right of the Canadian goal. A 3-all tie. 8:59 remaining in the game. Canada to the right, Soviets to the left. Pass is carried by Gilbert. Park goes in to help. Gets it out. Gilbert racing after it. Kuskin gets back in time to recover. Played it over on the wing. Mihailov is turning now. Mihailov gets away from Park at center ice. Over the line, on into the corner. Blinov is over on this side in the corner. Blinov, 9, is given a jolt on the board. He's still being shoved around a bit. Puck didn't go out, though. It went off his skate. Blinov tried to pass. Bergman cleared it off the boards to center. Zagankov gets it to Mihailov. Intercepted by Park. Another try for Gusev, turning at his own blue line. Over on the right side to center to Petrov. Petrov stopped, and the Canadian team breakout. Dennis Hall took a shot, and Pritchak had it caught there when it went way up in the air off his pad. So that Dennis Hall seen going at him there with 8 minutes, 1 second remaining.
Canadian professional football will return to television Wednesday, September the 27th, as the Montreal Alouettes are in Winnipeg, while on Saturday, September the 30th, the Toronto Argonauts host the Edmonton Eskimos. Check your local listings for the times and the stations.
Ready for the face-off. Here's a mix-up with Anderson being shoved around by Parisi. They keep sticking close to one another. Canada's had 2 penalties in this last period. Now a quick pass at center ice. The Soviets come in with Anderson passing in front. It's knocked out over the line. Soviets take over. Shadrin getting it back to Lyapkin. Lyapkin, 25 on that left wing, shoots it into and to one side of the net. Esposito cleared to the corner. Savard failed to get it out. Soviets with Shadrin forced into the corner, allowing Emerson to dig it out. Phil Esposito recovered, going down, cleared it over on the left side. Here's a shot by Esposito was dead on. Into the corner for Cournoyer, back to the net. They're trying to dig it out from the side, and the Soviets get a three-man break coming up fast at center ice. Anderson going in on the right side, gets turned around, lost the puck, and it was cleared out there by Parisi. Parisi, Cournoyer, and Phil Esposito out there as the Soviets change their line again as they come over the line. Esposito stole that puck, lobbed it over on the left wing. Cournoyer gets it to Parisi, back to Esposito, golfs one against the screen. Cournoyer tried to pass it out in front, was knocked over. The Soviets come racing up with a long forward pass, and the Soviet player was checked from behind. That looked like an offside as Mikulov was going in, but they didn't call it. Down the left side for Cournoyer. He passed behind him. The Soviet player fell. Esposito gets in with a shot. It's blocked, kept in by Savard. It came out and knocked in again, offside.
There's no way that wasn't an offside. Foster Mikulov went in over the blue line, skating backwards, and he dragged the puck in.
There's the Soviet sports announcer going to work on the boards there. And it's a 3-all tie with 6:18 left in the game. Canada must win this one to stay in the hunt. Puck goes on the left side. Mikulov covering Paul Henderson. Now Pat Stapleton picks his way over to Henderson, trying to go in on the left wing. Clark took a whack at it. The Soviets break out at center. One man coming down. Maltsev, by the speedster, he stopped, made the pass, blocked by Henderson. Henderson sticks with him, and it's passed over on the far wing to Ellis. Ellis goes over the line. He's taken out of the play. Mishakov is forced back to the Soviet goal. Here's the pass in front of the net. A great chance there by Ellis. As the pass came out in front, he went after it and had a backhand, but Petchak stopped it. It's the Soviets coming over the Canadian line as they loosen up here and open up in every way. They're jamming into the corner here. Henderson watching his man. Back to the blue line, back to Vasiliev, a long shot. Pat Stapleton stopped it. Ellis racing on the right wing, gets the pass. Goes into the corner with Vasiliev after him. He's draped on the board and holds it there for a face-off with 5 minutes and 3 seconds remaining in the game. Canada 3, Soviets 3. And a complete change of players. 2 goals have been scored in this third period. Gilbert from Rattel and Hull at 2:23. And at 5:15, Yakushev tying it up from Maltsev. And Yakushev has scored 2. And Phil Esposito has scored 2 for Canada. Puck goes sliding right down into the Canadian zone. They carry it over the line. Hart is trying to get loose. Leanoff got that puck from him, cleared right onto the Canadian player's stick. It's brought out by Rattel to center ice. Stopped by Petrov, behind off to Petrov. Going in with Leanoff on the right wing to the top side. 4:38 left in the game. A 3-all tie. Canada 3 and the Soviets 3. And they're playing desperation hockey. It's hard, but it has been went as fast as other games in the series to see the television cameras. All manned by Russian crews. A forward pass on the left side, rolls over the line, and Gilbert was unable to get loose. The Soviets sent 3 men back, carrying over the line. Leanoff coming in back to the goal. He taken in on the board by Park, squeezed right out of the play. He failed to get out on the first try. Now Rattel in front of his own net is chased in back to the goal. Shot it on the board. It slides out at center. A race for it. Dennis Hull tearing into the corner with Kuskin blocking him. Pass is intercepted. Is knocked back on the side. Rattel lost it. And the Soviets break out again at center ice. Yakushev down the right wing. 4 of them are up. Petrov getting in position. 1 man in front. There's a shot by Gusev. Stopped by Esposito, they jam against the board. A real jamming session. Elbows go high. Here's Bergman shoving the referee. Now they're swinging at each other back to the net. And there's a real rumpus going on there. Everybody is shoving. Esposito's got Yakushev by the neck. Everybody's got a hold of every other person. And a few punches were rather tossed around a bit. Luzhniki stands back there. Yakushev was given a headlock. And Kornwaye is threatening on the side there. And the crowd, the Soviet crowd, are doing their usual whistling. And the Canadians were setting up quite a roar. It's a 3-all tie with 3 minutes and 34 seconds remaining in the game. With the score, Canada 3 and the Soviets 3. This is Game 7 from Moscow. Well, they finally parted company down there. There's Peter Mahovlich. Kornwaye just picking up a glove. Meantime, Vasiliev, number 6, standing beside him. Now he's left alone. He's the only one left. And the fan is either talking to him. You see that mesh there, and it acts as a springboard for the puck. Every time the puck hits it, it bounces out about 30 feet. There's Mihailov, who's in the penalty box, number 13. And they haven't assessed all the penalties yet. We'll make sure Mihailov is the first one in, but he won't be the last. Petrov is over there talking to both referees along with Phil Esposito. Greasy is there too. That's Phil Esposito, number 7. Rudolph Bata, 15. He's the Czech. Phil Esposito is either getting a lesson in the languages or it'll be roughing penalties likely, but there wasn't an awful lot to it. Outside it was like some of the lining up you see over here in Moscow. Every time you do anything, you have to line up. And players must be getting that idea because they certainly lined up there, and a couple of them lined each other up. In the meantime, all the players stand around there by the penalty box, getting a larger crowd all the time. And Mihailov is the only one we know is going to get a 5-minute roughing penalty. We'll see what happens to the rest of them. Surely can't be the only one. But it was really, I don't think there were too many punches thrown. Bergman will likely get the same kind of a penalty, and that'll likely be 5 minutes. So I guess after all that mix-up, and everybody seemed to get a poke at somebody, it looks as if Bergman will be off with Mihailov, and they'll both be major penalties. So they'll be off for the rest of the game. And they'll be 5 aside. Now Bergman is coming over to the penalty box now. And you hear the reaction of the Soviet fans. And then you can also hear the roar from the Canadian fans. Go Canada, go. Bergman in the penalty box, along with Mihailov. Both 5 minutes for roughing. So after all that commotion, two of them end up in the penalty box. 3:34 left. 16:26. The time of the double penalty.
Gary Bergman, number 2, Team Canada, 5-minute penalty for roughing. For Canada, number 13, USSR, also 5-minute penalty for roughing.
Yes, a double penalty for roughing, 5 minutes major. 16:26 in the game. And they face off, playing five-a-side. LaPointe plays it out to the center ice. Bill Esposito shot a long one at Tretiak. Into the corner for Parisi, who's fighting to get that puck out there. He still has it. Fighting with Lyapkin. Now Luzhniki goes in back to the other corner. Dumped it out. And the Soviet in possession. With Shadron to center ice. On this right with Yakushev. A hot shot. It bounced in the air when Esposito stopped it. Cleared to the corner. Canadians try to get that puck out. Failed on the first try. And it bounces off Parisi over the boards into the crowd. And Parisi and Bill Esposito are telling the referees where the faceoff should be. He's going to mark it inside first. Now they move it out. 2:50 left in the game. A 3-all tie. 4:16 left in the penalty. So that means they're out for the game. So they'll finish up at least five-a-side. The face-off, the puck comes to center ice. Nikolov moving in on the right wing, cuts in on the defense. Fooled LaPointe, but he came back there to cover him. From the left side, Maltsev is stopped. Henderson trying to break out on that wing there, couldn't get the puck to behave. And the ice seems a bit sticky. A quick pass to Maltsev. Maltsev on the right wing, takes a shot, comes in front of the defense, a screen shot. And Tony Esposito was right there. LaPointe made sure he gave the Soviet player a good jolt there, who was standing near the doorstep. It was Nikolov.
That was a good shot there by Maltsev. Maltsev has gotten more shots on the Canadian goal than any other of the Soviet players in this series.
All set for the face-off in the Canadian zone. They're five-a-side. 2:20 left in the game. A 3-all tie. Puck goes into the corner. LaPointe shooting it back to the net to Savard. Savard is trying to get out. Lobbed it ahead. Henderson going down. Got to the defense. Goes right in and going score! Henderson right through to score for Canada. A beautiful goal by Paul Henderson.
Henderson makes a beautiful move on this goal. And he's being mobbed by his teammates. But this is an absolutely beautiful move by Henderson. And the goal judge was a little slow in putting the light on, but there's no question that puck was right up into the top and the back of the net. And Tretiak really had no chance on that quick little maneuver by Paul Henderson. We can see Henderson move in here, and he just flips it right up top. Tretiak had no chance on it.
Paul Henderson was the hero on that one. He made a beautiful play. He seemed to have Soviet players dragging him all the way. And now Canada takes the lead, 4-3. With 2:06 left in the game. The goal was scored at 17:54, and they were five-a-side. Now the puck comes into the Canadian zone. Rattel covers on the board. Luzhniki is trying to knock it over. Petrov gets it. Took his shot wide. It bounces over to Lyapkin. Lyapkin took his shot. Stopped by Esposito. Canadian team carry out slowly to center ice. Rattel shot it into the Soviet zone. Lyapkin going back. 1:38 left as the puck comes out in front. Here Tony and Yakushev was stopped there by Esposito right in front of the net. Pat Stableton breaks out for Canada center ice. Going up with Ellis, and it's called offside. And Tretiak was knocked over by Ellis's shot, and he's lying on the ice. He jumped in the air, and he fell head first on that terrific drive by Ellis.
This shot by Ellis doesn't hit Tretiak in the head, I'm almost sure of that, but it just about rips his shoulder off. A high-rising slap shot. Tretiak takes it right up in the shoulder and the neck, almost identical to the one that Tony Esposito took earlier in the game.
they face off. The puck goes to center ice. Shot into the Soviet zone. Want to be close right to the end here. Yakushev going into the corner. Falls. Here the Canadian right in front. It was Pat Stapleton getting a chance. Worked back at the blue line. Played it to the corner. Esposito's waiting for a pass. The action stopped at 58 seconds left in the game.
With a minute left to go in the game here, Foster, the key to Team Canada is to hang on to the puck. Don't give the Soviets the puck in this last minute. And we saw Jean-Paul Parise fall down with the puck, and he fronted it for a whistle. Team Canada wants to gain control and hold on to it as much of this 58 seconds as they can.
58 seconds remaining in the game. Canada leading 4-3 on Paul Henderson's goal at 17:54 with Mikhailov and Bergman in the penalty box. There's still 5 aside. Esposito knocks it to the wing. It goes to the corner. The Soviets starting back. Mikhailov is waiting for a pass from Maltsev. Maltsev falls all over himself. And now Vasiliev plays it at center ice. Maltsev over onto the wing. They're closing in. The puck is loose. Here's Maltsev shooting. And Esposito made the save. A pass is right up to Vasiliev. It's partially stopped. Stopped again as Canadians throw themselves right at the puck. Mikhailov is stopped and the puck goes out at center ice. 21 seconds left. Soviets on the move. Vasiliev over onto the far wing. Across the line for Gusev. Intercepted. White failed to clear it out. Here's another chance. Vassiliev shoots. And again, Esposito stopped that one. It's off on the board. Mikhailov snared it back down the line. 1 second left. And the game is over. Canada has come through. With a tremendous struggle here, Esposito ended up on the ice, I believe, more exhausted than anything else. The winning goal was scored at 17:54. Paul Henderson getting it in tremendous style, just pulling his way right through to beat Tretiak from close in. It looked for a long time as if it was going to be a real stalemate, but the Canadian team came through, and now they're still in the hunt with a glorious chance here to pull it out on the last game in Moscow. At the moment, they're shaking hands. It was a 2-all tie at the end of the first period. There was no scoring in the second. And then in the third period, which is really dramatic, Gilbert scored for Mattel and Hull at 2:23. At 5:15, Yakushev tied it up from Maltsev. The Canadian rooters are going wild over there. And then finally, Paul Henderson made a brilliant effort, and he's been one of the stars of the whole series, scoring at 17:54 to win the game for Canada. And it looked for a time as if Canada might blow it on the basis of numerous penalties in which the Soviets were able to score 2 goals while the Canadian team were shorthanded.
Foster, there's a look at Canada's 2 stars as selected by top Soviet hockey authorities. Bill White for his tremendous defensive play, and Phil Esposito. They'll be receiving a miniature samovar, and that'll be presented to them by the president of the Soviet Ice Hockey Federation, Georgy Kozlov. And they get a tremendous ovation, a well-deserved one as they leave. Presenting the traditional rings that have been specially designed for this series and presented by the CBC and CTV television networks, along with the sponsors who bring you these telecasts, with Mr. Sillamp, who is here as a minister from the province of Ontario.
With the final score, Canada
So they go into the final game all tied up. The Soviets have scored 27 goals in 7 games, and Canada has scored 25. So if you had been writing the script, it couldn't have produced a more dramatic and exciting final. Tonight we are making hockey history, and the teams and fans are really up for this one. Brian Conacher will again do the color. Brian, I wouldn't miss this one for all the tea in China. How about you?
Well, Foster, it's no longer an 8-game series. It's down to a 1-game series. Team Canada in the past few games has neutralized any conditioning advantage the Soviet team might have had in the earlier games through a close-checking, physical style of play. Both teams are tired from the constant heavy hitting, and I expect both of them to play a close-checking type of game while waiting for scoring chances. If it comes down to one key factor in determining the winner tonight, I'd have to say that the team with the hot goaltender will win this 8th and decisive game.
Two teams are coming out on the ice, each team having a partner, and then they take over on the blue line. And I note that the Canadian team are carrying white Stetsons, but the presentations will be made, and then the national anthems, and then the players introduced after that. The air in the Moscow arena here is tense as we get ready for this 8th and final game of the series.
The international hockey match between Team Canada and the Soviet Union is declared open.
series of presentations will begin now. The first being with Charlie Hay, President of Hockey Canada, and he will present a totem pole to the Soviet official, Colonel Georgy Mozilov, President of the Soviet Ice Hockey Federation.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, to commemorate the series of hockey games between Team Canada and the Soviet Union, Mr. Charles Hay, President of Hockey Canada, is presenting a souvenir to Mr. Georgy Mozilov, hero of the Soviet Union, President of the Ice Hockey Federation of the USSR.
Alan Eagleson there, along with Joe Kriska, the president of the Canadian Amateur Hockey Association. Of course, that Howell Foster was for the V for victory sign that Gary Bergman waved over his head as he was introduced. Again, Phil Esposito not taking any chances. He hangs onto the boards when he's introduced. And Foster, the white Stetsons, of course, are from the Stampede City, Calgary.
This is Game 8 of the Canada-Soviet Series from Moscow.
Both teams have just made two changes, Foster. For Team Canada, the most noticeable one, Ken Dryden replaces Tony Esposito in goal to start this critical game, and Frank Mahovlich replaces Bill Goldsworthy as an extra forward. For the Soviets, they've only made one change. They've dropped number 5, Ragulin, the big defenseman who's supposed to have a sore leg. They've replaced him with number 17, Valery Harlamov, unquestionably one of their star players.
Rudolf Bada of Czechoslovakia and Joe Kampala of West Germany are the two referees, and they nearly caused a riot in the discussions prior to the game as to whether they would be allowed to officiate. That is the West Germans. But they finally resolved it around noon today. The start of the game was very much in doubt there up until noon. However, the teams are out on the ice now, ready to start. Phil Esposito was going to start at center ice. It was thought that Pat Stapleton mightn't be able to play, and Talon was dressed. But apparently Stapleton's ankle stood up, and he's going to start. Tretiak is back in goal for the Soviet. They're playing the entire 8-game series with him in goal. Phil Esposito at center, Cornwallis on the right. As the puck is dropped and shot up to the line, here's Anderson going up alone quickly, and Dryden to stop a hot one. A pass comes right back near the blue line. The shot is stopped and knocked out at center ice. Vasiliev going back to get it. Puck is knocked over on the left wing to center ice, and the Canadian team were nearly caught there right after the face-off. A long pass over there. Parisi going in, tried to lay over a pass. Esposito going into the corner. Petrov trying to cover him as the Soviet are changing immediately after they could get a chance at center ice. A quick shot is wide as Mihailov let a drive go from the right wing. A cleared pass. The Canadians failed to get a pass at center. Vasiliev hit Petrov, and the Soviet with Mihailov playing it over on the far side at center. Mihailov overskated him. Klinov follows, took a shot, and it's called on the offside at the Canadian blue line.
In talking to Johnny Esau just before this game started, he's back in Canada, in Toronto. He says the fan reaction and anticipation for this game is nothing short of phenomenal in Canada today. I understand that many of the school children have had the afternoon off, and I'm sure a lot of the teachers have probably taken it off anyways.
Well, there's one thing about the Canadian supporters here in Moscow. There are 3,000 of them, and I think they've made more noise than any 16,000 I've ever heard in Canada. They're really hooping it up and giving the team every support possible. They've been in here for the last hour, and they must be just about worn out by now. They've played a minute of the first period, no score in the game, as the Soviet with Anderson failed to get anywhere. Yakushev couldn't get anywhere. Lyapkin, 25, goes into the corner. Gilbert's after him. Rattel out there on the forward line with Dennis Hull. Rattel stole the puck from Vasiliev. Maltsev took it from him to Harlamov, coming up alone. Pass back to Bekalov. A loose puck in front, and the shot goes wide. Here's another drive from close in, and it's knocked out by Dennis Hull back to the Soviet line. Harlamov has returned to the lineup as an extra forward. He was injured for the last game. Now Luzhniki at center. Shot it into the corner. Dryden stopped it back of the goal. Esposito is the backup goalkeeper. A quick pass blocked by Bekalov. Bekalov cleared from the side. It goes back to the blue line to Sagantov. White stopped it. A deflection out to center ice. Henderson goes up with Ellis on the right, and the pass failed to get there. Maltsev with Bekalov turning. It slides near the Soviet goal, and Maltsev now has it at his own blue line, number 10 at center, and the Soviet fans, there's a dive. There was a real dive there. There wasn't a quick call, but there'll be a penalty, and that's the first penalty of the game. With the score, Canada nothing, and the Soviets nothing. This is game 8 from Moscow. Bill White off for tripping at 2:25. The Soviets have the odd man. When the Soviet player Conquena still there, even though Bill White hardly touched him.
Penalties could be a key factor in this game, and it's such a close checking game, and where a break is going to make the difference, penalties could cost you dearly.
From the face-off, Soviet got the draw, but forced back to center. Vasiliev over to Lyapkin, 25. At center ice ahead to Yakushev, their leading scorer with 5 goals in the series.
Henderson is the leading scorer of the entire series with 6 goals. Phil Esposito is tied with Yakushev with 5 apiece. Yakushev now cutting in front of his own goal, and Peter Mahovlich breaks himself on him, and there's going to be a penalty there. Peter Mahovlich checks and is given a hooking penalty, and Canada will play 2 men short. With the score, Canada nothing, and the Soviets nothing. This is game 8 from Moscow. Now Canada's 2 men short, with Peter Mahovlich off for holding. Yakushev tried to come in, back to Shadron, up to the blue line. Lyapkin played it over on the far side. They still pass it to Lyapkin. Here's the shot, and it bounded off Shadron, the Soviet player, and went into the crowd.
With 2 men short here, Foster, it's virtually impossible to cover the whole ice surface in your defensive zone. So what you have to do is set up a triangular pattern and keep the puck out of the prime scoring area.
105 and 1 penalty and 137 in the other for Canada. As Canada's playing 2 men short, Lyapkin over on the far side of the shot and stopped and drive. They bang it in and score! Yakushev left in the rebound to give the Soviet a 1-0 lead.
Yevgeny Yakushev, the first shot doesn't go in, and Yakushev parks himself right on the goal mouth, picks up the rebound, and bangs it home. The leading scorer in the series now with 10 points. That gives Yakushev his 6th goal of the series.
Yakushev,
A good play by the Soviet here. They set up good puck control. They have Canada at their mercy. Now Yakushev moves in, parks himself and hits the post, and he banks in the rebound.
leading 1-0. And now the Canadian team 1 man short with Peter Mahovlich still in the box. So they capitalize on that penalty. And that last penalty to Peter Mahovlich was for hooking. Line trying into the Soviet zone. Here's another penalty being called. This time the Soviet Canada. Kenneth Petrov is going off for holding. With the score, Soviets 1, Canada no score. This is game 8 from Moscow. They're 5 aside.
The audio and the video trouble we're experiencing is occurring at the Moscow end, and it's temporary, so please stand by and do not adjust your set.
On the goal by Yakushev, who scored with Canada 2 men short. A change of players.
It'll be critical, Foster, in this game that Team Canada, that all the players keep cool heads out there, because penalties are going to play a decisive factor in this game, and so Team Canada has to stay on the ice.
Phil Esposito out there with Parisi as the puck goes back to Vikolov. Maltsev takes his pass. He's knocked over by, and there'll be a penalty there to Canada. And just one penalty after another in this game. Parisi knocked the Soviet player over, seemed to get the elbow into it, and as a result will get an elbowing penalty, and Canada will play 2 men short, the Soviet 1. Parisi is
somewhat incensed at getting this penalty. He has no respect for the referee, and he could get himself thrown out of the game. What happens, Foster, in this type of situation? Because it's a close checking game, each player wants to make absolutely sure that his man, his responsibility in the ice doesn't get away from him. And this is one of the reasons there's a lot of hooking, tripping, and so on. Parise is totally incensed at this call. and he is tempted to swing his stick at the referee on a couple of occasions, and I think he's going to talk himself right out of this game. I think what he's incensed about, Foster, is that Petrov was standing right beside the referee on the opposite side of the ring, and he gestured to the referee that should have been a penalty, and then his arm went up. It was a very questionable call, because as I say, Parise and all of these players are just playing their man extra closely, and when they fall down, they don't feel they deserve the penalty.
Still waiting to, while Phil Esposito speaks to the two referees, I'm afraid this kind of officiating is going to cause more than one incident before this game is over. But Parise seemed to lose his head completely there when he threatened the referee with his stick. But he didn't swing it, but he certainly indicated he might.
Well, as you pointed out before the game started, there was a great controversy in the last day and a half in Moscow as to who would referee this game. Team Canada, after they had the two West German referees 2 games ago, suggested that they definitely would play if they refereed the game. The Soviets, unfortunately, had the choice of referees, and they were their choice.
The ruling is that Parise is out of the game, and that will likely mean a 10-minute penalty before he is allowed to be replaced. But he is out of the game. As far as we can learn in this controversial situation here, Harrison threw a bench or something on the out on the ice, and somebody else threw a chair, and in the meantime, the players just skated all around. Not a 10-minute misconduct, as well as the original penalty. Interference was the first call, then a 10-minute misconduct, and then he was put out of the game. So it's a very severe penalty to Team Canada, and they'll have 2 men in the penalty box for the second time in the game. And the Soviets scored the first and only goal of the game so far at 3:34. Yakashev, while White and Peter Mahavlich were in the penalty box.
Foster, I can sympathize with all the Team Canada members and Harry Sinden, but there's still over 15 minutes left in this game, and cool heads just have to prevail, because there's no question that the game will be finished and those referees will be there the whole time. Here's how the original penalty came up on Parise. As you see, he's trying to check his man very closely, and he gets his legs sort of between him and gets in his way a little bit. But I really feel that this is how the game is going to be played in a close checking game, and that was a fairly severe call for that type of an incident.
They have 15:50 left in the first period, and the game has almost reached a boiling point as the two teams just skate around the ice. They're still talking to the two referees, who seem to be a little hesitant and upset at the time.
There has been a lot of discussion in the last day as to whether there would be an incident in this last game. Because the 4 games have been so closely contested, everybody felt that in light of what happened to Gary Bergman in that fight with the kicking and the spearing, that it wouldn't take too much to set the sparks of flame in a game here. And unfortunately, I believe for Team Canada, the sparks have flown early, and there's still a lot of hockey to be played, and if they can collect themselves, I don't believe this one goal is going to beat them tonight. A great controversy going down there on the bench. The players some of the fans, but there's no way that the fans are going to get towards the bench because there have to be at least 100 policemen guarding Team Canada's bench from any spectator that might want to venture in that direction.
The scoring play by Yakashev brought him up even with Henderson. Both of them now have 6 goals. That's really what counts, because on these assists in international hockey, you can't tell really whether the player deserves them or not. They seem to be very indifferent to assists over here. They're finally getting things cooled out a bit. A few towels have been thrown at the officials, especially Joe Campella, the West German. But they had this tremendous build-up the last day or so on who would officiate, and it almost tipped off what might happen tonight. The feeling was running so high. So now Parisi is out of the game, and the Canadian team will have to get used to penalties here, the way they're going. They have 2 men in the box, the Soviet 1, and from the face-off, Vikolov comes up over the line, cleared it on the side, he hangs on to it, back to Luzhniki, back over on that far side. He still jiggles it around, back to Luzhniki, same spot here, fake shot. Now it finally goes, and Dryden kicked it out. Lapointe shoots it down the ice. Soviets have 1 man in the penalty box, and Canada 2. Puck is back at the goal, Luzhniki, clearing to Maltsev at center ice. Over to Luzhniki, and it's offside as Vikolov went in on the left wing ahead of the play. 15-12 left in the first period. 1-0 for the Soviet Union. 1:22 left in one penalty and 12 seconds left in the other for Canada. 56 for the Soviets. Puck goes back to Yakashev, the most dangerous player out there for the Soviet. Soviet player played it over to Shadron. Shadron passed back. The Afghan gets ready, shoots, drop it, knocked that one down. And the Canadian team lob it out. Peter Mahovlich breaks down the right side on getting the pass. Comes from the side, centered out. Frank Mahovlich tried to go in and failed to get a shot on goal. A jamming session on the far wing, and the shot went wide. Yakashev is stopped by Peter Mahovlich, but the puck goes up to Shadron. He's alone across the line into the corner. Shadron still has it, played it back, and it rolled to one side. Soviet had it momentarily. Savard stopped it. It goes to Shadron, and the puck hit the skate with Savard going over on that left side, being chased back. The Soviet at full strength. Canada a man short. Down the left wing for Canada, center ice, over the line, in on the defense, knocked over. Lapointe tried to get through. A quick rush, a high lob to Blinov, and the drive was deflected. Canada recovering. Ellis shooting it down the ice. And it's called on the icing call.
Parise is going to be a big loss to Team Canada in this game because, of course, he's been getting that puck out to Phil Esposito. He's been playing very well along the boards, and, of course, he is exceptionally tough in the corners. So Jean-Paul Parise is going to be a very difficult player for Coach Harry Sinden to replace in this game.
I assume the threat to the referee with Parise threatening to slash the referee was the reason he was put out of the game. But he had a misconduct, and then was put right out. A 1-0 for the Soviets. They have 13:44 left in the first period. And this is really life and death here tonight, the way they're playing. Lots of time taken on the change of players. Luzhniki is on that key point. Mikulov comes out, number 18. Maltsev is centering. Harlamov is on the left wing. He was injured for the last game. Puck goes into the corner. Bill White played it on the right side. Shot it down. Henderson is covered. Interfered with all the way down there by Sagankov. They jam into the corner. And here goes the penalty. No question about that. With the score, the Soviets won and Canada no score. This is game 8 from Moscow. Sagankov is off for interference. Here's a pass back to Park. Cleared on the right side to Ellis. Right in front of the net for Phil Esposito as Canada at full strength for a change. And the Soviet a man short. Canadians having a chance. Here's a shot. Right on. Protect. They bang it in. Phil Esposito knocked in the rebound. And the score is tied. Phil Esposito from Park. And that ties the score. I'm not sure if we won't see number 3, Luzhniki, help Phil Esposito put that in the net. Tretiak makes a good first save, but he can't clear the puck away. His defenseman comes in to help him and sweeps the puck, I think, right back into the net with the help of Phil Esposito. Now watch Luzhniki. Phil Esposito going back into front of the net, parking himself, and Luzhniki, the first shot's taken now. Now Luzhniki, number 3, helps Phil Esposito put it in the net. Phil Esposito from Park at 6:45 of the first period to tie the score. Sagankov was off at 6:28, so Canada hit very quickly on that play. Phil Esposito was parked right in front of the net there to take advantage. And it's a 1-all tie. And the Canadian team has cooled out a bit after that rather wild first 3.5 minutes. A quick pass at center ice. Canada on the attack. Rattel tried his shot, goes after it again when it hit a skate. He's bumped by Vasiliev against the board. He's over by the Canadian section. Anderson is given a jolt. The puck rolls back to the defense. Vasiliev shot it out on the right wing, and Phil Esposito drove one wide. Rattel missed it. Now Stapleton took a shot. Another drive is wide there. Yakushev bringing it on the left wing was squeezed out. A 1-1 tie. Liapkin, 25 with Maltsev. Maltsev at center. Over the line. Stopped before he could get through. It's batted out to center. Cornwall went after a third time. Luzhniki shoots it into the Canadian zone. Bill White back to get it. Bill White allows Phil Esposito to pass it back to him. A rink-wide pass to the far wing. Phil Esposito going in on that left side. He shoots. Tretiak had a bounce in front of the net. And he went down on his knees as it fell to the ice. And that was a close call. Ivan Cornwall picks this rebound off Tretiak's glove right out of the air and almost gets Canada their second goal. Foster, I'm glad to see that Canada has scored relatively early in this game, because in a tight checking game like this, it's very important to get that first goal early, because you're always wondering whether you can score in a tight checking game like this. And Canada now is right into this game. If they keep their composure, they can take this game right away from the Soviets. By scoring that goal, Phil Esposito has now moved into the tie with Yakushev and Paul Henderson. Each have scored 6 goals in the series. Again, the coaches are trying to play a little bit of chess amongst each other as far as matching lines. I'm not sure who has the home advantage. I would imagine the Soviets do in this last game. So they'll get the last change, which means Harry Sinton will be allowed to change his line just once, and then he has to stick with it. Gilbert and Dennis Hull, along with Rattel, the Canadian forward line. Pass back to Park. The shot hit the Canadian player. The shot by Gilbert just trickled off Tretiak's glove. They keep it in. Canada pressing hard. Luzhniki back to the net. It's hit by Dennis Hall. It hit a skate. The Soviets clear out to Nikolov. Over to Harlamov. Harlamov closing in. Passes to Luzhniki in front of the net. And he couldn't control the puck to get a shot away. Luzhniki fired one that hit a leg. Taken back to the goal. Park failed to get loose. It comes to the wing. Dennis Hull lobbed it down the ice. It's sliding slowly. It won't go. And Luzhniki had to go back and take it. Henderson out there with Clark and Ellis. Park broke up the rush. A pass over to Ellis on the right wing. He lost it. Yakushev coming in and drilled one about 3 feet wide. Goes all the way back into the Soviet zone. A 1-all tie at the 10:52 mark. Slider with Bergman clearing it right onto Yakushev's stick. Yakushev skating to the blue line at center ice. Over on the wing, crossing the line, an offside. And it's called at the Canadian blue line. A 1-all tie, 10:43 remaining. Yakushev, number 15, really one of the big stars of the Soviet club. Lapointe and Savard are moving out on the Canadian defense. Jadron is an added starter on this change, and the Canadian team elect to send out Phil Esposito at center with Ellis and Henderson. So Clark has been relieved for the moment at center ice. Soviet coming up at center, a long pass. Yakushev lost his stick. Play is called, and there's going to be a penalty call against Canada for interference. And it's Peter Mahovlich who is talking to Ellis as Ellis goes over there by the penalty box, and he'll get the interference penalty. Canada will play a man short again. Ellis for interference. And the time is 9:27.
Coming up at our first intermission, Howie Meeker and Bill Good will look at minor hockey development in Moscow. Bill Good will also chat with Gary Alcorn of Hockey Canada. Pat Marsden will talk with some of hockey's top authorities about this unique series.
Leanoff goes in on that left wing, number 9, going back to the Canadian goal. Still has the puck. He hangs on to it, clears the side, and the drive by Petrov went wide. Dryden was down on the play. There's interference by the Soviet player as he didn't have his stick, and here he gets it. No question about that. It was Petrov who kept jamming the Canadian player in on the board when he didn't have his stick, and Petrov goes off for interference. So now there'll be 5 aside. And this first period has been a story of penalty after penalty.
Without a stick, you can see Petrov put the big bear hug on Phil Esposito as he goes along the board.
From the face-off, the puck goes to center ice. Vasiliev cleared to Mihailov, teaming up with Leanoff, who goes ahead of the play, and the shot failed to go over Dryden, who was down on the play and more or less out of it if he had been able to lob it high.
To round out our first intermission, we'll have Howie Meeker along as well with some more of his interesting observations.
They're 5 aside out there. Canada to the left, Soviet to the right. 9:57 left in the first period, a 1-1 tie. Into the corner, Canada in possession. A lob pass as Phil Esposito pulled away from Leanoff. Got over the line, trying to kick the puck. Vasiliev recovered, passed ahead. Down the far side for Leanoff, closing with Mihailov. He went back to the net, centered it. It comes in front, a shot, and Dryden grabbed that one with Mihailov, cutting right in front of Dryden after Vasiliev had fired the shot.
Dryden looked sharp on this play. He catches the puck. He's not absolutely sure where it is, but he made a good save and not taking any chances. He smothered the puck.
Another change of players, and they're certainly frequent, and the hitting is hard, and the tempers have cooled out a bit after a wild first 3.5 minutes when Parisi was put out of the game. A cleared pass goes into the corner. Stapleton over to Henderson to Bill White. Bill White at center. Across the line, Vasiljevic took him out. Clark goes into the corner, squeezed out on the boards. The pass comes over to Yakushev, who couldn't control it. Clark gets it back to the blue line. Stapleton's roller bounced. It's out to center ice with White. 17 for Canada, playing it to Stapleton. A long shot is knocked down up before it went over the line. Yakushev goes up over the line. He's hard man to stop. Bill White rode him off. It goes back to the goal as the Soviet fans whistle. That's how they show their displeasure. Clark going in back to the net. Played it into the corner. Stapleton starting down that far wing over to Bill White. Bill White in on the right side. He hit Tutchak to the chest, gets that puck again. Clark took a swing at it. The puck was hit in the air and knocked out into the center ice area by the Soviet player, Shadrin. 8:29 left in the first period. A 1-1 tie. Yakushev having scored for the Soviet at 3:34, while Canada had 2 men in the penalty box. And then Phil Esposito tied it up from Park at 6:45 with the off just getting an interference penalty. The face-off will be in front of the Soviet defense. Phil Esposito with Shadrin. Comes back, a shot went wide. It's off the boards. Park coming in from the side, passed it to the corner. Cornwallis centered it out. Here's a shot. It hit a body. Frank Mahovlich couldn't get hold of it. And the Canadians drive it down the ice, and the Soviets are back at full strength. A quick pass is intercepted. Maltsev going in on the left wing. The puck went high in the air, goes back to the net. Ishikov centered it. Here's a shot. And Dryden seemed to get his hand on that one. Very close. A long pass goes over the line. Canada intercepts. Frank Mahovlich at center, going in on the left wing. Couldn't control the puck. The Luzhniki took him in. Here's Park shooting, and it's wide of the net. Another pass right in front. A scramble, and they roll it off to the wing as Bergman tapped it to the side, and bodies are going in all directions. Quick pass on the right side. The Soviet on a two-man break. Maltsev was going down on this left side. The pass never reached him. Ishikov is checked by Phil Esposito. Mikulov stole the puck, goes in on the wing, and Mikulov is knocked over. There's going to be another Canadian penalty, interference, and that's the favorite call by the officials. This time Bata is calling the interference penalty to Cornwallis. Cornwallis of Canada gets an interference penalty. 12:51 the time.
It seems that any time Soviet players fall down and look back over their shoulder to the referee, that they can almost entice the referee into giving an interference or a hooking or a holding penalty.
12:51, Cornwallis for interference. That's been the popular call all the way through this penalty-studded first period of play. 7:09 left in the first period, a 1-all tie. Face-off in Canada's zone. Maltsev knocked it back to the blue line to Luzhniki. Luzhniki going into the corner. Played it back on the boards out to Sagankov. A shot went wide. Harlamov getting it again on that far wing. Passing back to Luzhniki. Here's another shot. He scored! A long shot to the blue line. And I don't think anyone touched that puck. Luzhniki let it go from the blue line. And I think it went all the way.
That's the shot that will kill you. The defenseman standing right at the top of the slot, dead center in the ice, and he lets a low shot go with Dryden had no chance on. Look at the people screening him. Right in the net, Dryden had no chance on it. It sets up and gets it back to that center man. Luzhniki lets a terrific shot go. Now they set it up again. They're looking again for that man in the middle, and here comes the shot right through a maze of players.
Here's the mix-up near the Canadian bench. Harlamov was knocked over in front of the Canadian bench and seems to be injured, or at least he's indicating he was hurt. Well, just how he was, I don't know. He was skating back when it was just a crowded session there. Nothing else happened. Rattel is going to center ice, and Petrov is coming out speaking to Bobrov as they delay the start. Now the Soviets lead 2-1 with 6:42 left in the first period. That goal was scored by Luzhniki, a shot about 50 feet from inside the blue line. Mihailov was stopped at center ice. Zagankov cleared it. It goes loose again. Zagankov comes up to get it himself. Is partially stopped by Rattel, with Mihailov carrying back into his own zone, shooting at the center ice. Dennis Hall took a shot wide. Gilbert rushed in but couldn't get it. Maltsev at center ice, coming on the left wing. Pass back to Mihailov. In back to the goal. Goes to the other side. Tap back to Zagankov. Shot around back to the net. Centered it right to the Canadian player. Dennis Hull going down with Bergman, and he elected to fire the shot from a long way out, nowhere near the net. Puck is back at center. Savard back to Bergman. To Dennis Hull. Back to Savard. Savard at center ice. Cleared over the line. Closing in. Rattel tried to pass to Dennis Hull. He missed it. He went into the corner. Zagankov covers, and the play is stopped to the right of the Soviet goal. 5:31 left. Luzhniki, number 3, you saw on the screen as they change players again.
Foster, when the Soviets have that power play advantage, they're looking for 2 men. One between the hash mark, between the circles, the other one up near the blue line in the same line with the goal. Dead in center.
Soviets leading 2-1. 5:29 left in the period. Here's a shot from way out. Kretschak grabbed that one, was down on his knees. Ellis was close in there with Clark. This is Clark, Henderson, and Ellis out there. The point and Savard playing up for Canada. Shadron got the draw. It goes back to Vasiliev. Henderson broke it up. Clark fighting for it with Shadron, who covered him against the boards. And the play is stopped. Yakushev, number 15, is over on the left wing. Mishkov is on the other. Shadron is ready for the face-off. Canada playing every man up. Rattel taking the face-off. Got the draw back to Savard. Savard faked the shot, turns, gets in front of the net. He shoots. Oh, that was wide. Now Anderson on that far side ahead to Yakushev at center. Down on into the corner. Centered it. Henderson blocked it. To Clark. Here's Ellis on the right side. He's bounced off his stick. Recovered. And shot out to center to Yakushev. His pass is partially knocked down. It goes loose again. And Clark to Henderson, who was checked before he could really get going. Checking is very close. The loose puck is near the Soviet defense. Henderson blocked it at center. The point drives a long one that bounced. Kretschak covered it. Lyapkin is blocked on the boards as 3 of them jam against the boards. And the players seem to be cooling out a bit as far as tempers were concerned. But they certainly started off in a storm in the first 3.5 minutes. And the Canadian team lost the services of Parisi on a series of penalties. Bill Esposito ready for the face-off. Kornwaye on the right side, Frank Mahovlich on the left. Gusev trying to go out on that far wing, lobbed it to center ice. Bill White shot it in. Phil Esposito was trapped before he could get back onside. 4:11 remaining in the first period. 2-1 for the Soviets. Soviets leading 2-1. Goals by Yakushev and Luzhniki. The last one, a long shot, but it was screened. Dryden couldn't see it. Here's Mahovlich going in. A hard drive on that left wing. Kornwaye couldn't get the rebound. The Soviets break up a high lob with Klinov on the left. Klinov going right in. Passed it. Instead of shooting, and blew a great scoring opportunity. Sometimes you can pass too often. Kornwaye goes in on the left side. His shot is away wide. Klinov took it again to center ice. Over the line, turned around. Esposito clearing too far for Kornwaye. Gusev goes in back of the net. Mahovlich fell when he stopped the Soviet player Gusev, and he just stayed on top of the puck. Dennis Hull, Rattel, and Gilbert going out for Canada. Park and Bergman will be the defense. The Soviets leading 2-1, 3:25 left in the first period. And if anything, it's really been a tough struggle out there all the way. A long shot by Dennis Hull. He goes after the rebound. The Gankov beat him to it. Maltsev from the corner shoots it to center ice and went off Bergman's skate. A pass to Gilbert, who couldn't get past center ice. Another try by Park. They're closing in. Rattel to Park. Right in. He scores! Park from Rattel. And Canada tied it up. Park from Rattel for Canada. This is a beautiful two-way play by Jean Rattel and Brad Park. And you can tell that they're teammates because they knew exactly what they were doing. Rattel slipped the puck through to Park, and Park buried it in the far corner of the net. A great goal for Team Canada by Brad Park. Out of the end zone, we see it set up. Team Canada gets control. A good move. Now Park makes the initial move, gets it off to Rattel. Rattel gives it back, and he beats Tretiak cleanly. Park and Rattel went in there like a well-oiled machine. And Park pops the top corner to beat Tretiak, and it's all tied up again, 2-all. Canada 2, the Soviets 2. Puck is shot to the Soviet zone. Yakushev at his own blue line, playing it over on that right wing to Addison. Petrov on the left side didn't follow through. A quick pass, Clark cleared over on the left side at center ice. Lapointe going in over the line, and Ellis was called on the offside. 2:35 remaining. Park is on the bench there. He has kind of a satisfied look there. Bergman is sitting beside him. On my face-off, the puck goes into the Soviet zone. Lyapkin after 25, back of the net, out to Shadron on the right side to Addison at center. Addison over the line, pass back to Shadron. His roller went right across the goal mouth. No steam behind it. A lob pass comes all the way back to the Soviet zone. Vasiliev tried to make the pass. Petrov down at center ice. Here's a long shot. Dryden knocked that one down with his glove, fed it to the corner to Clark. Henderson, Clark, and Ellis out there. The pass is blocked at center ice. Lyapkin going in, faked the move. There's a shot. Dryden covered the short side when Savard was moved out of position. A pass to Ellis, to Clark, back to Ellis. Here's his shot, and it was dead on there as Vasiliev tried to block him. A high lob down the far side. Lost it at the defense by being a little too fancy. We understand Hull was also given an assist on that last score by Canada. Park for Rattel and Hull. A long shot goes into the crowd and a wild scramble to pick up the puck. A 2-all tie with 1:20 left in the first period.
It appears so far in this game, Foster, with 1:20 left in the first period, that when Team Canada is playing the Russians even at 6 men aside, Team Canada is a better hockey team. When they get the penalties or they go a man short, then they get themselves in trouble.
Ready for the face-off in the Canadian zone. And Stapleton played it cautiously, but not out. It's batted in there by Petrov to Blinoff. Blinoff back to the goal. Still has it. Overskated it. Gets it again. Bill White tried to block him. It's back to the net. Right, covered the short side. Mihailoff tried to scoop it. And Stapleton was giving him a couple of jolts. 1:01 left in the first period. A 2-all tie. Face-off is being brought out. Side the Canadian line. There's the look at one of the officials there, Joe Campala, who's been really under fire. He's from West Germany. He caused one of the big arguments before the game started. The Canadians didn't want either of the West German referees. A quick pass is intercepted at center ice. Blinoff, weaving a bit at center, is stopped on the third try. He's trying it again, number 9, over on that right wing. The lob pass comes right back off the skate, but it was offside again. And the Soviets are passing themselves dizzy and missing some great scoring chances.
And there's a good look at the Soviet crowd. And there's the big Canadian flag coming out of that crowd with the Go Canada Go chant. Mission possible. Anything's possible, Foster.
Yeah, this is quite a dramatic struggle here. It's got everything. Tension. Of course, the Parisi incident nearly set the place on fire here. But they've cooled out and they're back to playing hockey. Phil Esposito now at center ice. Ellis is on right wing, so the Canadian team are still juggling their lines. And Peter Mahovlich is over on that left wing. Peter Mahovlich tried to slash that puck out. Maltsev tried it, Park lost it, and it's now recovered by Pete Mahovlich, who centered right on to Petrov's stick, and a hard shot. Dryden covered the short side as the Canadian team are a little lax and having difficulty getting that puck clear. They're not making sure getting it out of their own zone.
Dryden is sharp tonight, Foster. That was an exceptional save he made. The quick glove was up there, and he robbed Petrov of a good scoring chance.
17 seconds remaining in the first period. There's a trip. Bergman was upset. He upset Maltsev. A roller comes right back out to center ice. Gusev, number 2 for the Soviets. Waiting with 4 seconds left. It goes into the corner. It's taken in back to the net, and the siren goes, and that ends the first period. With the score, Canada 2 and the Soviets 2. This is game 8 from Moscow. And incidentally, of the 8 penalties in that first period, 5 of them were for interference. So on the calls, you really can't go on what the actual offense is, or foul. The puck is now from the face-off into the Soviet zone. Vasiliev cleared in front of his own net. It's grabbed off by Henderson momentarily. Yakushev comes away on the right wing, closes in with a shot wide. It bounced in front of the net. Chatterjee scores! Shedron got that loose puck. And that put the Soviet one up there when Dryden was unable to clear the puck. And it was shot right back at him.
What we see coming off the back screen, Dryden doesn't see the puck come back. It comes back right to the middle, and Shadron drills it home right between a bewildered Dryden's legs.
21 seconds was that scoring play, a fast one by Shadron for the Soviets, and the Soviets lead 3-2. A totally unexpected score. Anderson coming down now for the Soviet, took a shot, it was wide of the net. Savard goes into the corner. He and LaPointe are out there on the defense. Savard to center ice. Going up, couldn't get over that line. cuts back, is knocked down when bodied on the play by Anderson, one of the kid line. Here's Canada in, a shot, and Petchak made the save on that far wing as Ellis went in. Another drive from the other side was way out. Henderson comes right back at center ice. Over the line, a drop pass to Clark, a shot. Petchak grabbed it, fell to the ice as Ellis cut across in front. And they're just going end to end here as fast as you can imagine.
We can see Petchak come up with a good save here on a good shot by the Canadian. Foster, I have to comment on that screen. We've talked about it a little bit, but of course it's a netting. It's not glass. And when the puck goes into it straight on, as it did on that initial shot, it comes back off the screen even faster than it goes towards it. And Dryden really had no chance to get his eye on the puck, and it was in the net before he could move.
18:45 left in the second period. 3-2 for the Soviets on a quick goal in 21 seconds by Shadron. The Soviets clear the puck down the ice, and it's called for icing. And it'll be brought back to the left of Petchak. This is the eighth and final game of this series. The two teams are tied, and anything can happen in this one. A slider goes right down again from the face-off. Going right down, Dryden touches it. Pat Stapleton is back of the net. He was a doubtful starter because of his ankle, but he's taking his part. Talon was dressed in case he wasn't ready. A long shot, and the puck goes off the boards. It's out to center ice. Stapleton recovered, and Britell shoots it wide of the net. Dennis Hull into the corner, blocks Luzhniki. Passed in front of his net over on the right side. Bekulov coming up over the line, couldn't get through. Dennis Hull took it off a skate, but didn't go after it. Dennis Hull stopped Luzhniki partially, but he drove it in back of the Canadian goal. Going into the corner, dumping it back to Stapleton, number 3 for Canada. Pass to White, ahead to Rattel. Down this left wing for Gilbert. Over the line, Gilbert right in on goal, he shoots! Oh, and Petchak made a great save there as Gilbert played it perfectly. Now Mihailov trying to get away. 13. Klinov on his left. No one on the right wing. Over on the right side. Now Petrov comes in with a shot as he was allowed to coast in there without any checking at all. Puck goes right back to Gusev at the blue line. Ahead on the left wing. 3 Soviets offside on the play. And it's called back for a face-off at the Soviet blue line. The Soviets leading 3-2 with 17:09 left in the second period.
In the first few minutes of this period, the play has opened up considerably, and this has probably been the fastest it's been since the game began.
Phil Esposito out there now with Frank Mahovlich and Cornwallis. Bergman and Park, the defense. Bergman lobbed it over to Cornwallis. Cornwallis going in, couldn't get his shot away. Klinov is chased into the corner, cleared out at center ice. A lob pass over on the right wing. Kuskin shot it into the corner. The puck is knocked back there in the corner. Frank Mahovlich passes back to Bergman. Bergman cleared it over to Cornwallis. Cornwallis is covered on the boards. It goes loose. Here's a chance right to Klinov. And Klinov elected to pass. And it went off his skate, came right back to center ice. And the Soviets are overpassing in this game. Another pass at center ice. Petrov goes in on the left wing. Klinov on the right. Came in front of the net, but the pass didn't come that time. Frank Mahovlich down the left wing, showing a burst of speed. Goes in over the line, crossing over on the right wing. And Esposito had a direct shot, and Kuskin stopped it. A two-man break for the Soviets. Petrov backhanded one that went harmlessly to the corner. It's on this wing. Klinov's pass to Petrov with Cornwallis hooking his stick at the time. Park has stopped to one side of the Canadian goal. Coming back on the other side. Shot it ahead to Mahovlich, who fell. Cornwallis lobbed it over the line. Soviet coming back at center, three of them. Shadron was dumped. Yakushev couldn't follow through. Forward to Henderson. Henderson right in the goal. And he fired one wide with Gusev flying into the board. Cornwallis shot wide. And the Canadian team showing some real firing power there with a little erratic shooting. Puck back into the Soviet zone, and it's called for icing.
I think Paul Henderson is showing people some strength that no one really realized he had. When he came in on goal there, he fought off two checks and still managed to get the shot away. A good effort by Paul Henderson.
15:03 left in the second period. The Soviets leading Canada 3-2. Shadron has scored that third goal, 21 seconds of this period. Face-off will be with Clark covering. It goes to Savard. He lost it. The pass goes to the corner again. A cleared pass out to center by Ellis out there with Clark and Henderson. A lob shot goes into the Canadian zone. Lapointe shot it back to center. He's out there with Savard on the defense. Anderson now at center ice. Lobbing the pass, stopped by Ellis. Shadron intercepted. Gets it over to Anderson, who couldn't go across. Liapkin across to Yakushev. Yakushev 15 back to his blue line. And they're taking a second breath here. A long shot goes wide over the line. Dryden cleared it to the wing. He thought it was icing and nearly handed them a shot. Now Mikulov had Henderson covered on the play and had a chance there, but failed to follow through. Henderson ran into his check. Now Clark goes up with Ellis on the right. A long pass ahead of Ellis goes wide of the net. Yakushev. Henderson stopped him. Keeps that puck in there. Flipped it over to Clark. Here's back to a shot. Stopped as Lapointe let it go. Soviet Vasiliev to center ice, shooting the puck into the corner, going after it. Lapointe bumped him. Mikulov was held against the boards by Ellis. As Canada carry back, Peter Mahovlich going up over on the line, failed to get his shot. Now Ellis tears into the corner. Vasiliev lost it, and it goes back to the net. Soviet in possession. A block pass, getting it again, only to have Gilbert break it up as the players change on the go. Vasiliev covering up on the boards, and the play is stopped with 13:05 left in the second period. 3-2 for the Soviets.
Foster, I've just been informed that we are experiencing some video losses, and they're being experienced in our signal between Moscow and London, and we apologize to you for the interruption at home.
Ready for the face-off in the Soviet zone. Goes back on the wing. A roller. Mikulov lost it, but the Soviets come in on a rush. Here's a chance in front of the net as Gusev was bowled over as White took him right out of the play. Peter Mahovlich carries back at center ice. He ran into Luzhniki, was knocked over. Luzhniki carries to safety back of the Soviet goal. Here's a shot by Stapleton, right in front for Gilbert. It hit a skate. Bill White goes in for a shot. It's blocked. Now another one by Rattel. Goes to Gilbert, right in front. And Kretschak stopped that one. To Gantov. Cleared to Mishakov. Over on the right side to Harlamov. Harlamov closing in. Here's a shot. Right, stopped that one. As the crowd are in a tremendous uproar as they go back and forth here with lightning speed. Change of players.
Well, Foster, this period so far with just 8 minutes gone by is just wide open hockey, and this is just a totally different game from what we've seen in that first period, which was interrupted almost every 30 seconds or so with a penalty.
Soviets leading 3-2, 12-11 left in the second period. Petrov was checked, but gets that puck again in the Canadian zone, shot it back to the net. Mihailov is beaten to it by Bergman. Bergman, number 2, goes back to the Canadian goal, Dryden in the net. Give it to Phil Esposito, who's coming up with Barnwaya and Frank Mahovlich. He got as far as the Soviet line, couldn't get any farther. A lob pass to Mihailov, going in on that left wing. He passed, and it's intercepted. Park, rushing back on the right side, goes over the line with Phil Esposito. Park shoots one wide. Barnwaya back to Mahovlich. Phil Esposito was dumped on the play, and Park recovers at center ice with Mahovlich going in on the left side, centered it, and the pass is knocked down. A three-man break for the Soviets. Petrov got the pass, gets the return, and Klinov was bowled over on the play. Canada coming back, Barnwaya and Mahovlich right in, and the shot was grabbed by Tretiak, and you don't find one any closer than that. Tretiak was knocked right over on the play.
The best save of the night by either goaltender. How Tretiak stopped this puck off Ivan Cornelier, I don't know. He didn't catch it in the glove. He takes it up in his forearm. A tremendous save by Tretiak.
11:07 left in the second period. Soviets 3, Canada 2. Canada playing every man up. And there has been a penalty in this second period. Quite a different story from the first. They've settled down to straight hockey. Addison is covered on the board. And they're playing desperation hockey at this stage. The question, which team will break? The quick pass to Yakushev at center ice. To Addison on the right. Going in back to the net. Failed to center it. Henderson returns with Ellis over on the right side, and Shadron broke it up. The pass by Lapointe was knocked down by Shadron over to Addison. A long drive is wide of the Canadian goal. Forward pass to Henderson. His relay was intercepted, and the Soviet Yakushev failed to get the pass. It goes back to Lyapkin, and the two teams seem to be taking a breather at the moment. Vasiliev, number 6, goes back in front of his own goal, played one off Yakushev's skate. He carries down on the right side, weaving a bit, pass to Addison, and the shot was caught by Dryden. It was off the target, and another change of players at 10:05 of the second period.
Well, this 10 minutes in this period could well be the best hockey in this series so far. It's been wide open. Both teams have gone back and forth, and both the goaltenders have been called upon to make some great saves.
Lining up now with Mishakov over there on the left wing. There's Harry Sinden keeping a close lookout on things, and there's plenty happening. The Canadians break out with Dennis Hull trying to get a long forward pass. Zagankov failed to clear. Mishakov goes back to his own net, number 12 for the Soviet. Moves to the blue line at center. Stopped, and Bill White laid one over to Dennis Hull, who took a long shot at Tretiak. Deflected that slap shot right into the crowd.
Harlamov, number 17, has taken his turn again out on the ice, but Foster, there's no way he's right. He's favoring one of his legs, and he's not going at 100% tonight.
Ready for the face-off in the Soviet zone. Rattel got the draw. Gilbert turns, waits, stands there, still backing up, takes his shot, is right in front of the score! Bill White deflected it into the net. Bill White from, and the score is all tied up. White from Gilbert to tie the score for Canada.
You won't see a more beautiful scoring play in hockey than this play by Bill White, set up perfectly by Rod Gilbert. Gilbert gives him the absolute perfect tip in, and Bill White, mind you, as a defenseman, walks right in when he sees the opportunity and tips it into the net. An absolutely beautiful scoring play by Canada.
White was standing right on the edge of the goal crease when Gilbert had jockeyed that puck into a position, passed in front of the net, and White tipped it in to give Canada a 3-3 tie. At 10:32, of the second period. The puck is in play again. Canada on the move. Gilbert coming in again. Here's a chance. A shot by Rattel went wide. Gilbert fired one across the goal mouth. And Canada has the Soviet on the run here right in front of the net. A scramble. And Tretiak is down, hanging on for dear life as they were pouring in on him.
Canada's putting on tremendous pressure here, having just scored. And Rod Gilbert, if he just had been able to control the puck a little better, would have had another goal.
Ready for the face-off in the Soviet zone, and that's where it remains. Now they finally get it out on that left wing at center. They shoot it in this time. It's into the corner for Gilbert, number 8 for Canada. A flip pass. Rattel cuts back to Gilbert, over to Peter Mahovlich. Peter Mahovlich crosses the Soviet line, fired one, and missed the net. Then Pat Stapleton went in and was unable to get the roller. Gusev back to the Soviet goal. Frank Mahovlich steps on the ice. And Cornwallier coming in on the wing, passes back to Rattel. Rattel is checked. A two-man break for the Soviet. One man back. Here they're closing in. Mihailov shoots. And Dryden came up with a dazzling save on Mihailov, who was in there alone, and Dryden fell and covered up.
Spectacular save by Dryden here. Dryden has to keep his eye on both players coming down on him. The pass is flipped off to Mihailov. He lets a blistering shot go, and Dryden lunges across the net and takes it up in the upper body. A spectacular save by Ken Dryden.
8:21 left in the second period. Canada and the Soviets are tied 3-3. 8:21 left in the second period, and you hear that Canadian crowd really whooping it up. Canada carrying the play at this stage. Here's a roller right in front of the net. They score! Yakushev was right in front of the net. And there's that deadly shot again from close hand to give the Soviet a 4-3 lead.
Yakushev has to be the Soviets' most dangerous player. He's parked right at the top of the goal crease. He's got Dryden at his mercy. He gives him a little fake and then flips it right along the ice. A beautiful goal by Yakushev.
Got that one from Shadron. He was right in front of the net after the face-off. And that goal was 11:43. Yakushev from Shadron. And now the Soviets take that lead again. Anderson's roller is covered by Dryden. And the Canadian team, up until then, had a clear-cut margin in the last 5 minutes of play. And then that one break on a face-off right around the Canadian goal.
Foster, in that first game in Canada, Harlamov was so impressive, but I have to believe now that Alexander Yakushev has to be the best hockey player on this Soviet team. He's a big, rangy left winger. He can skate, he can shoot, and he can handle that puck beautifully. And of course, he's the top scorer in this series.
The face-off will be to the left of Dryden, Shadron, Anderson, and Yakushev, the line. The puck goes over to Ellis. 3 times the Canadian team have tied this score. Now the Soviets have taken the lead again, 4-3. But they're really in there fighting, and they're just about even on the play. The puck goes into the corner. The Soviets trying to center back. Vasiliev shot one that hit Savard on the back. Ellis into the corner, shoots it back to Savard. It's over onto the right wing. Canada on the attack at center ice, led by Clark. Over on the right wing, a shot by Ellis was knocked down. Soviets try a 2-man break, and Henderson broke it up. Savard going back to get it. Soviet changing on the goal. Here's a long pass over to Ellis. It slides to Petrov, and Petrov shot one at his own man, and Tretiak nearly had a heart attack there as he had to stop that one from his own player. 6:59 left in the second period. Of 3 for the Soviets. Soviets 4, Canada 3. And it's just that kind of a game. 7 goals scored in about a period and a third.
It's interesting to observe in this whole series there's only been one score that has been relatively low. The rest of the scores have all gone up, and of course, the explanation for that is that we have the top goal scorers from the National Hockey League representing Team Canada, and of course we know that almost any player on the Soviet team can score goals, and all of these games have seen a lot of goals go behind each goaltender.
There's no question, though, the best man on the ice so far in this game is Ben Yakushev. From the face-off, the puck rolls off to the side, a lob pass to Mihailov, ahead at center ice. Petrov fired one, Dryden stopped it, but that rebound keeps coming out in front. Bill Esposito carrying back now with Frank Mahovlich on the left wing. Cornwallis in possession. Here's his shot. Tretiak had it bounce off the screen, grabbed it, and it's very confusing to the goalkeeper as that puck hits that netting, and it just bounces back about 20 feet and generally ends up in front of the net. Dryden was fooled on one of those rebounds off the screen. 4-3 for the Soviets. 6:36 left in the period. Canada in possession. Puck goes back to Cornwallis. He failed to tip it in front. Gusev for the Soviet in the corner. Lobbed one at center ice. A two-man break, but they got back in time to cover up on that play. Savard was able to get back there and get that puck between his knees as Lapointe was covering in front of the net, but it was a two-man break for the Soviets.
What we saw Serge Savard do there is all important for any defenseman when a man comes down on you 1-on-1. He played the man, not the puck. He took the player right out of the play. The puck went in between his feet. He eventually fell down and smothered it, but he played the man all the way.
From the face-off, the puck goes to the blue line, but not out. Bill Esposito going with a pass behind the net. Bill White failed to get out on his pass. Mahovlich is forced into the corner, shooting it over to Bill White. Bill White across to Stapleton, ahead to Mahovlich, and the puck got away from him. Soviet return fast. Blinov. Here's Petrov coming in to Blinov at one side of the net, and that slider went wide. The Soviets get it again. Blinov over on the far wing. Here's a fake shot to Blinov in front of the net. He tipped it and rolled in front of the goal. And Dryden was away out of the net. And that was saved by Phil Esposito, who slid in front of the net to cover that loose puck. Blinov had a great chance.
Dryden was beaten cleanly here. He was pulled right out of the net by Blinov. Blinov went to tuck it in the corner, and Phil Esposito steals it right off his stick and prevents a goal against Canada. A great defensive effort by Phil Esposito.
From the face-off, the Soviets get that draw again. Zagankov from the corner centered it. Stapleton shot it out, and it's going down, but it won't be called. Luchenko, number 3 for the Soviet, turning with Vishakov on the left. Here's a shot right off the bat as Canada intercepted. Gilbert had a drive that missed. Down the right wing for Maltsev. He goes into the corners, knocked down. Stapleton is going to get a penalty. I'll bet they call it interference. And likely be a cross-check. With the score, the Soviets 4, Canada 3. This is game 8 from Moscow. Stapleton off for cross-checking. That's one of the few times he hasn't called it interference. Time is 14:58. Second period. Soviets leading. Zagankov lobbed a pass in front. Dryden knocked it to the wing. Maltsev comes from the corner. Shot right across the Colmo. And it hit the side there. Dryden had his leg right in the right spot for it. It's Zagankov clearing. They have the odd man. A bad pass goes back to center ice. Soviet having the odd man advantage. Harlamov, who's working under wraps in this game, gets over on that left wing. Maltsev comes over the line. There's the pass to Harlamov. The pass went right across the goal mouth. Zagankov into the corner. Shot one in front. Bill White broke it up. Peter Mahovlich carries back at center ice. Shot it back to Bill White. Bill White lobbed it down the ice. And Phil Esposito is stepping out to replace Clark. He's out there with Peter Mahovlich, killing off the penalty. Maltsev at center, showed a burst of speed, keeps on going, was thrown off stride. Mahovlich shoots it down the ice, and he's replaced by Ellis. And they replace players in this game when they're about 25 feet away from the penalty from the bench. The referee is going to catch somebody one of these times. A long pass on the right side by Hylov. Was slugged there by Bergman. Yakushev goes back to the blue line, trying to draw his man away. Yakushev still has it on that far side. Passes back on the boards. There's that tic-tac-toe passing play. Vasiliev is going to take a shot. There'll be another penalty on the play. They shoot, they score. Shadron deflected it into the net. Shadron deflected that one into the net. Vasiliev, number 6, has striking at his mercy, and all the time Shadron is walking right in towards the post and takes the tip in and buries the shot for a very, very important goal in this game. With the score, the Soviets 5, Canada 3. This is game 8 from Moscow. An argument back there, there was going to be a Canadian penalty handed out, but because the Soviets scored, the penalty, of course, will not be called. The crowd are getting a bit upset about that, but that's the rule. The referees, though, don't seem to be too sure because they were going to put a Canadian player off regardless. Now the argument starts down here now as to what's going to happen. 3:16 is left in the second period. The Soviets have taken a 2-goal lead. The first time a team has had a 2-goal lead in the game tonight. On the Canadian scoring play at 10:32 of the second period, scored by White, Gilbert and Rattel were given assists. Rattel was added. From the face-off, the puck goes into the Soviet zone. Soviets leading 5-3 with 3 minutes and 3 seconds remaining with Frank Mahovlich shooting it wide of the net. Gusev shot one ahead. Blinov deflected it into the crowd. And the face-off is going to be to the left of Fredjak.
Coming up in our second period intermission, I'll comment on a feature called The Moscow That Was. Pat will get some comments from Punch Imlach as well as Bobby Orr, and Howie Meeker will review the highlights.
From the face-off, it's kept in there. Lapointe had a shot that was blocked to the defense. Another two-man break. Mihailov coming in. Pass back to Petrov. And a great save there on a three-way passing play. Back comes Canada at center. Out over the line. And they're being outplayed at this stage by the Soviets. It's a cleared pass off a skate. Comes in over the line. Kuskin is blocked by Cornwallis with Phil Esposito helping out. Gusev had a pass blocked by Cornwallis coming in on that side. He tried to dig it out for Phil Esposito, and then Mahovlich shot one wide from the other side. Savard into the corner, trying to dig it out. Here's Cornwallis coming in with a shot. Here went loose. Another chance. It's going to be a penalty call here now. With a score, the Soviets 5, Canada 3. This is game 8 from Moscow. Kuskin is going in the penalty box for the Soviet for elbowing at 18:06. So the Canadian team, for one of the few times, will have the odd man advantage. Soviets leading 5-3. And Shadron has had 2 goals for the Soviets, and so has Yakushev. Puck is taken back into the Canadian zone park. Let's Esposito pick it up. Esposito 7. Esposito at the blue line. They're moving up slowly at center. Over on the wing to Henderson. Out there with Ellis on the right. Puck goes back to the net. Henderson trying to dig it out. Luzhniki covered him, but Park gets it back to the blue line. Stapleton to Park. Park stands there trying to draw his check. Back to Stapleton at the blue line. Over to Esposito, and it deflected off his stick and went into the crowd. 1:16 left in the second period. 5-3 for the Soviets with 1:22 left in the Soviet penalty.
What Canada hasn't been able to do when they have had the extra man advantage is establish good puck control with their power play in the offensive zone.
Ready for the face-off. It comes back at center ice. Pat Stapleton, number 3 at center. Shot one into the corner. Ellis after it. It bounced off the boards. Vasiliev failed to clear. A fake shot goes into the corner. Ellis trying to dig it out to Phil Esposito in front of the net. And Esposito deflected one wide. Henderson back to Stapleton. Over on the wing. Here's the shot. Wide of the net. The Soviet really under pressure. And Henderson fell. Now Vasiliev is covered by Henderson in the corner. Shadron goes in to help. And the play is stopped with 39 seconds remaining in the period. And Henderson really like a lightning bolt going in that corner to cover his man 2 or 3 times. A change of players.
Just a reminder to hockey fans at home viewing these games, you can participate in voting for the most valuable player on Team Canada by sending the name of your choice to Box 5050 in Toronto, Montreal, or Vancouver. The winner, as selected by the fans, will receive the Labatt Best on Ice Award. Ballots are available from any Labatt representative.
Esposito, Kernwaya, and Mahovlich out there for Canada. The puck goes around back of the net. Lyapkin shoots it off the boards. Petrov went after it. Goes right down the ice with Lapointe going into the corner for Canada. Mahovlich is cutting in front of him, picking off the pass. Down the right boards. Still going. Coming in on the right side. Back of the net was checked. It hit the screening. Mahovlich in the opposite corner gets it out to Esposito. His shot hit the Soviets there. He gets it again. He's carried in on the side by Luzhniki, and the Soviets shoot it down, and the period is over. With the score, the Soviets 5, Canada 3. This is Game 8 from Moscow. Two teams back on the ice for the start of the third and last period, and of course the score, the Soviets 5, Canada 3. It was 2-2 at the end of the first period. Yakushev and Luzhniki scoring for the Soviets. Phil Esposito and Park for Canada. Canada outshot the Soviets 14-12. In the second period, Shadron scored first in 21 seconds. Then Bill White tied it up for Canada from Gilbert and Rattel. Yakushev put the one up again from Shadron at 11:43. And then Shadron from Vasiliev gave the Soviets a 2-goal advantage at 16:44. And that's the way the period ended, with the Soviets leading Canada 5-3. Only 2 penalties in that second period. 1 to Canada, 1 to the Soviets, and the Soviets outshot Canada 10-8.
Well, Foster, I think when Pat Marsden said that it was 5-3 for Canada, he was really expressing the sentiments of all of us. I think that Team Canada can get back in this game, in this period, and maybe before it's over, Canada will be ahead.
All ready now for the face-off with the Soviets to the right, Canada to the left. Ellis takes a long shot at Tretiak right off the bat. He's out of the goal crease, was down on his knees. Gusev was there to protect him, and the face-off is going to be to the left of the Soviet goal.
I think in this period you'll probably see Tretiak smother the puck as often as possible. He doesn't want to take any chances that he might lose it and that Team Canada will get good possession in his end. So I think we can look forward to seeing him smother the puck at almost any opportunity. He's quite confident that if they have to take a face-off in their end, that his players and his defense especially can get the puck out without any trouble.
And getting ready now for the face-off. Henderson was clipped over the eye and was patched up there on the bench. The Canadian team playing every man up. This is the third and last period, divided into two 10-minute periods. Yakushev breaks out at center, a great speed, gets it over the wing, the shot. And Dryden went down low to cover on Anderson's shot. But that Yakushev certainly is a speedster. He outstepped everybody there, laid over the pass to Anderson, and the face-off will be to the left of Dryden.
Dryden has to make a tremendous save here because, again, he has to keep his eye on two players.
Cleared out to Ellis at center ice. Ellis going over the line. Couldn't get a shot on goal. Mahavlich was cruising in back of the net. There's a dump there to Vasiliev, who went flying on a check. Here's a quick shot by Anderson. Away wide of the net. Vasiliev keeping it in the blue line to the corner. Another pass in front to Anderson. Anderson holds his ground. Two Canadians went down. Here's a shot by Vasiliev wide and missed the net. Quick pass to Mahavlich. Frank Mahavlich passed back to the point. He shot it over the line in back of the net. And the Soviets recover with Kornwaye mixing it up back of the net. It's up to center ice, over to Mihailov. Bill White stopped his pass, cleared to Phil Esposito, and is grabbed off again by Yakushev, passing to Petrov, who couldn't get up in time to get a shot. They move into the corner. The puck is deflected by Kornwaye. Petrov getting it again, made the pass, and Canada recover. Pass by Peter Mahavlich. A slider goes to Tretiak, and he way out in front of the goal crease, went down on his knees, and covered on the play.
Again, Tretiak not giving Team Canada any chance on any possible rebound, or not giving them chance to gain control of the puck in the corners, smothers it, and sets up another face-off.
Puck goes into the corner from the face-off. Soviets leading 5-3. Shadron got that pass up to Gusev. Gusev 2 at center, over to Mihailov. Mihailov made the pass, intercepted by Kornwaye to Phil Esposito, failed to get away, and the shot was wide. Klinov is forced into the opposite corner. Mahavlich blocked him. Puck goes back to the net. Bill White to Stapleton. Stapleton cleared ahead to Peter Mahavlich. It's banged off a skate. Now he clears it on the wing. Kornwaye to Peter Mahavlich, coming down the right wing. Keeps on going into the corner. Is bumped back of the net. Centered in front. Here's Esposito. Esposito scored for Canada from Peter Mahavlich.
If you don't succeed the first time, try again. Phil Esposito can't get the first shot through, and he just drills the second one right between Tretiak's legs, and Phil Esposito is the big man again.
2:27.
Peter Mahavlich does a lot of work in the corner here. He sets it up. Now Esposito has to bang it once and then again, and he gets Tretiak right off guard.
From the face-off, the puck is cleared into the Soviet zone. Soviets leading 5-4, and Canada trying to make a real comeback here. Phil Esposito from Peter Mahavlich. 2:27 was the time. Now the Soviets get a two-man break, and Maltsev overskated the puck. Maltsev 10 at center ice. Over onto the far wing. Ishikov's drive is high and wide. Gilbert into the corner. A quick pass to the blue line. Dennis Hull. A pass to Gilbert on the right. He faked the shot. Goes into the corner, centered one. It goes off Maltsev's stick over onto the far side. Stapleton broke up the play. Zagankov back in his own zone. Shot it on the boards. Nikolov going up on the left wing. A shot. Dryden kicked it out, a rebound. And it's Rattel knocking it to the side. Soviet recover again. Passing back to the blue line. Zagankov shot. Dryden stopped it. And then covered up on the loose puck on the side of the net. 16-19 left in the third. Here's a fight in front of the Canadian goal. Gilbert struggling with the Soviet player, Mishakov. Now then, Gilbert swings at him. Mishakov goes back at him, and the two of them go down again. This is the first fight in the game, and you can feel the tension almost everywhere as the players loop around. And the Soviet fans are usually whistling, you hear that. But the referee is in the middle of the pack, and no player really did anything on it.
Well, we know one thing for sure, Foster, that Rod Gilbert definitely got a good punch in because Mishakov has a bloody nose there, and there's no question that Gilbert dinged him a good one.
With the score, the Soviets 5, Canada 4. This is game 8 from Moscow.
12 номер советская сборная.
Gilbert and Mishakov off together. Mishakov is in the penalty box now. Gilbert, number 8, is going into the bench. He's saying something both to the referee and to Mishakov, but they're talking back to one another, but they really need an interpreter.
This is an interesting call here because it was my understanding that if you did fight in international hockey, you not only got the 5-minute penalty, but you were kicked out of the game. So it appears that there's been some liberalization of that rule for this series because they're both getting major penalties, but it doesn't appear that either one of them is going to have to leave the game.
Well, you're getting quite a weird interpretation of the rules almost every time because when a man is put out of the game, he generally gets a 10-minute penalty. But that didn't happen in Parisi's case. Now we have a situation where generally if it's a fight, you're thrown out for the game and that's it. But they're both in here and they both have major penalties, 5 minutes each. 16-19 left in the game as the puck comes back to Lyapkin. They're 5 aside. The shot is wide. Vasiliev keeps it in there. Shadron from the corner, coming from the side, took a shot, and Dryden covered up as he slid to one side. Bergman failed to get out. Here's Yakushev getting that puck back to Lyapkin. Lyapkin shoots away wide of the net, but Yakushev goes right over to get it. Finally, Bergman played it out over the line. Clark and Henderson are trying to kill off the penalty for Canada. Now Clark steals the puck. He's jumped by Vasiliev. Vasiliev will get a penalty there for tripping. And for the first time in the game, the Soviets will play 2 men short to Canada's 1.
An interesting call there, Foster, because Vasiliev hit Bobby Clark with a tremendous hip check. Now he ends up getting a tripping penalty, but they were very upset at the call.
4:27 is the time of the penalty to Vasiliev for tripping. And the Soviets will have 2 men in the penalty box. Canada 1, 16:33 or 15:33 left in the game. Of course, we'll have a break at 10 minutes and change ends, which is normal in international rules. From the face-off, Luzhniki carries into the corner. Henderson and Phil Esposito had him covered. They'll face off again in the Soviet zone. Canada playing every man up. The puck goes rolling off to the side. Zagankov shot it around on the left boards. He's covered there by Park, and there was no further play. The score, Soviets 5, Canada 4, and Canada threatening to tie it up.
Canada is trying to establish that all-important puck control here with that extra man. The Soviets only having 3 men to cover that large ice surface. If they can get good control, then they can start to move it around and get that scoring chance they need to tie this game up.
Petrov is the lone player for the Soviet, the forward. Park gets back quickly. Made a bad pass there, which is recovered by Lapointe. And Lapointe is now turning, coming up over the line. Canada with 5 men attacking 4. They have that odd man as Park goes into the corner. A bad pass. The Soviets break out with Petrov coming down on the left side. Getting in fast, and shot went wide. And that was close. Zagankov keeps it in. Goes back to the Canadian goal. Quick pass to Phil Esposito, who failed to get very far. Park played it over at center ice. 3-man drive over the line. Henderson's pass is knocked down, kicked out, and Park has to wait for Lapointe to get onside. Lapointe ahead to Esposito, going in on the left wing. Played it back to the blue line. Over to Park. Park stands there. He shoots one wide. Henderson from the corner is checked by Zagankov, who covered up in the corner. And the face-off will be to the left of the Soviet goal. And as Bergman goes over to check on the Canadian penalty.
Canadian professional football will return to television Saturday, September the 30th, as the Toronto Argonauts host the Edmonton Eskimos. Then on Sunday, October the 1st, 2 games. In the East, Hamilton is at Ottawa, while Saskatchewan is at Calgary in the West. Check your local listing for time and stations.
14:04 left in the third period. That means 4 minutes and 4 seconds before they change ends on the 10-minute break. From the face-off, Cornwallier nearly got a chance there. He gets that puck again back to the blue line. Phil Esposito passed in front of the net. Cornwallier missed the pass. It didn't arrive, and Phil Esposito lobbed one wide. In the right front of the net, he shoots. Oh, what a chance Rattel had right in front of the net. And the Soviets shoot it down the ice. Rattel had the tying goal in his mitt there and was over-anxious on the play. Phil Esposito carrying up now. Lobbed it over the line. They're closing in. Lapointe passed it. The Soviets have 1 man back, so they're even on sides, 5 aside. Each one has a man in the penalty box. And they're staggering us there. They've given so much.
Foster, I just about jumped out of the broadcast booth on that. I thought that Joe Rattel had him cold turkey. I didn't see how he could miss, and he drilled the shot wide. I couldn't believe it.
Both teams changing. Soviets leading 5-4, 13:26. There's John Rattel that had that tying goal practically in his midst, but he was over-anxious. A roller comes back. Here's a shot by Dennis Hull that hit Shadron. It caromed off him and caught Liapkin as he went down low.
I might also add that we'll be going to Prague, Czechoslovakia, where Team Canada will play the Czech national team this Saturday afternoon. Also check your local listing for the time and station.
On the face-off, the Soviets get that puck at Shadron at center ice to Yakushev. He's the dangerous man. The puck rolls at the defense. Canada carrying it back with a long pass over to Dennis Hull. He's going on into the corner. Vasiliev beat him to the puck. Dennis Hull grabbed at him. The puck is back to the net, and it's Yakushev down the left wing. Laid over a pass to Shadron. He's partially stopped. He goes in on the boards and covered with Bill White playing it over on the far side to Stapleton, who's working under a handicap with a bad ankle. A long shot went over the net, bounced in front. They whacked at it. Shadron taking it to the corner. Shadron lost it to Bill White in front of the net, and White failed to get a shot away when Vasiliev shoved him off and took him off balance. On this right wing, Ellis is trying to go in on the right side with Clark. Shadron goes into the corner. Clark after him. He covered, and so did Ellis. 5-4 for the Soviet. 12:09 left in the game. 50 seconds left in the 2 penalties.
Foster, I might mention at this point that over the 4 games in Moscow here, many of the Soviet top officials have been in attendance at the game. Master of the USSR, and Leonid Brezhnev, the head of the Communist Party. We have not shown them to you because our cameramen are hesitant to take pictures of them when it is a non-state occasion.
All ready for the face-off in the Soviet zone. Bill White tapped it ahead. The shot was blocked. Clark trying it, going into the corner. Went off stride. Gusev sticks with him. Clark goes back to the net, trying to dig it out. He's still fighting for it. Mihailov is covered by Ellis. And Guskin goes in back to the net. And a forward goes back to the defense. Mihailov, 13 for the Soviet. Over to Kuskin. Bill White intercepted. Played it on the left wing to Clark. Mihailov skated him off. Goes into the corner for the Soviet. Still Esposito coming out as a replacement to Clark. Soviet played back to their own defense. Now the teams are at full strength. 11:15 left as Mishakov comes down the right side, closing in. Oh, and Petrov took a slice at the puck and missed it. He was uncovered on the play. Kornwaye played it over to Peter Mahavlich. Out there with Phil Esposito. Kornwaye at center. A long shot off the screen at the back of the net. Gusev just covered it against the boards. And the reserves are coming out repeatedly in this last period.
The Soviet team is just checking unbelievably closely right now, and Team Canada is having some difficulty in getting some skating room and some stick handling room to move that puck around to get a good scoring chance.
5-4 for the Soviets. At Mishakov, number 12. He was in the fight with Gilbert. The only one really of the game. And really of the series. All ready for Phil Esposito at center. The puck is recovered by Esposito. He slashed out of the bag and it around the net. Kornwaye trying to dig it from the side. Couldn't. Bergman took a shot that goes back to the net. Here's a mix-up. Esposito was knocked down in front of the goal. Maltsev comes down the left wing. Blocked at the defense, but shot anyway. Park taking it into the corner. Park covered his man. Bill Esposito cleared it center to Kornwaye. Kornwaye faked the shot. Made a pass too wide for Mahavlich, who goes back to the netter. He's coming out in front. Goes to the defense to Bergman. Bergman failed to get his shot. He took his man down. And from the side, the Soviet tried to clear out. Here's Maltsev coming down with Mishakov on the left. A shot. Right, saved on that. And the play is called. With the score, the Soviets 5, Canada 4. This is game 8 from Moscow. From the face-off, the puck goes back at center ice as the beginning of the second 10-minute session here in the last period. They have 10 minutes left before the end of the game. Soviets still leading 5-4. They've changed ends. Canada to the right, the Soviets to the left. The puck is at center ice. Dennis Hull gets it over on the left wing to the point. He is clearing past as Gilbert goes to the corner. It hit a skate, goes back to the net. They grab each other's sticks. Rattel had a hold of Petrov. He had a hold of him, and Blinov goes in front of his own net. Skates over onto the right wing to the blue line. Took a bump from Dennis Hull. He stopped. Rattel goes in with Dennis Hull, and it's offside on the play. Of course, there's no overtime regardless, whether it's a tie score or not. 8:58 left in the game, 5-4 for the Soviets. The only one goal scored in this third period so far, Phil Esposito from Peter Mahavlich at 2:27. There go the Canadian rooters again. They never stop. And neither does Team Canada. Clark, Ellis, and Henderson out there for Canada. Bill White and Stapleton the defense. Anderson, Shadron, and Yakushev for the Soviets. Stapleton made a pass to Henderson. He shot it onto the boards. Vasiliev goes back to the net. Stopped. Gets that puck loose. Stapleton came up to block it. Stick handles. Couldn't get any farther. And Anderson recovers at center ice. Clark took it from him, goes down the right wing, and fired a shot that was easy. Vasiliev is taken in the boards by Henderson. Soviet shoot a forward pass that Ellis stopped. Clark at center ice. Still has it. Clark played it over to Henderson, and it's offside on the play with 8:11 left in the game. Soviets leading 5-4.
The Soviets, of course, with that one-goal lead, will now try for puck control. Team Canada will have to get the puck back. They have to get the puck up the ice because they need several good chances before they're going to get that goal.
From the face-off, Clark got the puck back to the Canadian blue line. Stapleton, number 3, you just saw him a moment ago, as the puck goes back to Vasiliev. It's in the Soviet offensive zone. They pass it back and forth. Vasiliev lost it. He failed to clear it out. Ellis, Gilbert got his shot there. He's out there now. A clearing pass at center ice, and Stapleton lobbed one over the line. They're changing. Phil Esposito is out there with Peter Mahovlich, and Ellis is out there too as the puck goes into the corner. As they go back to the net, Canada covering up to one side of their own goal. The puck is loose. Bill White covered his man against the boards with the help of Ellis, and they'll make further changes, both teams, on this break. Bill White and Stapleton being replaced. Bergman going back out there. You see the Soviet players, they're not too perky as they skate off. Shadron and Yakashev. So the strain has been terrific on the two teams. Bobrov giving them a speech as they come off. Now they're all set now. Mishakov, a center, knocked the puck back to the Canadian goal. Park is trying to come out on the left side. A long pass to Phil Esposito going in. He shoots! Oh, right in front of the net. Esposito banged that. Here's another shot by Cournoyer. His goal! Canada has tied it up. The Canadian team grabbing each other there as a loose puck went around the net. And Canada tied it finally 5-5.
Esposito makes an incredible individual effort on this goal. I can't say enough. Look at him fight for the puck. He gets it back out in front of the net after having missed it once himself. And I believe it's Ivan Cournoyer who gets the goal. Phil Esposito, once, he digs for it now and he keeps fighting. He gets it out. It's shot. And Cournoyer puts the backhander into the goal. Now we see a fight breaking along the board.
Mixed up on the far side. The Canadian team are mixing it up with the spectators, and I believe Alan Eagleson is in on it over there as far as we can tell. And the Canadian team are all over there. When that rumpus started, or whatever it was, nobody knows. But Canada tied that score at 12:56, and it appeared to be Cournoyer who got the goal. There's a wild scramble around the Soviet net. Apparently, the police were trying to throw Eagleson out, and that's when the reserves from the Canadian team came over there to help out. So that scoring play will likely be Cournoyer from Esposito. Cournoyer seemed to be the hero of it as a wild scramble around the net. It'll be between Esposito and Cournoyer as they both whacked at the puck before they finally knocked it past Pritchak, and they have 7 minutes and 4 seconds left in the game of 5 all time.
What a great effort by Phil Esposito. I have never seen Esposito play this type of hockey. I have to believe that Esposito is playing the greatest hockey of his career so far.
with the score Canada 5 and the Soviets 5. This is game 8 from Moscow. The goal was given to Cornwallis from Esposito and Clark. A wild scramble around the net. Cornwallis getting the goal, Esposito and Clark assisting at 12:56. But there was heavy traffic around that Soviet goal before Cornwallis was able to poke it home after Phil Esposito had a chance, and so had Clark. It was a great effort, a real team effort all the way, and now Canada moved up into a tie with the Soviets, a 5-5 tie. And the Canadian players are buoyed up terrifically by that fifth goal for Canada. They claim now that Park will likely get an assist as well as Esposito instead of Clark. But it was that kind of a goal that everyone seemed to be in it. So it's Cornwallis from Esposito and Park. The puck is in the Soviet zone and slides out to Savard, who comes back on that far wing, shooting it wide of the Soviet goal. It's lobbed and Henderson broke it up, only to have Liapkin try to get it out. He's helped by Vasiliev, who goes down the right side. Vasiliev going in back of the net. Lapointe had him covered, but the pass goes to the corner again. Vasiliev shot it back to Anderson, who centered it out. Yakushev comes in with a backhand wide. Anderson shot one. It's deflected. Tapped over onto the wing. Henderson breaks out on the right wing, going in with his shot. And it bounced off Tretiak's glove. Another shot goes wide. Vasiliev shoots it back to the net, right in front of the goal. Here's Ellis, and he couldn't control the puck. Ellis has it in the corner. Back, and Lapointe cleared it back to center ice. A loose puck goes to Yakushev. One man back as Lapointe is back. Here's a shot. And the drive went over the top of the net. Canada failed to get that puck out. Mihailov had his shot blocked. Savard clears it over to Rattel. Rattel bringing it out over the line. Ahead to Gilbert. Gilbert failed to get a shot. Mihailov coming back. As a race for it, Stapleton got back in time to break it up on a change of players. 5:02 left in the game, a 5-all tie. Stapleton lobbed one into the Soviet zone. It's off the boards. Rattel shot it wide. Soviet trying to get out on the right side. Clearing up at center ice. Rattel over the line, 4:42 left in the game. And the Soviets arguing about the call. At the same time, Dennis Hull is going into the penalty box. Petrov is going to follow. Dennis Hull and Petrov going off together. So they'll play 5 aside. 15:24 is the time of the double penalty. It's a tie score, 5-all. 4:36 left in the game.
Number 19, Canada, 2-minute penalty for high speed. Vladimir Petrov, number 16, USSR, 2-minute penalty for elbowing.
High sticking to Dennis Hull and elbowing to Petrov. Now Sagankov feeds a pass. Soviet player stopped by Bergman. Park going back to get it with Cornwallis on the right side. Cornwallis got the tying goal from Esposito and Park at 12:56. Puck is in the Soviet zone. They're bringing it out. A long pass. Bounded off into the corner, and it's offside as Sagankov was coming in on the right wing. His teammate was about 25 feet offside. in front of the Canadian goal. Peter Mahovlich coming out on the forward line with Bill Esposito. Cornwallier is going to get a rest. Bergman and Park, the Canadian defense. Yakushev is on that left wing. Shadron at center. They're 5 aside. 4:10 left in the game. A 5-all tie. And the two teams are at the breaking point. They've given just about everything. Park goes in back of the net. Stands there, starts to make his move. Coming up now at the blue line to Esposito, had to kick it back, and he turns again. Esposito to center ice, going in on the defense, failed to get a shot. It rolls over on the wing. Here's a shot wide by Peter Mahovlich. A roller on the right wing. Shadron clearing it into the corner to Luzhniki. Luzhniki shoots it out off the boards. Bergman coming down, beats the Soviet player. Then Yakushev in the center ice area to Zagankov. Intercepted by Peter Mahovlich. Skates over on the left wing. He's going in on a dangerous rush, but failed to get through. Brought back by Zagankov on the right wing. Over the line, a drop pass for Shadron. Across at the blue line, a long shot. Bounced off the player. Park carries it out at center ice. Over the line, Bergman right in. And his shot was stopped by Tretiak. A clearing pass over on the left side to center ice. 2:51 left in the game. The Soviet player Yakushev tried to hurdle in and was dumped on the play. The point covers up in the corner, and the face-off is going to be to the right of the Canadian goal. A 5-all tie. 2:41 remaining in the game.
A great check here. You see Alexander Yakushev. He's dumped very cleanly by two Canadian players. But look at how quickly he got back up on his feet.
5 seconds left in the double penalty as they line up in the Canadian zone. Canada gets the draw. Now they start to make the move. Savard laid over the pass to Ellis and shot right back to Lapointe. Lapointe played it off the boards to Henderson, and it was offside. They're still changing. Petrov is out there now. The teams are in full strength. Petrov at center ice. Leanoff on the left wing. Mihailov on the right. Gusev and Kuskin, the defense, playing up. Standa standing out. Clark, Ellis, and Henderson. 2:26 left in the game, a 5-all tie. Mihailov and Henderson were too close to the face-off. Now they drop the puck. It goes loose back to the blue line. Kuskin shot. Dryden stopped it even though it wasn't on the net. Savard played it over on the wing to Ellis. He failed to get out. Savard shot it out the second time. Soviet bring it in. Petrov back to the blue line. He's checked. Henderson carries out with Ellis the bad pass. The Soviet coming in. Mihailov is forced into the corner. Centered it. Savard blocking it. Pulled away from Bleenhoff but didn't get the puck out. Mihailov from the side cleared it out. Here's a shot. Dryden had it bounce off his arm. And Mihailov and Ellis are doing a little threatening on the side. 1:48 left in the game. A 5-all tie. You see Clark there, 28. Bleenhoff is to one side.
Dryden called upon here to make a big save. Even though he stops the puck, it bounces very high. He loses sight of it, but it's well out of range of the net.
They're still taking a lot of time now in making player changes. They're a tired bunch, and they have a right to be. Both teams have given everything, and it's been one of the best games I think I've ever seen. A 5-all tie, 1:48 left in the game. This is the 8th and final game of the series. They're still all tied up. Canadian team have made 2 or 3 changes here before they finally send out Cornwallis on the right wing. Bill Esposito and Peter Mahavlich. Shadron is at center ice. Maltsev on the right wing as they get ready for a very important face-off. Canada gets the draw. Peter Mahavlich skates up, clears it over to Cornwallis. It's away offside on the play, but it was worth the chance. So the puck comes right back to the face-off in the same spot.
Both teams seem prepared to put one man well up and try for that breakaway pass that might just break the game wide open. But Team Canada has to be very careful that they don't get trapped with that man breaking, because the next goal will be the key one.
Canadian team went into a huddle there, which seemed to be a little unusual. So they're really fighting. The puck comes up at center ice. Vasiliev carries it back into his zone to Shadron, who missed it. Peter Mahavlich is at center, driving it into the Soviet zone. Liapkin gets there first. Cornwallis just touched it, that's all. Savard getting it at center ice, clearing it off a skate. It goes into the Canadian zone. Yakushev, a dangerous player, is belted on that play. Cornwallis rolled it out. Vasiliev going back to get it. 1:02 left in the game. Cleared pass on the far side. Liapkin rolled one to Savard. Savard cleared the pass to Stapleton. He cleared to the open wing to Cornwallis. Cornwallis took a shot. The defenseman fell over, Liapkin. And the Cornwallis has it on that wing. Here's a shot. Henderson made a wild stab for it and fell. Here's another shot. Right by the door. Henderson has scored for Canada. Henderson right in front of the net. And the fans of the team are going wild. Henderson right in front of the Soviet goal with 34 seconds left in the game. An absolute mob scene over Paul Henderson, as there should be, but you can't underrate the effort again of Bill Esposito. He gets the puck, he fights for it, he gets it back in front of the net, but it's Paul Henderson who's parked there. He bangs at it, and he beats Tretiak cleanly with an absolutely fantastic goal, and this crowd is going wild. Here it is again. Now look at Bill Esposito. All hard in here. Now watch him work to set this up. Henderson missing his first chance. Now Esposito fires it back, and Henderson dumps that puck right in the net for a beautiful goal. 1926 is the time of Canada's 6th goal. Canada 6. The Soviets 5. 34 seconds away from a championship. A long rolling pass goes over the line into the Soviet zone. Huston played it over onto the side. A pass to Mihailov. He drives it into the corner. Bill White going back, shoots it out. It's going down the ice. It's not called for icing. Huston with 12 seconds comes back. 8 seconds at center. A long shot by Gusev. Dryden played it back to the goal. 2 seconds. The game is over, and Canada have won the series. They defeated the Soviets 6-5 in a thrilling, hard-fought tussle here. And to show the quality of the Canadian team, they were able to win 3 out of 4 on Moscow ice, which shows the caliber of their power play that came back. Canadian teams redeemed themselves from a very slow start in Canada. When they weren't in shape, they kept getting better and better and better, and they fought like tigers tonight to come right through and defeat the Soviets 6-5 and win the series. Well, then they're going through the handshaking. Team Canada obviously elated, the Russians dejected, and I must say, Foster, is that both these teams played so well. It's a shame that anybody had to lose, but I can't say enough about Team Canada.
It was uphill right from the second they left Canada. In fact, right from the start of the series, because they had to overcome conditioning all along. And I can't say enough for the effort, the total effort by every player on the team. And I don't really think you can single anybody out, although some did play so well, because it was a team effort, and they came back in such a magnificent way, and they won it in a magnificent way as well.
When you have to come from behind a 2-goal lead, as they did, it showed their spirit, their ability, and everything else. So that Canada wins the series with 4 wins, 1 loss, 1 tie, and 3 losses. 4 wins, 1 tie, and 3 losses. So that the most redeeming feature of it was that Canada won it on Moscow ice, having won 3 of the 4 games on the road.
And here come the 2 top Canadian players as selected by top Soviet officials. Paul Henderson, of course, with that great winning goal. Brad Park, who played magnificently on defense, but I don't think you can just pick 2 stars. Phil Esposito had to have played one of his greatest games ever if he plays hockey till he's 100. They, of course, are receiving gifts from the Soviet official, Colonel Georgy Mozilov, who is the president of the Soviet Ice Hockey Federation.
Well, with the final score, Canada 6 and the Soviets 5. This is Game 8 from Moscow.